Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show, coming up to you at a beautiful spring Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers out there listening in. We've got a little bit of a female audience out there that listens in, so all of you moms out there, I hope you're having a good day, getting a lot of foot massages and bathtub time and meals delivered to you in bed. Having a good one here myself, and I thought we would just kind of bop along into some general discussion today. We've cleared free agency, we've cleared the draft, and now I think we can kind of look in retrospect on this offseason a little bit in more of a firm totality. There certainly should still be a few more moves made along the way. I think Schneider every single season over the last few years has done something come around training camp time. I think he itemizes that area in particular as being a real key spot to be able to land some really good talent at a little bit of depressed value. Or in the case of Jamal Adams last year, in desperation, over giving up a little bit, maybe too much in assets at that point, even though I do like the trade. The one thing that as I spent some time thinking on post this draft and post this free agency, as far as just what my worry kind of continues to be, and it was really at the start of this offseason, because last year you had an offensive line group, and this is where I'm going to concentrate as the lingering issue being the offensive line. But last year, you had an offensive line group that really came together at the beginning of the season. Brandon Shell looked like a tremendous value signing. Posick slotted in there at center like we had thought he would and didn't take off, but it did solidly there. And Mike Iupati, for as long as those Elmer glue ankles can hold up, he held up. But as the year went on, as good as that line blocked, and make no mistake about it, that line through the first 8 games was blocking as well, both in pass protection and in run blocking, as any offensive line in the Coach Carroll era. I mean, we're talking top 10 probably through those first 8 games. But as good as it was on the front of those first 8 games was as bad as it was on the back half of the 8 games. And what you can point to that, if you're looking for reasonings why, certainly maybe Damian Lewis hit a little bit of a rookie wall after week 8. That tends to happen to those young boys. Posick got a little bit beat up. His play went downhill. And yes, those Elmer glue ankles of Mike Iupati, you can only put the glue on it so often before it just crumbles and falls apart. And he finally hit that spot last year, somewhere about week 8 or 9 or 10-ish. He tried to soldier through it. God bless him, he tried hard, but it was just not there in the cards. Same thing happened with Brandon Shell. Injury popped up. He lost some games, came back, tried to fight through the injury, wasn't the same. And you had backups now playing for these other guys who they couldn't play, and the backups were not very good. Certainly, Dwayne Brown was excellent. He's been excellent since day one there at the left tackle side of things. But this is what brings me to my worry. Go back to the previous year now, into the playoffs at that time. You look at the 49er game in that key game to try to dictate who would get that division title, who wouldn't have to go out on the road. And Seattle lost that game in a very close game by Jacob Hollister being about an inch too short to squeeze his way into the touchdown. But the real issue with that game, the issue that became more prominent as we got into the playoffs, was the Seattle Seahawks were just unable to generate any run yardage. They couldn't open up any holes. And in that playoff game, they were fairly decent in pass protection. Phil Haynes over their left guard filling in for Mike Iupati held up fairly okay in pass protection, but you couldn't run the ball. And if you really trace that offensive struggles in that first half, for instance, with Seattle certainly being the old conservative for a little bit too long factored in, but also what factored in is Dwayne Brown fighting through injury, Mike Iupati out with injury. You're down to nobody there at center who's fighting through Joey Hunts and Britt with all of the injuries he had going on, and DJ Fluker's declining play. And at that time, Jermaine Ifedi, who is now a guard in this league. The reason I'm heading this forward is that as much as I like this offseason, I take a long time to get around to my point. Sorry about that, but I think this is a key point to try to get exact on. Where I've got my worries this offseason is you had this, in my estimation, as the biggest thing that you needed to go out there and succeed in. You needed to make this like laser targeted on the offensive line. And this was before, by the way, Russell Wilson blew up. Instead, I'm tired of getting hit as much. That's a whole nother factoring into this. But just on the factor of next year and the success of next year and the upside of next year and where next year could end up if you get to your best place. In my opinion, the last 2 years have been upended by the lack of depth on offensive line. Not necessarily the frontline starters, what we're beginning to learn more and more as we get better educated in football, and what experts and pundits and former general managers will tell you with the offensive line. It's not necessarily you have to turn the offensive line into this monstrous strength. You just have to have your weakest link not be some sort of just god-awful nobody out there that's just getting walked through all the time. He's got to at least hold up over there, and the rest of your line will be okay succinctly most of the time. But you're as good as your weakest link when it comes to the offensive line. So when you have multiple parts and pieces now that are falling apart and not as strong, and you're in the playoffs and you've got backups in there, well, now things start to go backwards a little bit. And again, I'm worried about history repeating itself for a third straight year with this. I'm hoping it doesn't, but when you look at this offensive line now, you've got your front line guys, but where is the depth? We got Jamarco Jones, Stone Forsythe, Cedric Abuja, Kyle Fuller. 2 to 3 of these guys, if history holds true, could end up out on the field come playoff time, playing valuable snaps in the most important football games. And it would be very sad to see Seattle play through the same sort of narrative, the same sort of plot that we've seen play out over the last couple of years. And if we're going to really dive into that, that's been my whole theme this offseason is if this was a political campaign, it's like, let's not do it again. Let's not do it again. Let's not do the same thing again. Let's break free of this so that we can get into that point where we're beyond that glass ceiling of just being a one-and-done team in the playoffs, or a none-and-done team in the playoffs, or win a title last year and then get killed in the playoffs. However it goes, there's a limit to their success as we currently stand. So I hope that the Seahawks still have further moves they could make. You have Kelsey with the Eagles, who could be a cut candidate. The Eagles have a couple guys that they might be looking to get a little bit under, a little bit further with where they're sitting on their cap. That could happen. I would hope that Seattle would be aggressive in that aspect of things, because I'm going to get really worried if we go into this year and we got all those good playmakers on the outside. You got your tight ends and Gerald Everett and the fancy toys to play with, but the toys are no good because your line gets beat up. Dwayne Brown goes out, and now Stone Forsythe's blocking, and while he'll hold up in pass protection, he won't be able to create much in the run blocking game. And then you see a guy like Damian Lewis unable to hold up, let's say, on the left guard spot, because this is another place that we have to unravel here. The Seattle Seahawks are moving their young, star-in-the-making right guard from the position he was good at last year at nearly an all-pro level, not all-pro level, but a Pro Bowl level last year, now over to a left guard. And they're going to keep Gabe Jackson at right guard. So the one position that you thought was going to maybe be good, upper level on, now you got a question marks on. And boy, as I was looking through the recent history of it, go down the list. Russell Okung, James Carpenter, Jermaine Ifedi, Justin Britt, Ethan Postick, John Moffitt, Reese Odiambo, Terry Poole, Mark Lewinsky, Garrett Scott, Christian Sokoli, Joey Hunt, Justin Sr., J.R. Sweezy, Michael Seymour, Michael Bowie. A lot of guys drafted in a 10-year period. And there's a couple on top of that, of course, with Phil Haynes, Jamarco Jones, and, of course, Damian Lewis. You look through that list, the Russell Okungs, the James Carpenters, the highly drafted guys, the guys that have stuck in this league and still played for a time. Other of those guys of the list have done okay as well, but you've taken a lot of swings at this. The whole narrative that was out there this offseason that the Seattle Seahawks don't put enough into the offensive line from a resource standpoint was actually not correct. They put a ton of resources in the offensive line. They just don't hit very much on them. So now you get a young hit with Damian Lewis, who's successful at the right guard role, and then you're going to move him over to left guard. We're setting the stage, in my opinion, with this offensive line of, though it is a marginally more talented offensive line with the addition of Gabe Jackson, it's not like they've supremely addressed it. It's not like they've gone at it with a multitude of different points. I love Stone Forsythe, but he's a 6th-round pick. And he's got upside to his game, and he's got some downside to his game, and it's very clear what those things are. Has Seattle done enough yet this offseason for me with the offensive line? No, not if we want to talk about getting to the Super Bowl. To improve upon last year's team, have they done enough? Yeah, they've improved upon last year's team. But that issue that's held you back the last 2 years, that issue that will hold you back this year will remain unless they further address it, because I'm going to anticipate that there are injuries. You were the most injured team in the NFL in 2019. You were the 5th most injured team in the NFL in 2020. To believe and think that you're suddenly now going to be a top 10 healthy team isn't looking at recent history and how that's gone. We'll see what you guys think on this. We can talk about some further items of discussion. I'm going to let you guys kind of lead the chat on through today. We're going to have a little bit of a shorter show, but let's see what's going down with you guys. Again, I hope Seattle does do something else here with the offensive line. I think you're less needing to address the tackle position, but man, the guard and center one have me just a little bit Little bit worried right now as we stand, and especially, we didn't even talk about the fact that this factors in with Russell Wilson in keeping him long-term as well. What if you go through another year where you top out because of the offensive line and Russell Wilson gets beat to death? For those folks out there that feel good about the offensive line, do you feel good about it if it leads to him getting beaten to death and then Russell Wilson leaving? I don't think any of us want to see that. But that's also just all the more reason why, even in this 11th hour of the offseason, it would be smart to address the position. Nick, yo, how you doing? Nick, Brendan, I was so bored. Oh, it's Mother's Day, Nick. No, take care of Mom now on that. Well, hopefully I can make it a little more exciting for you, buddy. Dustin, how you doing with the 37 obligatory? Steelers is saying that the Steelers are better than the Browns. I don't know, man. Vegas doesn't seem to agree with you, 312. Vegas doesn't agree with you, man, and they do tend to be somewhat correct on their assessments. Randall coming in with the $15 donation just coming out hot, right from the jump, huh, Randall? Thank you, sir. I salute you, buddy. Appreciate it too, man. Big time appreciation. Chase Stern, hey, how's it going? It's going great, Chase. Doing awesome. A little sleepier today. I don't know if I'm fighting off a cold or what, but I got you guys here now. You guys are going to shoot some energy up into my veins here, a little coffee going. I'm going to be good. Bash, you saw DK today? Man, bro can fly. It was very impressive. My heart was beating pretty hard the whole time. I was looking at his hamstrings more than his running form. I was just waiting for the leg to lock up. So, great to see him out there running. He held in for the first half of it. He was right there with everybody else. And to do that at his size, at that weight, to move like that, freak of nature, as Quandre Diggs said on Twitter, just he's different. DK is just built different, man. He definitely is. So, but hopefully now we can be done with the track stuff and get back on over to football stuff with him. Just I'm going to feel a lot more, if he gets a little faster this offseason because he's been working on some track stuff, great. Imagine a faster 4.2, 7-ish DK next year. But I'm okay right now with going back to the football field. I'm so worried he was going to do something there, just trying to stick with those light guys. Bash M says 10.37 at 230 plus. Yeah, it's impressive. That's hard to get moving that fast at that big a size. Randall says 10.37 for DK is flying. Now he can hang him up. He's no Ben Johnson. Yeah, you're just not at that size going to be able to compete with those guys that are that much lighter. This factors in too with sometimes watching guys on, if we want to kind of bend this into like a recent draft, you had a lot of guys that were very light coming out of this draft. We got one ourselves in Dwayne Eskridge, and when you're lighter, you can go faster. But there is a little bit of a downside to being light as well, especially on the football field, which of course DK is not. Tobias says, we live. Let's get it, boys. Let's get it. Tobias, how you doing, buddy? Tobias says, DK put a statement out there. Hey, he was trying, man. He was in there. Like I said, that first half of the race, I was like, is he going to, can he did? Okay. No, he can't quite do that. Random McDaniel says, football guys are better at track than track guys are at football. Facts, Randall. Facts, man. AI says, funny intro. KJ, thoughts? I think KJ eventually comes back here. I thought that if he was going to leave, it would be because somebody early on in the free agent process, when they had the money to spend, the bucks bulging from their pockets, they could then throw him that wad of cash that he wanted to make, albeit maybe it was only going to be a 1 or 2 year deal, and he'd be fine with that and he'd move on to one of these teams. As Coach Carroll referenced in his press conference, KJ wanting to go to just maybe a team that would have one of their old ex-Seahawks coaches out in the league who would look at him. But Cowboys have about 932 linebackers on their roster now after the draft. So Dan Quinn's probably not going to be that guy. The Raiders, at the very least, drafted their Will and Devin Diablo. So he's not really going to fit in there either unless they're going to bring him in to be their Sam, which I don't know if that's potentially something they're looking to do with Abrams now. The Raiders group got some decisions to make with their safety play beyond just what they're going to do with Devin. So there isn't as many teams out around the league that really have a call for him to bring him in. Seattle still got a little bit of money to spend. So there not being any landing spaces, Seattle having a little bit of money to spend, Seattle still having the need post the draft. They didn't really go after a linebacker in the draft. None of these undrafted free agents they've gotten to me are really going to necessarily do that. I didn't get a chance to watch the Donker guy yet, unfortunately. I watched a couple of the other guys, which we can talk about. But I think that if I was to say AI, we are betting favorites at this point to probably land his services. Maxwell says, wow, DK is fast, legitimately fast. They don't come out that way very often in that legitimate, 4.38 combine speed at that size. There's not been many guys that are that big that can move that fast at the receiver position. And when you have an opportunity of one, you should try to get one when you can, because you can't teach it. It's one of the reasons I get so excited about Tamarian Terry. He's the undrafted free agent out of Florida State that we drafted, who had an off year last year with a meniscus problem in his knee, but who absolutely flatlined the competition in 2019. And he is a 6'4" guy, lighter than DK, but I would say very similar as far as his speed. He catches the ball and runs away from people. There's a legitimate gear there, and he's doing it at Florida State. He's not doing it South Dakota, or Nevada or some weird off-conference play. He's actually doing it at a prime schedule spot where it's hard to get it done. So it's exciting with DK. We talk about this guy's potential and where he can land, and people get hung up on some of the limitations of him. His drops. Oh, he's a diva. And I always say, I come back to it again and again. You might have a damn near generational wide receiver on your hands who is still very young, who still has a lot of upside left to his game. I'm not going to concentrate on those small itty-bitty limitations and what might pop up from time to time. I'm going to get excited about this consistent chunk player, fits well with Russell Wilson's skill set, hard worker, has gotten better every year he's been here so far, and he started out pretty good. And I know he's only been here 2 years, but I think he's going to continue to ascend this year. Last year I said at the start of the year, I see a guy at about 75 catches, 1,200 yards, 10 to 12 touchdowns. He eclipsed that. And I'm going to put him, so I'm not going to make the same mistake this year, but I see an 85 catch year with 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns. I could see a game. I know we've got a lot more targets to throw to, and maybe he doesn't get as many of those targets to make that number happen, but I think it's just going to be hard to deny throwing him the football. And especially if he cleans up a couple of little drop things here or there, if that gets a little bit better, as in a young guy it potentially could, being he wasn't an old prospect coming out. You guys should be super excited by this guy. You guys should be, you're getting to watch a rare talent in the NFL, in my opinion. And he may not be exactly Megatron, may not have those exact ball skills like Megatron did, or some of that same kind of body control, but he's going to be his own thing. There's going to be things I think he does better than necessarily Megatron did. Randall says, I think we should look at another hog molly in Jarrell Casey. Jarrell Casey's been an interesting guy for years, Randall. Started with the Titans, then he went over to the Broncos last year. I believe then he tore a pec with the Broncos. Not a super old guy, but certainly was kind of going down on a little bit of a downward trajectory with the Titans before they released him. Wasn't completely bad, just starting to kind of maybe show a little bit of his age. I think the one thing I would wonder with that, Randall, would be you've got right now essentially three guys that can play one tech. You're going to try to put Poona at three tech, but you're already sitting on three of them. With a guy like Casey, he would be probably, in my opinion, more with his age and size, kind of more of a one-tech guy. He's been a lot in 3-4 defenses, so it's not been you don't have an exact comparison to make with him on that. But you're kind of stacking a lot of one-techs at that point, as opposed to what's maybe more of a need right now, which is more of certainty at the three-tech. We could use a Clinton McDonald on this roster. Not a guy that we need early down as a pass rusher, but who can come in after the early down runs and actually generate some pass rush. Tobias says, is the inside receiver always called the slot? If we have a 4 wide receiver look, does that mean that there is 2 people in the slot? Yeah, essentially. Because the slot just means inside off the outside wide receivers. I mean, in basic terms, there's probably a more expanded definition that can be applied to it, Tobias. But in general terms, yeah, you can have essentially multiple slots. Randall McDaniel says Damian Lewis is who I thought Phil Haynes would be. Yeah, I was pretty high on Phil Haynes as well. I think Damian Lewis is who I thought he was going to be as well. But I thought, the one thing with the two of them, Randall, is Phil Haynes is a natural left guard. Damian Lewis is a natural right guard. Phil Haynes is a guy who, when he did come in and into the offensive line, for the Niner game, for the Packer game, he held up well as a left guard in pass protection. He wasn't bad at all. Not at all. He can't create the runs. He can't create those running lanes that you sometimes need and that Seattle's favored in the past. But he also seemed to have some kind of injury last year that kept him off the football field. He'll be the guy pressing with Damian as a backup over there, and hopefully he can put it together this year as a former fourth-round pick out of Wake Forest. But we'll see how Damian holds up on the left guard side. I want to be positive with this and optimistic, but I think he's going to struggle a little bit more over there at the left guard role than he did over at right guard, especially when it comes to pass protection. Matthias 23451 says, I do think after initially being very mad, Eskridge will be utilized well by Waldron. Yeah, it's a solid point. I went through a similar process myself, Matthias. You go to being pretty angry about the pick and not super loving it. The place I come back to with it, and the place that I'd be happier to get from this, is that we get some production out of next year. If he comes in as a gadgety type guy who runs, maybe he gets 30, 35 carries on end arounds throughout the course of a year, and maybe he catches 30 balls for 585 yards and 4 touchdowns next year. Is that star-making power there? No. Is that a guy that's going to be a difference maker at the next level? Maybe not. But is that a guy that's giving you productivity on the football field? He's doing that with Yak at that point. He's doing that with quick, early separation at that point, thusly also getting Russell Wilson easy completions. So he's providing a value as that type of player that he is. Can you appreciate that kind of value as a player and still also be a little bit annoyed at the pick and annoyed at the way that Seattle values draft picks in drafts and where they allot players? I think you can. But he should be a guy, even as far as his floor goes, who comes in and gives you that little, as I'm saying, as a minimum gadget guy and as a best case scenario, a guy that can actually operate on the outside and overcomes height limitations and arm length limitations to actually, be a guy that's a Brandon Cooks type out there. Seahawks So says, have the Seahawks done enough with what they've added to change the outcome of that wild card game? Well, I think if we're talking about this team right here that we're going to be able to trot out on that offensive line in this next upcoming, in this game up against the Rams, is that enough to do it with what we got right now, having Eskridge? It's a good question. It's a very good question. I would think that you could say it's probably just enough in some of the additions there where by the Rams game you didn't have really Olsen in a state with that foot to be anything as far as a tight end. However, it would be definitely an upgrade there. Gabe Jackson would be an upgrade over what you had in the playoff game there. Some of it would, of course, be determined by health. Are you as beat up kind of on the offensive line as much coming into that game versus where you are now, let's say? But I would tend to think you could be enough to win that game. Is it enough to put you over the top? I'm not so super certain on necessarily, especially when we're talking about Gabe Jackson being put at right guard and now you're moving Damian Lewis to left guard, because I have a worry and a concern you've created two kind of holes there now where at one position you had kind of certainty. Food Gamer says June 1st, a lot of veterans are going to be cut because their cap hit being lower. Which offensive lineman should we get? Maybe Jason Kelsey to fill in at center and then have our rookie play right tackle. I like the idea. I guess I'm going to do the last part first, Food Gamer. So I really do like the thought process of just letting Stone Forsythe be your swing tackle, and then Cedric Abuja and Jamarco Jones can kind of battle it out for who's ever going to be the other thing. Jamarco can play both sides. Cedric probably in a pinch could play both sides. So you have a lot of versatility with those all three of those tackles. Sort of let the best two men win. I would expect Stone's going to be better in pass protection than those other two guys. Those other two guys are probably going to be better as a run blocker, but I guess that'll speak a little bit to whether or not Coach Carroll's truly going to embrace the new model of offensive linemen that need to a degree at least, pass protect first, run block second. As it looks to the June 1st cuts of veterans, I did try to look a little bit into this, Food Gamer, and look, when I would go over the cap or a couple of other salary cap sites, there's teams that are a little bit over the cap. I don't know how they're able to do that. I was under the understanding that they were supposed to get under by this point. There seems to be something where you can still kind of be slightly over. Yeah, the Eagles are one of those teams that right now are procured to be just a little bit over the cap as they stand, and maybe they've got a little bit of work to do. They drafted Landon Dickerson, so they would be the obvious team with the best player with our most kind of obvious need on our offensive line that jumps out to me, because I think if Jason Kelsey comes in and if he is healthy at some 32, 33 years of age, I think he probably beats out Ethan Posick at that center role, especially with some of the stuff that he can give you as far as understanding line calls and and getting guys in the right position when it comes to the blitz game. So he would be the number one guy that jumps out at me. Quite honestly, Food Gamer, when I went down the long list of teams out there as far as teams that would be cutting a lineman that we could target, there wasn't a lot of them out there. There's not a lot of teams with a lot of linemen out there that are sitting on the books that they're just going to release out from. The linemen have gotten very much valued. Teams are holding on to kind of what they've got there. You have a Russell Okung, I think, is still out there, but what's his value? What is he going to get? Certainly, you're fine at left tackle, so you're probably not signing a guy like that unless you can talk him into starting to play right tackle. And even then, he's got some injury concerns, right? Plus, he wants to be paid in Bitcoin. But Kelsey would be the guy. I know it's kind of a little bit of a lazy guy to go to, and I wish I had some other guys I could point to you on Food Gamer, but when I looked in and did the research on this, I didn't see a lot of offensive linemen outside of something coming out of left field that stood out to me as, oh man, this is the guy right here who will be available for sure. I don't see the Saints doing that with anybody at all. I think they value offensive line. They're going to keep all those good guys they've got there. Just don't kind of see it with it. But the Eagles with both Fletcher Cox and Jason Kelsey, those would be two targets you could look at. Randall says, I think Philly re-upped Kelsey this offseason. I think they did as well do something with him. I don't think that precluded them necessarily, Randall, from still cutting him if they want to. I think they did that at the time, not knowing that they might land on Landon Dickerson. But with that said, too, let's face it, Landon Dickerson is coming off an ACL, might not be healthy and ready to go come the start of the season, and they need to rely on Kelsey this year to give Landon another year to recover. I think Landon did his ACL in the bowl game, and this is his second time at tearing it. AI says Joey Hunt was terrible. He got ran over often. Yeah, he got bent over in half. And there are times as a center that you're going to get matched up on the one-tech one-on-one. You're not going to get help from the right guard, especially in blitz situations. And in those situations, you saw in Joey Hunt, he was too small to hold up. And he literally got bent in half like a table. And it's not a good look. It's not a good look. And I would argue that we've had a hard enough time at the starting center role just getting league average play out of it, say nothing for the backups. That's the thing with our offensive line is it's hard to have confidence in these backup guys when the frontline guys haven't even been able to hold up for a full season and be at least just league average over a whole season. They've been able to give you 8 games at their best over the course of the last 6 to 7 years. To look at the positional group as a strength or look at it as something that Seattle thought they didn't need to really address that much because they've really addressed it at basically a bare minimum if you think about it. You've made a 4th round trade for Gabe Jackson and you made a 6th round trade. You made a 6th round selection for Stone Forsythe. That's pretty much all you've done to add to an offensive line while losing Mike Iupati, who I know the Elmer Glue ankles I give him crap for, but at least early on in the season, he gave you good play. No, he gave you 5 or 6 games of decent play before he couldn't walk anymore. And you are losing that out the door. But yeah, Joey Hunt. Or right now what it'll be AI is it'll be, Kyle Fuller is your backup center. You imagine going into a playoff game on the road into Lambeau. Starting at Seahawks center, Kyle Fuller. If I didn't tell you anything else about the rest of the offensive line, I'm telling you that's our game. We're going to go in the playoffs this next year. We're going to go into Lambeau. And Kyle Fuller's our starter. What's the confidence level there, chat? How we feeling about where that offensive line is at? I don't want this to be negative because this has been a season off season where they've done a lot. I will herald a lot of what John Schneider has done. He's made the most out of limited cap space. He made the most out of the limited draft picks. They have embraced things like voidable years in their 2- and 3-year plan in order to maximize this offseason, in order to try to push this team past this plateaued state that they've landed in over the last 5 or 6 years. So I understand that there were only so many things that they could attack this offseason, and I'm not lamenting the fact that this was just a complete whiff. I just, as an alternative, as I like to say with this stuff, going into this offseason, I would have addressed the offensive lineman at the forefront of my priority list and then made the defensive line the secondary. And then after that, go get your receivers and cornerbacks and whatnot. Seattle's not quite gone at it. We've seen them really go defensive line heavy, which I'd like to see because that was my number 2 priority. But then it's been a little bit more of, okay, we'll draft our second round with a receiver and we'll spend a little bit of money on a tight end and we'll throw a little money at a cornerback. So they haven't exactly gone with the approach I would have with it, and we'll see if it pays off. Maybe there's a development here with Posick too where he takes a real huge step forward next year. Randy says, I 100% agree with you on the offensive line depth. Do you think most teams are light on O-line after the first 5 or 6? After that, how much is coaching? I do think it's a league-wide problem as far as the offensive line right now, Randall. I do. I think most teams pretty much down the line, with the exception of about 5 teams in the league, probably don't like their offensive line situation as it stands. So that is that's that. I think that's got to be a little bit of a given, just to a degree. With that said, you do see the good teams address the offensive line in the correct order. You didn't see the Chiefs go, okay, we signed Austin Blythe from the Rams, starting center for the Rams last year, a very good football player, not a star, but a solid guy. He's going to be better than what we had at center last year. We're good. No. When Creed Humphrey fell to them in the second round, when he dropped through that second round right in their lap, they pounced. They doubled up. They've built within that offensive line not only to re-strengthen something that got injured and broken apart, but now they've also built back up the depth right along with it, behind the front line guys. And that to me is them recognizing the need to get that offensive line to that state. You can't just sort of piecemeal your way to having a good offensive line, as Seattle has a little bit. Because while they've addressed it with a lot of draft picks, and I think over the last 5 years, you'd be hard-pressed to find many teams that have put as many draft picks in the offensive line as Seattle has. Those have tended to be later draft picks, and they've been happening while you've not been giving any offensive linemen second contracts or going out in free agency and signing any offensive linemen. Joe Thuney was a pure left guard out there. He would not have required you to move Damian Lewis over to left guard this season. Joe Thuney currently has a $4.5 million cap hit for the Kansas City Chiefs this year. To me, that you don't even consider that as a possibility, and you're in these other areas of things, is just a head scratcher. Maybe he just wanted to play so much at Kansas City. I don't know. Maybe Thuney's a Kansas guy. But those are the type of things to me that where I go, man, that's a place where you could have not kept these questions open. You could have slammed the door shut, and instead we've got it cracked open and creaking a little bit further open, and with every injury, it's going to widen out. And as I spoke about with the few guys that I expect to be released in this late process of free agency on the offensive line, there will be guys released. There will be guys who clear cap space for given teams, but I don't think teams are going to use their offensive line as the place to clear that said cap space up. We will probably be able to pluck up a couple guys at depressed prices there and make the overall team better. But offensive linemen's a different story. I can go out there and get a lot of silver and bronze. Can I go get some gold? And when you want to go get some gold, you got to pay the gold prices. And that's where that's my worry here, is that is there a midseason deal if you're in week 4 and the line starts to, Dwayne Brown has a season-ending injury and Brandon Shell's got a high ankle sprain. And Posick has not stepped forward for you at the center role. He's like playing below league average at that time. And Lewis is, drowning over at left guard. What are the moves you can go make now midseason, having not made the moves right now? Right now, I don't know. Outside of a team falling off that's got a good offensive line that's just not in the mix, who thought they'd be a contender, we might be stuck. We might be stuck riding with what we got. Oh, thank you, Brian. Please do smash that like button if you happen to like what you're hearing. I do appreciate it. Matthias says, do you think Jordan Brooks takes another step up, and how do you think Taylor plays his first year? I think Brooks, and it's funny, I was continuing my debate, folks, with Gallant on this. He finally responded back to me, by the way, which was interesting. Do I think Jordan Brooks takes another step up, and how do I think Taylor plays in his first year? So Jordan Brooks, do I think he takes a step up? Yeah, he's going to, always players from year 1 to year 2 are going to get better. Carroll says that's the place that they make the biggest leap. As a pro, they certainly can get incrementally better from beyond that point, but this is where you should see the biggest leap. Where it comes down to for me as a Jordan Brooks as a player really is like this, Matthias. He's a run-stuffing linebacker first and foremost. And in being a run-stuffing linebacker, he's a thumper. He is an awesome tackler. He's a guy, when he arrives at the ball carrier is not going to push him forward. He's going to either nullify the guy right there and you're not getting another inch forward, or you're going back. That's not a skill set you see in every linebacker coming in off the street. That's unique. That's a special gift that he kind of has. I like it quite a bit. The problems for me come within coverage, and not just within coverage, but within the scheme that he is fit and allotted for. He is in a scheme that plays a lot of zone coverage with its linebackers, not a lot of man-on-man. That is where Jordan Brooks, to me, will always struggle, is in zone coverage, because it's just not really his skill set. He's actually pretty good in man coverage as a guy that can cover. Go back to his junior year tape, the junior year tape that John Schneider was asking Bucky Brooks to reference when on draft day, Bucky Brooks, the former Seattle Seahawks scout, referenced the fact that he thought that Jordan Brooks had a lot of issues in coverage when Seattle made that pick of Brooks in the first round. And Schneider texted his old friend, his old working partner there with Seattle, and said, I know you watched his senior tape there where he's playing middle linebacker and had 80 snaps in zone coverage. He had no pass breakups or balls batted down or did anything for that matter in coverage. But go back and watch his previous year's tape. Well, his previous year's tape, he's playing in a 3-4 defense, and a lot of the coverage that he's doing is basically just running with tight ends off the line of scrimmage. And he can run with anybody. He's got the legs to do it. It's just a matter of acumen and feel and general understanding of zone concepts. And that's where maybe you can coach that up. I tend to think it's a feel thing. Just like I said, there's man cover corners and then there's zone cover corners. And none too oftentimes do they meet. Usually you're one or you're the other. And one skill doesn't magically come along because you're in training camp practicing at your zone drops. Kind of just is what it is with that. With Taylor, yes, I'm a lot more bullish on Taylor. I think he's going to be a guy who gives you production this year. I would say last year they had him practicing even up to that playoff game, which indicated that this is not a career-ending injury with what he was dealing with. He's a guy that gives you something that should give you early production on the football field as far as a pass rusher goes. Pass rushers that have straight power, it's going to take you some time to develop. Pass rushers slow off the line of scrimmage, probably going to take you some time to develop to get production as a pass rusher. Pass rushers, who have no ability to do anything with their hands, it's going to be a struggle for you. Pass rushers with fantastic get off and special bend, those two attributes, those are the guys that can be productive immediately. Does it guarantee stardom? No. Does it guarantee you got a 15 sack a year guy because he can do those things? No. But if he's just a one-trick pony in that realm, where with Taylor, what you do, go back and watch his Tennessee tape. You'll go back and watch his Tennessee tape. He's got a first step get off that's lightning quick, gets right into the tackle's arms almost before the tackle can even expect when he's going to arrive, gets that sort of swim move up like this to get the tackle's arms up onto his shoulder, and then he gets down to the bend. And he's about this far off the ground when he rounds the arc. And he got a lot of his sacks that way. I think that that's going to translate onto the NFL field immediately, especially with how Seattle's going to utilize him, which is in kind of a rotational role. Is he going to be able to be a Sam linebacker, which is where Coach Carroll is slating to move him initially on early downs? He'll be a rotational guy on passing downs, maybe a Sam guy on early downs. We'll have to see. We saw Bruce Irvin make that same type of transition, but Irvin was also a safety going back into junior college, so he had a little bit of that coverage stuff built into him a bit. The Sam's got a little bit easier than the other two linebackers on the field in coverage, so it's not as asking them to play out in space as much as the other guy. They sort of have like what you would ask outside 3-4 linebackers to do in coverage is what you ask the Sam to do, which is it's a lot easier, a lot more just kind of buzzing the flat routes and taking away the underneath stuff a little bit. It tends to just be a little easier for him, so he could probably hold up with that. He's got the speed to do it. He's pretty close as far as to where Irvin was as far as the quickness and speed goes. So we'll see how he goes with that. But as a rusher, should be good. Michael Barker, do you think we'll have fans this year? Really hurts us in the playoffs. I think they will, but I think that they're going to have vaccinated cards. So I think that that's going to be the prerequisite. 312 says, why do receivers tend to be divas? I don't know. I don't know on that. I think it's a position that's, cornerbacks are a little bit of the same way, but just on the other side of the coin, I think, where, corners are a little more dogged and, they got to have that confidence no matter what. And whereas a receiver needs to be taken care of a little bit. He needs to be, massaged and told he's amazing. And I don't have an explanation for why it's that way, 312, but I will say this. It seems to be just a part of football. I see divas all across the league. People give DK issues with having tantrums in the Rams game, but then I go and watch the Packers game in the playoffs against Tampa Bay, and Devontae Adams is having his temper tantrum. The players are emotional. It's an emotional game. We get so offended by guys going half-cocked, and I'm just like, whatever. It's football. They're turned up right now. Emotions run high. I tend to lean more in the direction of not that big of a deal to me. It's a big deal when you hear the multiple reports coming from practices or coming from the meetings, or they're not showing up for meetings, or not. It's not this, super dramatic game shot where the guy's going, and he's screaming, and it makes for a great thumbnail in some YouTube, and somebody puts a title of DK loses it. That's easy to just glom onto a moment like that. But I think that people read into it way too much, and they don't have enough of a history in watching it. Other receivers doing that. It's just kind of seems to be a receiver thing. It's like part of the breed. It comes with that breed of dog. AI says, I saw where they were thinking of playing tailored Sam like they used to do Irvin. Yeah. And they have similar makeups as far as their size and build goes. You want a guy that's got a little more of a defensive end-like build to him. I pointed to why the people said, well, can we put, we brought KJ back, and if you don't have KJ back, do you put Jordan there to keep him at the will with the struggles in coverage? Because theoretically going to Sam would be better for Jordan with his struggles in coverage and zone coverage. The problem goes into setting the edge, and Jordan's 6 foot tall. And you need a guy more of that, almost a defense. It's almost like a de facto fifth lineman, because he's got to set the edge up against the tight end more often than not. I actually had a little bit of, I wasn't going to go too deep into this deal here, but this is a little bit of 2000 on the tape right now. I'm showing a 2013 overhead shot here to sort of give you guys an idea. I want to reference this at times because I talk about our scheme and stuff and how cover 3 and all that other stuff, and then I don't always have a reference to show you guys what I mean with that. But you can see here with Bruce Irvin on this shot, Bruce is right up on the line of scrimmage with the other front 4. Okay, so he is right there. He's got the curl to the flat, like I was just talking about. You take away the flat routes. So essentially you have your corners on the outside. They're playing deep coverage. Your center fielder's playing deep coverage. And again, this is what Seattle's predominantly run through the past. I can go through a variety of different shots on this and show you 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018. It all is going to look the same. You got corners on the outside. You got the single high look. So what you can glom from this, though, is that with Darrell Taylor there in that Bruce Irvin spot, rather than having to be what we see in Bobby Wagner and KJ right here, or I actually think that's they've got Bobby Wagner and Malcolm Smith in this game in here. But what you got with those two guys at the middle linebacker, at the Mike and at the Will, is they're playing this hook zone. That's a lot of responsibility they got there, especially when you consider that the safety's going deep and you got your other two corners going deep. So they're responsible for a lot of stuff underneath. This is why you see our scheme attacked very often underneath very often and well, because there are going to be holes there. What essentially the Sam's going to do oftentimes is just fall right back as that arrow points there and shows you. Irvin's going to fall right back into that flat route. And essentially his responsibility there is if this receiver is going to initially run as go route and make that cornerback, Byron Maxwell, think he's going deep, comes back under, because we see at the sticks there, you've got the first down marker. Irvin's job is going to be to buzz back underneath that and take that away. And that's a lot less of a responsibility, again, than what you get with the other two linebackers who have to be off ball, and then they've got to drop a little bit deeper into their drops a bit. So he can do it. It's something that's not going to ask him to be put on an island as much, but he can do it. It's in him. Paul Third says, not happy with the left tackle situation. NFC West had a lull because of injuries last year, but Chandler Jones, Nick Bosa, and are back, and Dwayne Brown will be 36 years old at the start of the season, and Forsythe is still very raw. Solid point, Paul. Solid point. And that's why I've done that as sort of the theme of this given episode today. I don't want to make it too negative as far as I am happy with this offseason, and I'm not going to pick it apart. And they weren't going to maybe accomplish everything we would have wanted them to accomplish given the limitations of their resources, both in money and in draft picks. With that said, we've got a quarterback who is waffling, who is teetering on the brink to wanting to leave the football team. No matter whether or not you want to buy into it being a media creation, or that there being some smoke but not that much fire, or there being a little bit of fire, but then it can be washed away really quickly, which is it's there. It exists. We have to acknowledge it. I was putting together my I was putting together my draft reaction deal that I did a couple of days ago with my last 3 years of first round pick reactions of Seattle. And I saw within that a little thing back all the way into the Jordan Brooks pick on that day of saying, man, if you think this pick with Jordan Brooks, him being taken, is going to make Russell Wilson happy, isn't maybe potentially leads to him leaving the door because you're not putting that to a position of need. You're not putting that to a position that's going to help him or make him look better or help him along the path to getting to an MVP maybe at some point. Well, then you're kidding yourself. And that served as a pretty firm prediction, didn't it? Because certainly in the start of this offseason, we saw Russell push as close as he's ever pushed to leaving our Seattle Seahawks. If the Bears had maybe pushed forward a little bit better offer, we don't know what would have happened. So in the interest of keeping Russell here long term, in the interest of getting to a topped out point next season that isn't stopped at one and done in the offseason, but actually has potential Super Bowl aspirations, why not address it for those reasons? It is the part of me a little bit, Paul, that makes me scratch my head a little bit with this offseason. Doesn't make me hate the offseason or not like the direction that they've gone. I like pretty much everything they've done. I've got to applaud them. They've done things that they haven't prior done very often. So I again, don't want to get too far into nitpicking, but it's a concern with me where this was a little bit of something you can kind of see coming, and it would have been my biggest offseason priority. I would have made the offensive line, and not just one position, not just getting one guy, one guy in a sixth rounder, but I would have really tried to kind of hammer on it a little bit stronger, much in the same way that Kansas City has. Clara, what did you think of the 10:36 time of the 100-meter by DK Metcalf? Your thoughts on the NFC West division? Yeah, I think he started out quick. And I think what happens when you've got a lot of muscle on you, this is a little bit, Clara, of why you see fighters not jacked up, right? You don't see a lot. You see no bodybuilders that are MMA fighters, or not most of the time, not even boxers. Some of those boxers could be pretty cut and pretty jacked up, but they could be like Evander Holyfield, where they're just basically living on steroids. But with him, I think what happens there is you get the big athlete. He starts out the gate. He's right there with him. He can run just as fast as they can, but then that oxygen's got to get into all that muscle, and it just can't. You essentially can't breathe enough oxygen to allot the muscles enough. As I understand it, I am not a scientist or doctor on this stuff, but as I understand it, that would be something maybe you could point to with it, because he was right there with him out the gate. Just kind of started to fall back, and I don't think he got tired. It's just he can't get there. That's a lot of meat there to get some oxygen into to keep it pumping. 312 says ICAB getting 1.2 to 1.4 yards, 1,400 yards, 80 to 95 receptions, and 8 to 12 touchdowns. That fraud Brady better target him. I can't see that at all. 312. I can see him having a successful year, Antonio Brown with Tampa Bay, but. You've got Evans there. You've got Godwin coming back. They drafted a kid there, Durden, who's a fantastic little slot guy that they're going to feature, a lot of the same way that we're going to feature Dwayne Eskridge, end arounds, get him the ball in space at times. And that's, again, understanding that I think they're going to still try to remain and keep some kind of semblance of balance. You still have Fournette. You still have Ronald Jones. I think that they're going to be a balanced offensive team. I don't see any reason why Brady's going to feel like he has to throw for a gajillion yards there. I think you're going to see more of an early career Brady-esque quarterback there than you're going to see the late game Patriot one that was 45, 50 attempts a game. Michael says, I was impressed with DK's interview today. He just seemed very mature and not a diva anymore, just talented. Well, and I don't, just for the record too, Michael, I don't posit that he is a diva. I don't put DK in that realm of things. I say this is the cost of doing business with a star receiver. We haven't had a superstar receiver here in a really, really long time. I mean, hell, even having Doug here, who was kind of like on that line at times. He was feisty, right? Angry Doug. He'd get in the sideline. He'd tell Russell, we'll follow you into the darkness, Russell, if you lead us. Like, I mean, he was willing to, pop off on the sideline too. So it doesn't bother me much. I think it's going to be just fine. And it's a good point as well. Michael, he's a young guy. This kid came in the league at 21 years old. Give these kids some time to develop. They're in the limelight for the first time. You're blowing up. How I think all of us would have struggled to deal with that at that age. GoHawks 2021 says, I said last week Russell Wilson will have 45 touchdowns in 2021. Some just laughed, but I think he's going to have a great year. What do you think? Well, I remember when you made that comment last week, GoHawks. So I think you'll also remember I said at the time I was the guy that predicted last year he'd be throwing for 40 touchdowns, and he eclipsed that mark for the first time in his career. I don't think that there's anything laughable about it. I think it's completely within reach for him. You know, we saw him last year eclipse that 40 touchdown mark when half the season he was on pace for damn near 70 touchdowns. So, you know, if he can keep up that high pace once again to a relative degree, then he absolutely has that ability to get there with it for certain. And he's going to have more. If he's able to get 40 touchdowns last year, where a lot of the year Greg Olson's not in there, / he looks old and done. You know, there's a point where Tyler Lockett gets a little beat up, I think, last year, just a tiny bit. I think David Moore was fighting through a little bit of an injury at moments last year. And then you don't have a lot, no Dorsett, no Josh Gordon. And you got to 40 touchdowns with that. Now you got, you know, an Eskridge, potentially Tamarian Terry, Cade Johnson. All three of those guys, I think, are going to be important for us in the receiving core going forward. We may very well look at this prior draft going, man, we got three key contributing receivers on a team 2-3 years from now from this draft, and only one of them cost us a second-round pick. But I think it's completely feasible, Go Hawks. I think it's completely feasible, 45 touchdowns. He's always been a high touchdown guy. Even in his low years, he's going to be good for 35 touchdowns. So to say 45, that's just simply 10 more. That's a couple extra games of 3 and 4 touchdowns, and you're right there. Absolutely, I could see it. Tobias Larson says, prediction, do you think Eskridge will have more impact and be a better player for us than Paul Richardson? Doesn't say much because Richardson, in my mind, was average and nothing special. Well, let me bring up here. Let's look at Paul Richardson. I'm going to look at Paul Richardson's stats because this is about the first year and then long-term impact. So first year, Paul does play 15 games. He starts 6 games. He gets 29 receptions on 44 targets, 300 yards. You know, I think he's going to have around about that same kind of measure. I see it about 30 or so catches, right in that realm. He's going to have more carries. That's the part where when Paul was here, the end around stuff wasn't as norm as it is now, where I think the end around with Dwayne, you're going to run him 2, 3, 4 times a game on that end around. So by the end of the year, he's going to have 50, 60, 70 attempts running the ball. So even if he only has 30 catches and 400 yards, 500 yards, he might very well have 60 attempts and, you know, if he averages 360 yards on 60 attempts or something like that. You know, that's about where I would probably allot him, Tobias, because again, you do have DK, you do have Tyler. He's not going to be out there a lot unless there's an injury with those guys. Cade Johnson very well may come in and be just a better slot guy than Eskridge. Eskridge might prove to be better as a gadget guy who can occasionally play on the outside versus Cade Johnson, who's going to be really a slot specialist type guy. So that could play out in that direction. It's just no guarantee that there's going to be a lot of snaps for him out there necessarily, especially if he's at all limited with the route running, with the hands, for some of the other guys that are on the roster. The Food Gamer says, you think Terry makes the team, that he can push Eskridge off as the number 3 wide receiver, or do you think Seattle would use both of them evenly? Also, what about Cade Johnson? Do you think he has any chance to play as a wide receiver 3? Yes. So, man, you guys sometimes see me with the comments where I must be either psychic to your comment or something, because I was talking about Cade. Here's my deal on this right now. This is where I stand with the wide receiver room. Obviously, DK and Tyler and Eskridge are all going to make it. That's 3 wide receivers. I think both Terry and Cade Johnson make this roster. So I think you're 5 receivers deep at that point. I think Swain is on the outside looking in. They may carry 6 receivers at that point, but if you look at the pedigree and you look at the production of Tamarian Terry versus Swain coming out, and granted Swain played in Florida, which has had 6 or 7 guys that are going to be drafted over these next 2-3 years of the wide receiver position, including, you know, guys in this draft. You know, what did you have? It was Kadarius. Was it Kadarius Toney? Kadarius Toney and Pitts both came out of Florida. Swain. They had another receiver drafted this year on top of that. So they've had some guys. But I think he's better. I think the thing with, I'm not as sure as Cade Johnson pushing Swain, because Swain can play on the outside and Cade's just going to be a slot guy. And you have theoretically with both Tyler and Eskridge at that point 2 slot guys on the roster. So it's probably going to be a tough uphill battle for Cade. But Cade comes in and really lights it up in the slot. If he Doug Baldwin's it in his first year, he beats out, I think, Swain. But I absolutely think Terry and is over Swain as we stand right now. The reason that Terrian dropped out of this draft, the reason he wasn't picked in the 4th, 5th, 6th round seemed to have everything to do with injury and some kind of off-field concerns that I've really not been able to get down to the nitty-gritty on. So if those two things are off the board, if he is recovered, if there isn't any off-field concerns, then the guy's better, just a better receiver. Tobias, on top of that, how many yards does Eskridge need to have for him to have a successful year? Well, I think it's a good thing to position that as this year, because it's two different things with him, Tobias. It's what's his long-term trajectory versus what's next year's trajectory. Next year's trajectory to me is upside. His best upside point is that he's your de facto slot. He's able to do the blocking you need. He's able to get those end arounds in there, and he just slides in there. And at that point, then you push him up to 40 catches and 600-700 yards maybe. I think he goes down a little bit further than that because I think there's going to be just some slight limitations to his game initially. Long term, you can see him as a guy who maybe gets you into that 40-50 catch realm, runs the ball 60-70 times a year on end arounds. Maybe that might be a high water mark, but I think that's where the NFL is kind of going. And that's getting you production at that point. That's almost getting you 1,000 all-purpose yards on those two elements, and then you factor in his kick return game as well. Is it something you can easily categorize then and say, okay, he's this? No, it's like, well, he comes out on the football field and he gets you a lot of yards every game, through kick returns, run the ball, through his yak off of being a slot guy. But I don't know in my tape of bias that I just see a guy that, is a 1,000-yard guy at any point in time in his career, really. I don't know that he's ever going to be that. It might surprise me in that realm, but I don't see that exactly. 312 says, my NFC West predictions, Rams 12-5, Seahawks 12-5, 49ers 10-7, Cardinals 9-8. Thoughts? Probably pretty close to where I would probably align it. I think I've got Seattle myself at 13 wins as we stand right now. But I'll tell you this, if our offensive line suffers a whole bunch of injuries in the first 2 to 3 weeks, you can bring that prediction down pretty quick at that point. But yeah, I think so. I was looking at the Cards and what they did in the draft. Zevin Collins, Rondale Moore, that's basically about it for them. The Niners didn't do a whole lot in this draft. Trey Lance is great, but I think he's going to be a year away from really being very effective as a player. Didn't play at all last year. I think he's going to take some time. So you're back at the Garoppolo, and we take Garoppolo's lunch money every single time we play him. So I'm not worried about that if he can even remain healthy. So both the Niners and the Cardinals, I think, have limitations going into next year at least. But yep, Rams are going to be the main folks I think we're fighting. Michael Parker says Donker is given a free spot extra for the practice squad as an international allocation. He should have a great chance to learn. Oh, that's fantastic. I tried to look up a little bit of information, see if I get a little bit of tape study on him, Michael, but I just couldn't find anything. I got to look a little deeper on that one. 312 says Poo-Poo Atwell is going to cook your guys' defense. Nope. Even in college, he's only good for one play a game. I mean, even on his best day in college against weaker level competition than what he's going to deal with at the NFL level, he's only good for one play a game. It's a good one play a game. But you'll excuse me if that's not enough to freak me out. Paul Third, my NFC West predictions. I think the schedule could change those record predictions drastically. If the Rams have a tough start with all those new pieces, they might be a 10-win team. Yeah, and certainly the Rams, by the way, didn't do what I thought they needed to do in this draft, which is really kill it. They went for a receiver with their first pick in a year where you didn't have a first-round selection to begin with. Hard to like much of what they did really in the draft, to be honest with you. It wasn't completely a miss for them, but again, I feel all the much more better about my prediction for our NFC West title hopes and again, claiming that crown for a second straight year. And a lot of that has to do with the offseason approaches of all those teams. The Niners getting their quarterback of the future is great. Awesome. I like Trey Lance quite a bit, and I think he's going to be scary long term. Do I think he's going to be scary next year? No. And while Stafford's an awesome signing for the Rams this offseason, that's about all you really were able to bring in. And you had so many other losses. Your starting center, one of your best tight ends, your backup running back, your starting safety, we could make an argument as star safety in this league, your near star level slot corner in Trey Hill, one of your better starting linebackers in Samson Ekubon. What have you done to fill those in on those holes in the back end of things? And my answer is not really a lot. And if you're going to tell me that you have those kind of losses, and then I go, okay, what'd you do to reload? What bullets did you put in your gun? I put Poo-Poo Atwell in my gun. So I lost Jalen Johnson there, but I put Poo-Poo Atwell in my gun. That's my reloading. Well, excuse me if 150 pounds soaking wet doesn't doesn't strike the fear of God inside of me. Matthias says, not the time of year, but you should make fantasy football recommendation videos. I will. I'll do that more maybe on my Seahawks scouting channel, Matthias. That's probably why I want to do that other channel, is because I know on this one that's got kind of a set lane that we're in and what we do here a little bit. But I'd be willing to do that. And if you ever got any questions on guys, I'll give you a feel for it. I don't do much fantasy lately because the channel, since I've done the channel, it's just takes so much time during the year. I don't have the time to really invest, but I have a good feel for it. Robert Reed says, was Joey Hunt even 300 pounds? Guy had a great center of gravity. You did that nice. I like that. I see what you did there. But the dude he's going against can power clean over double his weight. Size matters. Size matters. You know, this is like when you go watch the Lestrange kid, the Frenchman that we got from Canada, and you watch him playing, it looks like high school film he's playing against, where he obviously is 300 pounds. He's got a 200-pound defensive end across from him, or a 200-pound lineman, and he just takes the kid and he goes like that, just and the kids, these kids doing all they can to try to hold up against the guy, but nothing they can do. And Joey Hunt, like it comes to a point in time where, you know, the game is about size. There's a reason that those guys, those hog mollies, are as big as they are. And no, I don't think he was ever 300 pounds. He's probably 285 on his best day, Robert. And, you know, inertia matters. You know, a 330-pound DJ Jones with the 49ers going up against a 285-pound guy off the ball, and that guy's got to try to hold up against him. That ain't happening. You know, this is why I like Creed Humphrey as much. I didn't just like Creed Humphrey because all the pundits said Creed Humphrey was a good center and he was going to be good in this league. I liked him because when you watched him in pass protection, you could line Creed Humphrey up on a one-tech. You could put him on a big boy, and he wouldn't give up an inch of ground, not a yard. And sometimes you would actually put him on the ground in pass protection. He's a guy you could put up, I think, against the Fletcher Cox one-on-one, and he's not just going to get embarrassed like Joey Hunt did. But it's not a good look, is it, Robert? It's tough to watch the game when you're seeing your center just get clotheslined into the backfield. Ethan Deckworld, how you doing, Ethan? Randall, my favorite thing about DK is he's a touchdown machine. He took a huge step forward year 1 to year 2. Agreed. He's developing. You know, it's that the work ethic is there with this guy, I think, and he wants to be great. I hope they do more and more as he comes along here to feature him. I hope they just continue to just lean into it a bit, because you've not had a receiver this talented in the history of this team. It's time to, tap into it, keep tapping into it. And I think the Seahawks are doing a good job of not, loading up his plate too much in that first year or loading up the plate too much in the second year, but just bringing things along. And he's going to come forward. Zach Schwegler, Damian Lewis is moving to left guard. Sadly, Zach, yes, that is the case. We initially heard on the Gabe Jackson signing that Damian would be remaining at right guard and Gabe would come back and play at left guard, and we all applauded that because Gabe Jackson played left guard throughout his college career, played left guard very well with the Raiders through the first couple of years of his career, so there was a history of success at the position. Instead, it appears that he is going to go to right guard, and Damian Lewis is going to move to left guard, which is going to put Damian Lewis up against 3 techs out in space, one-on-one. We'll see how that goes. Nathaniel Parks, what's up? How you doing, Nathaniel? Good to see you on in here. Good to see everybody in here on a Sunday. Michael, if the Seahawks pick up another center, I feel more confident. When is our best chance to pick someone up? There's not a best chance or worst chance point right now. There's 2 points really you can look at sometime between now and the start of training camp where teams are going to be, rejiggering their salary cap, trying to move things along, prepping for next year because there's still a lot of uncertainty about next year as well within the cap. That should lead to a couple of players being released. I tried to look into it and see if there was some guys that jumped out to me. I mentioned Kelsey here with the Eagles. But even with him, as Randall pointed out, he signed kind of a new deal this offseason to restructure him a little bit with them. So maybe they feel like they want to hold on to him. There's just not a lot of guys I can necessarily point to and say, oh, this guy will be available for sure. Oh, this guy for sure. He's here. Obviously, you've got guys out there in free agency like your Jeff Schwartz and your Fishers and your Russell Okung types, but you don't really know how they would fit exactly onto the roster. The other time that you could maybe get hopeful about this would be around before your midseason trade deadline period, where if we get into the year and maybe the rest of the line's good, but there's one part that's just not quite right, now there's a team that thought they were competing who isn't competing, who you can go pluck that lineman from and insert him right in there and maybe get some marginally good play. We saw this a couple years ago, for instance, in the Dwayne Brown trade, bringing him along around mid-year. Maybe you can target a similar type of guy at that time. That's probably the more likely time period for picking up a new lineman or improving this line at all, in my opinion. I just don't see the guy that's going to get cut in free agency to be there. There'll be some good guys cut, some surprises in the cut market, but they're going to be on just about every position except for, in my opinion, probably offensive line. Maxwell says at least DK didn't get hurt. That's right. That's right, Maxwell. We can all a big whew after that race was done. The Food Gamer, I wish how, like, we got DK and got a gem. I wish we'd get an offensive lineman that is a beast, and it pisses me off that we always don't get offensive lineman gems every draft or when we need one. Agreed. It annoys me as well because it's something you've gotten to see over time play out. It's not just been a 1 year off or a 2 year off. It's been something that's been just a common problem. This is what's led up to the point of Russell Wilson speaking onto it. It's become so common that the quarterback who up until this year really never questioned anything has questioned it in a big time way. And if you look at it and you see the guys that they've drafted, and especially in the first round alone, I don't like Fetty, but he's still playing in this league. I wasn't a huge James Carpenter guy, but he's still playing in the league. Russell Okung's still playing in the league. Those are the 3 first-round guys that you've drafted. If you want to upgrade your offensive line, you've got to do it from a talent standpoint. You can't have a collection of 7th and 6th and 5th-round picks and hope that's going to just make it work if you cobble them all together. And, yeah, Seattle's got some other spots they've selected too in the 4th and the 3rd round, but your successes have been when you picked them to the top. Maybe lean back in that direction as opposed to leaning away from it, because when you look at Okung and Carpenter, for instance, that happened very early on in the Carroll Schneider regime. Frustrating, though. Fish said DK had a great showing. He did. He was looking like he had those young boys worried there for the first probably 200 steps, 200 strides. They're like looking over like, are you kidding me? I kept waiting for him to just start throwing an elbow or two. My track. Nathaniel Park says, I think we will eventually move Damian Lewis back to right guard at some point after injuries or poor performance at left guard or something. That is 100% spot on and part of my frustration. We're going to go around the world to arrive all the way back at the place we began. And isn't that frustrating? But yes, I agree. I do agree. I think they're going to try him out here at left guard. It's not going to go out well. They're going to realize they have 2 right feet in Gabe Jackson and in Damian Lewis, and they're going to have to try to work around that. Maybe Phil Haynes, as Randall was mentioning above, maybe Phil Haynes can tap into his talent. He's a pure left guard. Seattle did bring in an undrafted free agent that is a real pure left guard. I was watching some of his tape here today, and that would be Greg Island. Eiland out of Mississippi State. This guy's a very pure left guard, pure left guard. Not the heaviest, biggest guy, not a people mover, but a guy good in pass protection, a guy that can work out in space. He's a fit as one of this new breed of linemen in the Waldron scheme. So maybe he's got a little something he can add to the mix as well. But it's a question mark, that's for sure. And somebody said they'd feel better about the center position if we did get somebody else. I agree with that as well. I'd feel a lot better about where we're at with our offensive line to have a guy that could compete with Posick at the center position. More of a let the best man win. I think a little bit of what you have with Posick and Fuller right now is that, and Fuller makes you go like this when he starts playing. Oh, geez, let's keep him in a limited snaps. And Posick's like, he gets it done. That's not exactly neither of those two type of level of plays ignite a lot of confidence inside you at that point. Tribe says, agree. 312 says, Lakers winning the title. We have the greatest player of all time and the best power forward of all time. Oh, my God. Along with the best defense in the league. Nobody's stopping us. Oh, my goodness. You don't have the greatest player of all time. You definitely don't have the greatest power forward. You've got to play games to be considered the best of all time. If you sit out half a season every year, it's hard to be considered the best of all time at a given position. I don't know who's going to win it, though. I hope Steph wins it with the Warriors, just so his haters have to shut up and then I can not have to hear anything else about LeBron for just a few minutes. But I understand. I know why people love themselves LeBron James, so he's got himself his folks. Go Hawk says, hey, folks, was spending time with my mom. What I miss? You didn't miss anything, man. I'm just a little worried about our offensive line right now. Go Hawks, where we stand this offseason. There's still some time to get some work done with it, but, I'm just a little concerned. I got some worries, okay? I got some worries. Ethan's Tech World says, I'm very proud of DK, and thank goodness he didn't get injured. And who knows? Maybe he can take some of that training for track and implement that into his play on the football field. You do never know. I was saying that earlier. It's like maybe I've heard these track guys talk about the guys as they're prepping for their 40 times. And the track guys always say, I can slice off 0.5 of a second, 0.8 of a second off his 40 time. Just let me work with him. Michael Johnson always used to say that. And guys would go to him, work with him for their 40 times to work on the track stuff. So working on bursts, working on getting off your block, I don't think it can hurt. I don't think it can hurt. And like I said, man, if you get a guy that's going from a 4.33 speed on the football field to now he's like up into that 4.27 at that size, whoo, he's run away from everybody at that point. DK faster? DK faster? Robert says, I guess it could be hard. It could be tough to be out there knowing you're not a target. They're basically Hollywood actors for much of the game. It's a good point, Robert. Much of the receivers' production relies on other people. It relies on the offensive lineman to hold up in pass protection long enough for him to get open. It relies on the quarterback recognizing he is open and then delivering an accurate football in addition to that. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces that have nothing to do with you running a beautiful route and getting open. As well, I think this is a part of why I give DK a lot more rope than I might give other receivers in this situation is when I watched those games, there were times last year where Russell Wilson just didn't flat target him, where he got concerned with even going into his direction because of the given guy who was covering him, because DK's now earned that vaunted, I'm the best receiver out there, so I'm going to get the best cornerback traveling around with me all game thing. And so it's happened with the Cardinal game and Patrick Peterson, and Russell didn't even target him to the end. And then when Russell did, he went off. And this also happened in the first Rams game. And I think that some of this mounted up over the course of the year, especially in the second half of that schedule, as the offense was really struggling, where DK's going, look, I'm getting open. You're not targeting me, the football. And this was part of the issues at times with me with Russ and missing things. There was one cut up they had with the Rams where DK just took the top right up off the defense. They showed it on the telecast at the time with all 22 tape. And Russell's not even looking his way. And it's just frustrating in that time. Because you have a receiving talent like that, you need to just keep looking his way. You need to I'm going to just trust my reads. My pre-snap says, don't look over there. So he'll be my fourth time. He'll be the fourth read. Then I'm going to go through on my track. Screw all that. Look your first read and then come back and look at DK if that's really what you got to do. But he shouldn't be at a point where you're going through 1, 2, 3, and then you're back over to DK at 4. And again, if you're doing that, if you're Russ, that's wrong. And if you're an offensive coordinator calling for that, then all the more better that Schottenheimer's gone at that point. Tribe says, when did the schedule come out? Wednesday. It's the 12th, Tribe. The 12th. So we don't know exact time, but that would put it at Wednesday. You are correct. Fish says, I would love to sign Jarrell Casey or Quan Short. The history shows most great linebackers have good run-stuffing defensive tackles to help them. Well, those are two somewhat different players in that realm, Fish. Jarrell Casey, I think, is more one-tech-ish at this point. Quan Short is really a pure three-tech. He's kind of a chubby little three-tech, but he is a three-tech nonetheless. But Quan would be interesting from the standpoint he burst on the scene. He was a 10-sack-a-year type guy operating out of that three-tech for the first couple of years, right in that realm. He looked like he was kind of on the star in the making, and he's just sort of not been able to keep it together since then or give you that level of production. Certainly the Panthers have gone heavy to defensive line over the last couple of years in drafting guys, so it's kind of pushed him out there a bit. He's a little bit younger of a player. He probably would interest me more because, as I was saying just a few minutes ago with the two Fish, you've got essentially 3 one-tech defensive tackles on your roster right now. You've got Poona Ford, Al Woods, and Brian Monet. All those guys have been one-techs for you mostly recently. So we could use a 3-tech, be it a Geno Atkins type, be it a Quan Short type, if we're really looking at targeting a guy for that position, as opposed to adding a 4th one-tech, Robert Reed says, Barkley says all football players want to be basketball players. They're the closest that never. They're the closest that never got there. That's very true. It's very true. Even Tech Worlds, I think when the schedule comes out, we should all circle the game that's halfway through the season because that's usually where we can expect the season to go up or down and how Waldron is doing. We'll see if it holds firm this year that way, Ethan. That has been recently historically, how things have gone. But we'll operate with them a little bit more positivity this year. We're just going to operate from the aspect that maybe they keep it together. Nathaniel, I'm still hoping for a true number one cornerback. Witherspoon and DJ Reed are just not number one cornerbacks. I mean, you still got Sherman out there, obviously, Nathaniel, and Sherman is intimated towards maybe him coming back here, that door is not necessarily closed. I think it's a little bit of a slight chance at this point, especially given that they drafted Trey Brown in the 4th round. I don't think that this defense is reliant upon having a shutdown corner, Nathaniel. I think the fact that I'm going to bring up this again and show this again because I think it's worth noting. You tend to, historically speaking, 70, 80% of your snaps, you're going to ask these corners both on either side to do the same thing. You're saying at the line of scrimmage, you're going to use your kick step technique and you're going to go into bail coverage. So you'll have Sherman here with his, to the bottom of your screen there. He's got his butt with his back to the, fully back to where the end zone would be. Well, off the snap, what's he going to do? He's going to rotate sideways. You're going to get a kick step. He's going to watch the quarterback, and then he's going to make his next move off of that, but he's going to lean and continue towards going deep. That is first and foremost his responsibility, protect against the deep shot. So what this means then is that underneath is where teams are going to usually try to attack your defense. Your corner will then not be tested in those situations. This, again, both corners on the outside doesn't matter. They won't be tested there because they're taking away that deep ball. So it's going to be the curl to the flat there that you see mentioned here with Cam Chancellor as he's coming down as the 8th man in the box. That's who's going to be put then on display in his coverage. Now, there's times that corner is going to come back up and make a play, and you need a smart corner who can do that from time to time. But it doesn't matter whether it's Richard Sherman or whether it's Byron Maxwell or Brandon Browner or Shaquille Griffin. All of them to some degree are going to give up plays in front of them by the nature of the Seahawks defensive scheme and specifically playing the cover 3 approach, play in and play out. So to go get a guy that you pay in Richard Sherman after the Super Bowl years to a big-time cornerback deal, top-of-the-market deal, and yes, he gets you a couple interceptions at that time, but what's the value in that to the defense? Was the defense performing at a better level post that Sherman contract or prior to the Sherman contract when there was probably a little more talent on the defensive side of the football helping him out, specifically the pass rush? So I just don't lean in the direction of thinking you need the number one corner here. You need more, to me, Nathaniel, the depth and to sustain the injuries that corner's been a lot like offensive line recently where there have been those injuries that abounded. And I think with Witherspoon, you can't undersell the fact that you're getting a guy who's going into his prime. He was a very young player coming into this league. He's only going to be 25 years old going into next year, 25, 26 years old, just into the prime of his, 25 years old next year. And he's just going into the prime of his career. And he just had his best year as a pro with the 49ers. Those are good metrics to be able to pull onto and to hope from. And he has the 6'3" big build that they look for in their corners. He's got the familiarity with zone, having played in the Niners scheme over the first part of his career. So a former 3rd-round pick, a former talented guy who's kind of maybe starting to kind of put it together. Don't sell Witherspoon short quite yet. I know why you might want a number one corner. If we're playing more of a man-on-man scheme, if we're doing blitz-heavy stuff and putting our guys out on islands, I could maybe understand why we'd need to do that. But if we're going to play zone as much as we have historically, and I'm going to just lean back on what Carroll's done over the last 10 years, I don't know if it's as beneficial to have that. It's almost wasted a little bit in our defense. Nathan Park says, who's still out there in free agency in terms of tackles? You mean offensive tackles? See. I don't think we got much. I don't think they're going to do anything else with offensive linemen. If anything, they're going to look interior probably more than anything else. That would be my guess. There's not much. There's Leiter at center, former Chiefs center, I think, that's out there. But there's not really, I don't think there's really much of anything else really available. Like I said, you got the Fisher and the Schwartz that are injured. You got Kalechi Osemele. I think he's kind of gone downhill a bit from when he was decent a few years ago. Charles Leno, Chicago Bears. I mean, nobody that's going to, set the world on fire. Nobody that's going to set, or that can give you any kind of certainty for like, well, we feel better about the position because we signed Yay. Food Gamer says, when you talked about Russ trade talk, John and Pete said in their press conference and said that all the trade rumors were not true. They said that Russ was mad and they cleared the air between them. Yes, Food Gamer, I've learned this over years with both Coach Carroll and Schneider, less with Schneider and most Coach Carroll. Coach Carroll will just operate in a press conference with the reality of what he wants to lay out on a given situation. It's the right thing to say in that press conference. It's the thing you would expect a coach to probably say in that press conference. It doesn't make it the truth. And so when it comes to Coach Carroll saying that this whole Russell Wilson thing was a creation of the media, which is what he was trying to purport to say it was, okay. Was it, who was leaking all those stories to said media? It was Mark Rodgers' agent. Who was the one that leaked the media, the 4 teams Russell Wilson was willing to trade to? And of those 4 teams that you actively went to South Dakota in the pro day of Trey Lance to discuss said offer by Bears. So it's silly that they try to do this on this Food Gamer because there's a lot of here that's beyond just the media, creating this. Russell Wilson created a lot of this with his offseason media tour blitz that he did. I don't want to get hit as much, some of the things he said. But it's absolutely been real. I think we came very close this offseason to Russell Wilson being traded. You're not going to say that in retrospect, right, Food Gamer? If that was the case, if Russell was this close to being traded this offseason, would you expect John and Pete to say, well, we came really close, but at the last second, we decided to hold on to him. So everything's happy now. We're just going to move on. No, you're not going to say that. You're going to say, oh, we're never close. There was never even a chance. Teams asked us about him and we said no. That's what you're going to say because it's the way to keep everything happy and good and clear. So, yeah, I don't buy into that, Food Gamer. I'm not buying that dish. Robert Reed says, what would a Tyreek run, I wonder? Interesting question. I don't know on that one. I would think he would be the fastest or one of the fastest. So now, Robert, I want to see a Tyreek Hill DK Metcalf run off. I didn't know I needed to see that, but now I need to see that. Emmanuel Mendehane, my patron. How you doing, Emmanuel? Good to see you. He says, the sprint coach in me loved DK's race. Would love to see him in a 60-meter dash indoors. I think that sprint training is going to help him so much this upcoming season. Back-to-back all-pro seasons? Question mark. I could see it. Emmanuel. He's on his rise. He improved off of year 1 to year 2. And he shot past what my expectation was last year, in which I thought he was going to improve. I didn't expect over 1,300-some yards improved. That was even beyond what I thought. He has continuously gone beyond my hopes and dreams for him. He's excelled beyond that. I'm putting a cap on this kid. I'm not going to keep the roof on him. I'm taking the roof off and leaving him room to grow. There's no reason why this kid can't slide into that realm of being that generational type receiver on the outside for us. I know that people have worries about route running still, or still have worries about hands. I think he's so good in the qualities he brings to the football field where he can overcome those things, even if both of those things are just little slight detriments to his game throughout his time in the pros. But yeah, you want a firm prediction on that, Emmanuel? I'm on board with it. Yeah, all pro next year for DK Metcalf. I'm calling it. And I can see Emmanuel too as well. I can see how him doing these sprints. I've been worried about the injury thing with that and blowing a hammy out the back of his butt, but that doesn't happen. I do think that it could help him in getting a little bit faster on the field. Technique and just working on it. You work on something, it's going to make you a little bit better just from sheer the motor skills of the mind to the body and not working it that way. .312 says AB should have left the Bucs and went to the 49ers. I don't know if that would have been a good spot for him. Garoppolo's not able to throw out to the sticks, so that's kind of a problem at that time. Even if our offense was able to adapt last season, who knows how many touchdowns Russ would have had? Yeah, I think you could make the argument and would have been able to push that record that was out there. 55 touchdown passes by Peyton Manning a couple of years ago. He can certainly push for it. If you can make those adjustments, but you got to make those adjustments. Food Gamer says Russ just needs 40 touchdowns to pass Peyton Manning's most touchdowns in a 10-year season. 10-year career. First 10 years of his career. You think if Russ gets the record, people can put respect on his name? I'm tired of the slander on Russ. It pisses me off. I don't think that would be a thing that gets him respect on his name, Food Gamer. I think that Russ's angle to greatness and separating himself from others in this sport that have been great quarterbacks and held to a high esteem. He certainly has proven that he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's probably a first ballot Hall of Famer at this point. Those things have been pretty cemented. It's now a matter of where does he rank? Where does he rate all time as a quarterback if we're really going to try to see him, and I think that's where he separates himself by winning, Food Gamer. You get another title or two, especially if you can walk away with 3 titles. That's a difference maker in this environment of Eli Mannings and Ben Roethlisbergers and Aaron Rodgers and Drew Breeses. Because you can always go back to that and he says, yeah, you guys got stats and you threw for a cajillion yards and blah, 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 and you got your MVPs. I got the 3 titles and I went to 4 Super Bowls. That puts him in line of saying, I deserve to be out even ahead of there and maybe pushing right up nose to nose with Manning in that all-time rank where Manning's got his five MVP trophies, but I've got my trophies. So we'll see how it goes, Food Gamer. I know it's been a hot season here with a lot of people bailing on Russ and a lot of people, re-holding back onto him, saying we got to do everything we can. My opinion on this. I certainly was a guy that was probably hard on him throughout the back end of the last year's schedule. I think rightfully so. But at the end of the day, I still want to take care of him. I still want to see him succeed. I still want to see him here in the long term and to not go to another team. 312 says last season being put onto a roster as the 4th receiving option midseason. He had a season where he was on pace for 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns, and 90 receptions. Yep. And he also had an injury, right? 312. So he got a knee injury inside that time frame, which basically would have, he came back from and fought through it, but that's the part of him playing a full season at this point too, is he's a little bit of an older player. He's had a lot of tread taken off that track. I wonder if he can hold up for a full year in addition to the fact he's not going to be featured every single game 8 to 10 times a game. And he's more of going to be now, I think, the possession guy on that offense, especially with Brady not able to play off script as much as Roethlisberger did. Go Hawks 2020 says Swain will get cut. Sorry, Mr. Swain, but yeah, it is what it is, isn't it? Go Hawks. The better talent wins out. Let the best man win. Go Hawks 05 says Trey Brown's going to press he's going to press the poo-poo out of Atwell. I love it, dude. I love it. Fish says, personally, I think Cade and Fred are exactly alike, but Cade has a higher ceiling, so Swain might get cut. Boy, I don't see anything alike in them. Swain is more 6 foot. Cade's more into about that 5'11 territory, 5'10 and a half, 5'11. Cade is more sudden to me off the line of scrimmage. He can get that instant separation, whereas Swain's got more of the build-up speed. Swain's faster with the long speed than Cade is. I think Cade's got better hands than Swain had. 312 says Rams definitely improved their linebacker core through in the draft. I wasn't feeling those picks. They pick guys. The Rams pick people in the draft. Did they pick good people? Michael Parker says, what is the exact name of your scouting channel? I've been looking for it. Thanks. Oh, I'm sorry about that, buddy. I'll post it here in the chat. It's Seahawks Scouting is the name of it. But I will get it here into the chat because I know I'm bad about that. See if we can get it up here. See if we can get this up here. I've been looking for things. Here we go. So I'm posting it in the chat if you guys need the link to my Seahawks Scouting channel. I'm putting together my Stone 4-side one, so I'm going to try to have the Stone up tonight if I can. I got pretty much everything done. I just need to cut it all up. But liked what I saw of Stone. Did a lot of film in-depth look at this guy. Looked at a little bit before the draft. Looked pretty deep on him on this. And I got a good feel for the guy and what we're getting out of him. 312 says Troy Hill. They have a decent replacement there. Fortunately for them, they already had a great replacement at safety for Johnson. I don't think them losing Malcolm Butler should be an issue. Well, you lost your starting center. They didn't draft that 312, so I guess we could agree there. You lost Gerald Everett. You don't have anything for that there. Troy Hill, they have a decent replacement, and Jalen Johnson, you say they have a replacement. Okay, you had two guys that were upper level in the league. You lost them. Now you just take for granted the fact that the next guys that step into their place are going to give them equal production. Walk me through that one, buddy. Walk me through that one. Go Hawks. If Jimmy plays all 17 games, I'll eat my auto football. Because they already have Darrell Henderson and Cam Akers, don't take my word for it, but I'm pretty sure they drafted another tight end in this draft, and they drafted one last year's draft. Just drafting guys, as I can attest to my Seahawks team, 312, just drafting guys alone is not enough in itself to equal out to you've got a fix for a situation. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. What we can agree on, I think, is it's a question mark. There's no certainty there for them at the position. So saying what their certain top end is going to be that they're going to win the division because these guys that are replacing a stack of guys down the line are absolutely going to play at the same equivalent level as those prior guys is a leap that even I wouldn't make if my team had those same kind of losses on it. Food Gamer says, you think the Canadian offensive lineman Pierre-Olivier Lestanche after the draft has some chance of making the team? And if so, any chance of competing for the starting center spot? Thoughts? I think his best case scenario is probably going to be, as somebody spoke about, with that international allocation on the practice squad, something more along in that realm of things. That's how this more feels. I can't take anything off of his tape. He's blocking guys that weigh 100 pounds less than him. It's just too tough for me, Food Gamer, to make some kind of assessment on the guy from that standpoint. He'll get a chance. He's a big-bodied guy, thick lineman. He certainly moves and he's got some nastiness to him. So there's things I like to his game. But again, when it comes to making some sort of assessments on guys with that kind of limited tape, I think you're making leaps to do so. 312, yeah, but Tutu Atwell could be the next Tyreek Hill IMO. Insanely smart selection by them. There's times 312, and I know you're trolling, dude. I know you're trolling. And it's the same thing I don't like 312 that people make as far as the lazy comparison of Dwayne Eskridge to Tyreek Hill. I think it's just a lazy comparison. When you grab the best outlier, the supreme outlier to a given size metric of player, a given type of player, the undersized wide receiver, and you're going to grab the best of the best over the last 15 years and be, I think this guy's that. It's, again, a lot like your assessment above 312 where you're saying, they'll just bring in replacement guys. They'll be just as good as these upper-level starters were. Football doesn't tend to work that way. So, again, too, show me the guy in the last 40 years of football history at the receiver position that played 150 pounds and was successful. To Poo-Poo Atwell at his pro day weighed 148 pounds at his pro day. At the day of where you're building up to the pro day and you're out there benching and you're trying to add on weight, there's going to be people out there with questions to your weight, so you're just sitting there eating McDonald's and steaks, and you're like, gain weight, gain weight, gain weight. And you got up to 148 pounds. Right. AI says, I think Damian Lewis will be an all-pro soon. I would if he was on the right side, AI. I'd be on board with you out the right side, but there is a keen difference between the right guard and the left guard. A very, very keen difference. Just take this little shot that I keep bringing up, showing the Seahawks defense, right? Just take the same kind of thing. So the way they've got this scheme flipped at this point, you essentially got your Leo here on this side of the formation as opposed to usually it's on this side because they'll flip it sometimes. But you get your essential one tech here being Brandon Mabane. Look at 92. Where is he? Is he up over a guy or is he shaded between two guys that are going to be double teaming him off the snap? And there's a difference of what those left guard and right guards are asked to do most of the time. Kyle Mulkey, what's up, Brando? What's up, Kyle? How you doing? What do you think of the chances of Seattle signing both KG and Sherman? If you think they pick one, which one do you think they pick? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great, Kyle, and I hope you're doing awesome too on this Sunday. I think that if I was going to say, I think there's an 80% chance that they sign KJ Wright. I think that there's probably a 45% chance that they sign Richard Sherman. Because I think the Trey Brown pick pushed that down a little bit. Before the Trey Brown pick, if they didn't take a corner in this draft, it's probably like 65%, 70%. But you took a corner, it probably pushes you down because you're stacked pretty deep. You brought in Demarius Randall, Pierre Desir as your depth guys, your rotation, as your camp guys. You got Witherspoon, you got Trey Flowers. The one exception I could see is that they get Sherman at such a discounted rate that they can move on from Trey Flowers, save the $2.1 million of Flowers contract this year, and bring in a Sherman at like $4 million, which cumulatively only ends up costing them like $2 million extra. I could see something like it going that way. But they have that need with KJ at the linebacker right now. Nathaniel Park, center still in free agency, or who could be on the chopping block? I don't see a lot of chopping block guys, Nathaniel, as far as center goes. You got Austin Leiter, the Kansas City Chief, former center, but they didn't sign him, and they moved on to two different separate guys other than this guy this offseason. Excuse me. So that kind of tells you about where they assess him. So there's not a lot of good guys out there. I thought maybe Kelsey would be out there, but as Randall pointed out, he did kind of rework his deal at the start of the offseason, so that may be long odds on that one. They did draft Landon Dickerson, so maybe if they feel like Dickerson's ready to roll, they could be willing to move off of him, but there's just not a lot of other guys that I really can pinpoint for you at this point. It's very lean. The market is very lean when it comes to center. HB says, what are the chances Eskridge starts this year to you? HB, if we're talking about him as a starter on the outside, if we're talking about him operating from the outside as a starter, like 10%, 5 to 10%. If we're talking about, if we want to consider HB at him being a starter in the slot, where, okay, he's not starting per se, is that he's out there on the first snap of the game, but you get into 3 wide receiver sets on the second snap of the game, he'll be out there. So probably a very good chance that they're going to utilize him as their slot guy in those moments. And so I would see he's going to play out of the slot quite a bit. So he would be essentially your de facto starter there, unless a guy like Cade Johnson can come in and really show out, because I don't think Swain's going to give him any competition. It's really going to come down to Cade, John Ursula, and Eskridge as to who can win that slot role. I would expect Eskridge to probably win that out the gate, though I wouldn't be shocked if Cade wins it as well, because he's got such a good skill set with him. So probably 10% chance to the outside, and probably about a 80% chance that he ends up starting for you at the slot. Rennie Taco says, go Hawks. 2-2 is tiny. Another Tavon Austin pick. Tavon Austin's huge. 312 was mentioning Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill's almost 190 pounds, 195 pounds at 5'9", 5'8". Tutu Atwell's, 5'9", 148. He's 35 pounds. Think about this, 312. He's 35 pounds lighter than Tyreek Hill. 35 pounds lighter. And the same thing with Tavon Austin, who was probably about a 180-pound guy, 185. He always by 20-some pounds. Go Hawks 2021 says you could just say that June 1st is the... sorry, I missed it there. D-Boy! Hey, D-Boy, it's good to see you on the chat, my guy. How you doing? Long time no see. Hope everything's going good. Deep in the baseball season. Hope you're doing well. How's your dad doing with all those linebackers the Cowboys picked, D-Boy? Schedule's going to come out on Wednesday. Tyreek's 40 pounds heavier, way faster. He doesn't avoid contact like Tutu. He has way better route running. He makes more people miss. Do I need to keep going? You don't for me to fish. You got me with that one. No, D-Boy says, Hawks says, sorry, I haven't been here in a long time. My dad passed away, so it's been hard on me. Oh, my God. I'm so sad. Sorry, buddy. Jesus. Excuse me. I'm so sorry to hear that. God, man. I hope you're doing okay, man. Hope you're doing okay. We'll send a prayer out to you, and you're in my thoughts, buddy. Gosh, that's tough. Goodness. Sorry, brother. Sorry so much. Ah, man. 312, Not Curry has a small percentage of haters. You doing okay, D-Boy? You hanging in there, man? Oh, it's been tough, man. This is rough. Robert Reed, thank you for the $10 donation. Sorry, I'm a little late to getting to you on the dono there, acknowledging it. I do appreciate you, sir. You were in with like freaking $140 in the last stream on dono. So thank you so much, man. You're very, very kind. I do appreciate it. He says we need to get some of these Hawk linemen enrolled in strongman competitions, like DK and this track one. That might be a good way for linemen to break out and celebrate their creative strengths. I'd be okay with it. It'd be entertaining. Get some of these glass-eating alpha male types out there. Let them go to work. You know, I think you'd get some ratings with it, Robert. And it'd be the competition to see who's the strongest lineman in the game. And that alone would draw the viewership, wouldn't it? There was nothing like a couple of years ago when you had the Cowboys' old lineman, he's the Hall of Fame guy, the best lineman of their group there through their little dynastic run in the early 90s. One of you guys is going to help me out in the chat with his name because it's left my brain at the moment. But he did this at the Pro Bowl. They did a strength competition, Robert, where they had him do the 225-pound weight. How many times could he do it? I think he did like 50 pounds without even just breathing. Just, and I mean, if you get a guy that does like 30 reps at the combine, it's like amazing. And he was just pumping them out. Guy's just freakishly strong. But it'd be fun to watch him again. You get to understand how strong these guys truly are in that, usually lifts that barrel and just carries it like it's nothing. Kyle says, I don't see the hype in our division. 49ers are injury prone to the point where most are made of glass. The Cardinals added past prime Green, past prime Watt, and past career Connor. Rams are the Rams. Yeah, but if they had done a little bit more this offseason, the rest of our division to make a little more hay, I might give them a little more credit. But I think our divisions have not really done a whole lot for me as far as if we look at it through the lens of trying to get the most out of next year. Cardinals going for the older players like you pointed to, the 49ers seemingly being in a little bit of a year of transition is how this feels for me with the 49ers. And again, with the Rams, I just don't think that they're going to be able to do enough to address what they've lost this offseason. That's going to be a little bit too much for them to go through. I don't think they're going to be able to count on all these draft picks coming in day one and just filling right in, and they're not going to lose a step. As well, you are getting Aaron Donald another year older. He's moving through the end of that prime. You're going to start to see some age at some point with that guy. We'll see how it goes. Maybe Stafford is that difference maker for them, but I just don't think so. Mark Habercorn, I hate to be the coach as with all. I hate to be the coach as with all we pick up. There are so many roster spots and practice squads. As much as I want KJ back, I think our two nickels back might have to play Leo some as well. Sigh. I hate to be the coaches. There's so many. Yeah, I don't think KJ is going to cost a lot, Mark. I think KJ is going to see that he didn't have a lot of contract offers out there on the open market. He's going to have to kind of take what he's got, what's available, or retire. And when you're an outside will linebacker in a 4-3 scheme, there's not a huge market for that. There's not a lot of people getting paid at that position. It doesn't matter how good of a season you had. It doesn't matter how old you are. And he's a little bit of an older player. I think that that's going to drive down his value quite a bit, Mark. He's going to end up signing for lesser a deal than what he played on last year, probably around that $3 to $4 million a year point, if even that. And he's going to have to kind of accept that. It's whether or not he does or not. I would not be the least bit surprised if KJ announced he wanted to retire because he doesn't want to accept a $3 million a year offer after having that $8.6 million hit that he was on the hook for last year. Robert says DK needs to sing the national anthem next to make up for Carl Lewis's attempt. That was one of the worst attempts. Carl Lewis's national anthem attempt. If you guys want a fingernail on chalkboard experience, or as though someone is trying to strangle a cat, go watch Carl Lewis attempt to do the national anthem. He tried hard. Him and I think Roseanne Barr, Robert, are duking it out for the worst all time with the. I think he just forgets the words midway through too. Doesn't he just forget, Robert, midway through, and he just he starts making them up. But thank you for the $5 donation, brother. I appreciate it. I bet you DK can sing too. But he's got a pair of pipes, man. He can do it all on the field and off. Randall McDaniel, does DK have the highest ceiling of any player on our team? I say that he and then Jamal, just from a talent standpoint. Yeah, I think the DK's got the highest of anybody on the team. I think he's a young guy, so there's a lot more years available ahead of him. He's playing at a position that's really going to put him out on display, Randall, and really show him off in that way. Sometimes with Jamal, it's going to be harder because, with safety impact, it is not always the thing that you see that's the spectacular play they're making. It's just sometimes being assignment correct with what they're doing. With that said, I think these are two guys that are on a Hall of Fame trajectory as we stand right now. I think Jamal's been an All-Pro in 2 of his first few years. He's been a Pro Bowl 3 of his years, whatever. I think that's going to be enough as he goes along and continues on that realm to be there. So it's kind of splitting hairs at that point, Randall, when you say who's got the highest ceiling. But with me, I see DK as having that Calvin Johnson-like ceiling to him. When you look at the first 2 years of Calvin Johnson's career, and I understand that he's playing for the Detroit Lions, and I understand that he has Matt Stafford throwing him the ball. But guess what? He's also playing from behind in a lot of those football games in that first 2 years and having that many more pass attempts thrown in his direction versus DK, who got to play for a winning football team in his first 2 years. And despite the fact that you're going to be running the ball at certain times through certain games to bleed out the clock versus Detroit in those first 2 years who were just throwing the ball all over the football field and had no real run game to speak of, DK is still outpacing him. We can say, well, when I look at Calvin, he looks so much more fluid, and he's so much more steady with his hands, and he caught the trust balls and the high point catches so much better. Yeah, a little bit. But he also, that stuff came along in his game with age in the sport. I think some of that will come along with DK as he ages into the sport. So I see potentially a generational type wide receiver out there. I'm not at this point ready to rubber stamp that one, Randall. Just kind of what I see in basic tones of this guy, and he's done nothing to lead me astray from that assessment. Tommy He says Julio has dropped some big-time game-winning balls, and I think DK can be as good, if not better, than Julio. Also, with the way he weight trains, he is the wide-out version of Adrian Peterson. Yeah, kind of like that. I like that comparison, Tommy. I like that comparison. And drops can be a problem on a certain wide receiver, and on other receivers, you're going to be more forgiving of it. When you're a freakish talented guy like Julio or DK, and you've got the huge splash plays that you're always providing, play in, play out, you can maybe give them a little more room with that. When you're a guy like Eskridge, who might only become a slot specialist here at the next level with Seattle, and then has problems catching the ball while being only a slot specialist, I can't play him on the outside, he's only limited to when I go 3 wide receiver, that's when it becomes a little bit more of a glaring issue, in my opinion. Randall says, I think Russ gets plenty of respect. Get a couple more rings, my guy. There we go. That's it. And I think he gets respect, too. I think he's widely recognized as a top 3 quarterback in this sport. I think it's took him a long time to get to that point of respect, but I think he is finally getting that measure of respect as we were all calling for years. Tommy says, if both Rodgers and Russ never get to another Super Bowl, who is the better all time? My guess is Rodgers will be more INT touchdown ratio and accuracy, but Russ will dominate all their stats and have 2 Super Bowls. That's a good question, Tommy. Let me think on this one for a second. I will tend to believe that when it is all said and done, Rodgers will, outside of, like you said, if they never get to another Super Bowl, if Russ never gets to another Super Bowl again, you're probably going to see Rodgers held higher than Russ because he will have the MVPs, he will have the quarterback rating record all time probably, or be up there near there. People will point to the fact that Rodgers never got to play with a really great defense throughout his time there at that point. There'll be a lot of people excusing some of those things with Rodgers. I don't know where I would stand on that myself, Tommy, because they're going to be very close to each other, historically speaking, at that point for the reasons that you spoke to. If Rodgers doesn't get back to another Super Bowl, Russell got to 2 of them. But again, statistically, Rodgers is going to have him beat down the line in a variety of different ways. He'll have, Russ might have him beat with total touchdowns thrown, but Rodgers is going to have him beat with yardage, with probably completion percentage, quarterback rating. Russ will have him beat with the mobility stuff. It's a great question because this is where you're getting the guys that are going to be very close if they stay on that same trajectory. Part of the reason why, too, I want to see Russ win that extra Super Bowl or 2 because it will vault him up that category of where he stands all time as a quarterback in the ranks of history. Food Gamer says, you think with our very solid rotational defensive line, you think we can be a top 10 defense if we click by the time it's the first game and all goes well? Yeah, I absolutely do, Food Gamer. I've long contended that to create a successful defense with the Seattle Seahawks and go to the foundational beginnings, to start from there, right? And we don't just build our Statue of Liberty defense. We first got to build that base to put it on. And the base for me comes into the stance of being able to rush the passer with the front four. Can you accomplish that? Or are you going to have to blitz heavy, go outside of your schematic nature in order to accomplish any kind of pressure on the quarterback? With our Seattle Seahawks, they had to, through most of the early part of the first year of the year last year, generate that pressure because the guys couldn't get it done. Then they got Carlos Dunlap, then they got a little healthier, and they were starting to click in by the end of the year through the back half of those 8 games. I would expect with the additions they've got, some of this will be based upon Aldon Smith actually getting onto the field, Food Gamer, and not being suspended. But if you're able to stack up the defensive line that you've signed this offseason, you've got, in my opinion, the most talented and deepest defensive line that you've had in Seattle Seahawk history. So make no mistake of just it being about what Carroll's had here recently, but in our history, we've never had this good of a defensive line, and say nothing of the fact that it's a defensive line that fits into what is going to work really well with our scheme. You're going to send waves of pass rushers at the offense. Waves. You're not going to be able to tire them out. You're going to create pressure with those front 4 guys. You're going to have few weak links that aren't able to create pressure from that defensive line. That is going to speed up the quarterback's play. That is going to speed up the nature of those plays in general. That's going to remove 7-step drops from offenses. That's going to make teams have to dink and dunk up the field to get anywhere on you. That is going to make this defense successful. And yes, to answer your question, that should vault this defense into a top 10 realm. I would expect it. So I will always contend with a Coach Carroll defense, the first thing you need is front 4 pressure. You need to be able to drop as many guys back into zone as absolutely you possibly can. They're going to be able to accomplish this year where they couldn't accomplish it at least through the first 8 games of last year. And that's going to be the thing that vaults them forward, Food Gamer. Say nothing of the fact that their secondary will probably be deeper. Linebacker core is a little bit of a question, but I don't think the linebacker core makes this defense run at the end of the day. It's good to have, but it's not the thing that makes it run. Nathaniel Park says, "What do you like in Trey Brown? I can't get behind the Trey Brown hype. I've watched his film, and he doesn't seem any better than mediocre at best to me." Well, I don't know if we must be watching a bit different tape on him, Nathaniel. I think with what I like in his tape is, number one, a willingness and understanding of how to be physical. Certainly, he steps over that line from time to time and getting too physical, which is going to draw him some flags. But for all those times that he gets flagged, there's a whole lot of times in between where he's subtly getting away with a lot of the tricks of the trade that our early Legion of Boom members were able to get away with in their physicality out there on the football field. So I like that aspect to it. I like that he's got good ball skills. I like that he's got that dog nature into him. I've pointed to at times, Nathaniel, that our secondary in particular over recent years, not with the addition of Jamal Adams, not with the addition of Marcus Blair, but if we're looking at Tedrick Thompsons and Lano Hills and Bradley McDougals, you didn't have any guys out there with an edge. You didn't have a lot of guys out there that were going to, bring a physical presence to this defensive side of the ball. We were willing to lay a hit out there. And what Seattle slowly started to do, Nathaniel, in addition to this pick with Trey Brown, but a Marquise Blair, but a Jamal Adams, but a Jordan Brooks, you're starting to add thumpers back into the defense. You're starting to add guys that are going to make those offensive players pay the price for those short dink and dunk passes. Because as I spoke about earlier, this becomes sort of if this happens, then that happens. And if that happens, then this happens. So if you have a defensive front 4 that is able to generate pressure and get after the quarterback, speeding up the quarterback, not allowing them to run the full skill set of their offense, specifically the 7-step drop stuff, the deep down the field stuff. Now they're forced into that dink and dunk game, and now your defenders come up and they wallop, absolutely just snot bubble the hell out of those offensive players every time they make those short catches. Now those guys start to develop alligator arms. Now even those dink and dunk passes, those easy completions that start out that way early in the game start to become something else as the game moves along. That's what I would more expect to happen with you stack a defense up like this, which is Trey Brown fits into that mold. DJ Reed fits into that mold. I don't think Shaquille Griffin fit into that mold or into that mentality. So, yeah, there's some questions with him as size. Down the field, there's some issues with him as far as, on deep stuff a little bit. But I think some of that's going to be cleaned up by Nathaniel playing in more of a scheme that's going to run the cover 3 stuff, which allows you to stay cleaner over the top easier because it's your number one priority first and foremost. I didn't see anything as far as mediocre on his tape. He moves differently than some of the other cornerbacks in this draft. Go watch Nathaniel. We got an undrafted guy in this draft. I was watching tape on here before I went live. Go watch, This is sometimes what can help you understand on a guy, but go watch the tape of, if I can find him here, Brian Mills out of North Carolina Central. Go watch the tape of that guy and then go watch Trey Brown and tell me that those aren't two guys moving at two different speeds. And I think he's going to stay sticky in coverage. I'm hopeful with Trey Brown, and again, knowing that he is a 4th round pick at the end of the day too, Nathaniel Parks, you're not picking in the 2nd, 1st round at that point. He's in the 4th round. That's what you're going to get, is a little bit of concerns with him. And I just contend again, if he's a couple inches taller, he's probably a 1st round pick in this last draft. But I get it. There's been some people that not everybody loves his tape, Nathaniel, so you're not completely alone in that respect. There have been people that haven't been as high on Brown's film. Robert says, I want Russ to audition for Jeopardy. The old people will love his Midwest corniness. No, that doesn't need to happen. It doesn't need to happen. Why? Not going to lie, having a BS in an engineering field, then being accused of not bringing empirical data ticked me off. Thought I built some cred on things. Guess I'm not. Why? Not going to lie, having a BS in an engineering field, then being accused of not bringing empirical data ticked me off. Thought I'd built some cred on brings. Thought I'd bred some cred on brings the quantitative. Guess not. Laughing my ass off. Did I miss something? Why? What are you talking about, man? Did I miss another one of your? Did I miss a comment on you? I think you have to expand a little bit on that. What you meant by that? Why? So I don't know what you mean. Tommy says Dwayne Eskridge comp, Dwayne Deion Branch. Yeah, I think Deion was more of a route runner, and I think Eskridge is more of a yak guy. So I think there's a little difference with them. I think Eskridge is probably a little better after the catch in general, whereas Deion's going to get his work done before the ball's in the air. Overall. Food Gamer, you think if all the cornerbacks have a good season, which one we sign back? I think we re-sign Reed and Witherspoon. Flowers is the odd man out at that point. They're going to have to move Blair to cornerback 3 or 4. Well, there may be a chance at that point, Food Gamer, that you're moving Blair back to free safety because Quandre Diggs is also going into a free agent year this year. So you may end up seeing Blair move to free safety at that point. I think it's going to be let the best man win out there. I do think, Food Gamer, that there's a little bit of an ideology at play here with the Seahawks front office where they're more going to land in the realm of not paying multiple years to cornerbacks and keeping them more on these prove-it type deals, not spend high round picks like this year where there were some corners who would have been okay with selecting in the 2nd round where the value was there to grab them there, that they didn't do that. And they've never gone in the 2nd round to get a guy like that. And we know that even when Sherman was due to get his big deal after the Super Bowl win, that there were some in the Seahawks front office that said, hey, we play cover 3 so much. We shouldn't be spending money on cornerbacks. So I don't think that they're going to lean into looking to ever really pay cornerbacks unless there really is truly a difference maker at the position like Sherman was. And the history kind of backs this up. If you look at the cornerback history and who they've signed and who they've passed on, they passed on Byron Maxwell when he signed the big deal with the Eagles. They passed on Shaquille Griffin to go sign the big deal with Jacksonville. They just, I think, have recognized that they can kind of devalue that position a little bit. YDY says, I think Lockett is a good player comp for Eskridge. It's not a bad player comp. I'll say that. I think that there are differences between their game. YDY, I think Lockett was a much better overall route runner. There's routes that Eskridge runs, like the comeback route, for instance, like the slant route, for instance, which were absolutely just as good as what Lockett ran when he ran those routes in college. But Lockett's complete wide receiver, when running the full tree, the route tree that the wide receivers run, he was able to do all of that stuff at a really, really great level. Part of having that background with his, I think, dad and uncles that played in the league. I think Lockett had better hands. There weren't questions why with Tyler Lockett coming out in his hands. Nobody thought that he had bad hands. Nobody thought that he didn't have really good hands. Similar dimensions, size-wise, similar arm length, similar hand length, but that is the place that I think that there's a key difference between the two. Eskridge is going to be a better yak guy, certainly. Way better after the catch than Lockett's going to be. But there's certain things I can see where you would see a general comparison between them. Randall, when training camp starts, who will be this year's Marquise Blair? Meaning the young guy who takes the biggest step heading into the year. Maybe I'm worded that weird, but Blair was getting rave reviews. He was indeed. Who would be that guy? I got a name, but I'm just thinking this through to make sure this is who I think for sure. Okay, here's my name for you, Randall. Alton Robinson. Alton Robinson is going to be the guy to take the next step forward. I think Darrell Taylor comes out and gets you some production, but Alton starts to show you the baseline of a guy who could be a good run-stuffing defensive end in this league while also providing you 8 to 10 sacks a year. Just write it down. I think he starts to kind of lean into that on it. So, yeah, I think Alton Robinson's my guy. That's my dude. And offensively, I don't really have someone. Unfortunately, offensively, I don't have anyone. I don't think Colby's going to do much really. And yeah, and we're good offensively. I just don't see anybody taking that. I know what type of leap you're talking about. And I do see there being a couple defensive players who could. Leland Kimball, I've been listening for about an hour. I love your content and perspective. Thank you, Leland. I do appreciate you listening in. Good to see you in the chat. Kind of a new face in here. We love new faces here, so thank you for listening in. I love doing this, and the chat keeps me going on this, Leland, so they always got some good stuff to talk about. Randall, we're in agreement. I say Alton Robinson and the tight end from Stanford. In camp, we'll hear how these guys and Randall was talking about which guys might take a step forward. So we are in agreement on the Alton Robinson one, and we'll see on the Stanford Colby Parkinson one coming up out of Stanford last year. Of course, he broke his foot in the offseason, held him out through most of the year. Seattle was already doing pretty good at the tight end position at that point with Olsen and Hollister and Disley. But he's got a frame that's pretty darn big. He's legit 6'7". Parkinson is, and he's got ball skills. He should be at the very least, to me, a good red zone type threat guy. I just have questions with him as far as his blocking goes. I think that he could end up turning into having some issues there on the blocking side of things, especially if you're asking him to be more of an inline guy versus being more of a move tight end, off ball type dude. Yeah, prayers to you, D-boy, on that, man. Keep your head up on that, Brody. And I will check my Twitter right after the stream. I'll hit you up, D-boy. Larry Allen. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you, GoHawks05. Getting old. Sometimes names slip out of my ears. I can only think of I can hold only so many names now in my brain as I get older. So I gotta toss a few of the old ones out to bring the new ones in. Raining Tacos. I can't imagine having so little to do with my time. I choose to troll Rams chat. Go Hawks. Random McDaniels, did anyone see Canelo break dude's face last night? I didn't. I missed that one, man. He's been coming up, though, man. Canelo's been doing some work. Go Hawks 05, bro. You destroyed Paul Gallant. Oh, he finally responded back to me today, so I got to respond back to him. It was nice. He got to tell me that since Dave Wyman tells him that Jordan Brooks is going to be good and that he had Jordan Brooks' potential in coverage, then that should be good enough for me. It was a lot of appeal to authority argument. That's Gallant's whole side of things. So Gallant says essentially Gallant throws all PFF data away. So he says analytics have no room in the modern NFL stage, and that it should be just you listening to what coaches tell you about a player is how you should derive what you think of a player. And if you don't have the coach's opinion to tell you, then you should listen to another former player. And if you don't have that, then you should shut up and just act as though you know nothing of anything else. It seemed to be what his whole argument was on it. I'd love to continue to go back and forth with him on this, though, because I think it's a fun debate. Random McDaniel says, I'm not down on Swain, and I don't think he gets cut. He can have a more type career for us. He'll play 4 more years, top out at 30 to 35 catches with 4 to 6 touchdowns, and get a second contract from a wide receiver needy team. Well, he was definitely selected in the same range of David Moore, 2 guys that are 2-4-4 guys that fit into that sort of conventional mode of what Seattle looks for in a wide receiver. For though they went outside that bound with a guy like Eskridge, or for though they went outside that bound with a guy like Lockett or Golden Tate, those are kind of your 3 outliers for the position. They tend to fall in line with loving the guys that are 6 feet tall, 4.4 speed, 33-inch long arms, 10-foot broad jump, this is what they want at the position. And Brett Swain, I always call him Brett, I gotta call him Brett. Freddie Swain's got that in spades. He's got all of the items that they look for. He ticks all the boxes off that they want in the player. They gave him a lot of playing time last year. He was out on that field a bunch, Randall. So he's going to get a chance, man. He is going to get a chance. I just really like Tamarian Terry's upside, which I think is going to tantalize them, and I don't think you're going to be able to put that type of upside on the practice squad next year and expect for it to remain. As well, I think in a guy in Cade Johnson's a guy is going to be potentially really, really good for you out of the slot. And I would not be the least bit surprised to see him knock Eskridge off that spot, that he ends up being a better player initially out the slot as Eskridge kind of develops into a role with the team overall. We'll see how it goes with it, but I'm not totally out on Swain, Randall. I'm just not a big Swain guy. He's just kind of, to me, he's more of he's toolsy. Yeah, shout out to you, T-Boy. Hang in there, man. Thanks for hanging with us. I hope we can make you feel a little better over here. Adrian D, one of my patrons. Good to see some patrons in here. How you doing, Adrian? Salute you for your patronage. Appreciate you. Says, isn't Russell's worst passing percentage down the middle? If so, then that Eskridge pick is a B in the pick place and the need at wide receiver. Where Russell more than it is over the, well, yes, middle's not necessarily his strength, Adrian D. I'd say that Russell's been relatively okay on seam throws and certain types of throws over the middle. It's more of the short over the middle stuff that maybe he has struggled with in the past. We will see if maybe having a new offensive coordinator can solve a little bit of this. What if you've got an offensive coordinator, for instance, that leans more into creating throwing lanes for the quarterback, whereas the previous offensive coordinator was just really everything that passing offense is going to be built off the running game. So I'm not going to be really worried about you creating a passing lane per se, because we'll have the defense tricked to thinking it's a run play, but then it turns into a pass play. You could see little subtle twists like that of the dial that really does end up changing things up in a big way. Where now you've got Dwayne Eskridge on the outside and he's running a slant. And because of that ability to hit that jab step to the outside and create instant separation to the inside on the slant, and now you've got a right tackle that's being trained to clear that defensive end out and give Russell that open lane to that side on that short route. Maybe they're able to be more effective at that because of that, because you have, from a coaching standpoint, it being taught and trained and put in there. This is part of why at times I've knocked our offense for being so simplistic, is I truly believe some of the pass blocking stuff was built out of making it look like a run block first and sort of tricking that defense, as opposed to just being a good in pass protection. And some of this really comes from originally, I think the seeds of it come from Tom Cable, come from what his methodology was as it pertained to pass blocking, which he pretty much didn't care about pass blocking at all. So this is a transition, I think, that's starting to take place with it. But I think Eskridge will be okay, Adrian. Even if he's not being utilized in the short passes and stuff, remember, end arounds, bubble screens, get him the ball in space and let him work. This isn't a guy that's built on him running precise routes and you hitting him on time. This is about getting this guy the ball in his hands and letting him go out there and try to create some magic. Go Hawks 05. What game are you most excited for? Mine is the Titans, Derrick Henry, and Jamal Adams going at it. The King versus the Prez. I love it, Go Hawks. I love it. I probably do lean into the Green Bay game because it just tends to be they're sort of our nemesis in the NFC in general. It'll tell us a lot about where our team is. We're playing on the road. If you can go into Lambeau and you can take a win in Lambeau, that's a team that can win anywhere on the road in the playoffs, and that's going to make me feel a lot better about the team if they can do so, or even just stay with Green Bay and play with them. Give them a hard game and maybe a wintry time if it's in Lambeau, if it happens to be that. So I always love the measure against the toughest of the tough, and that's the one game on our schedule that really stands out to me as being a difficult one, but you do pick a good one. Derrick Henry out in open space, Jamal Adams coming downhill, getting ready to kneecap him. Could be fun. Could be fun. D-Boy says, thank you to everyone for all the good words and blessings. It helps. It's been hard on me, and the good energy I'm getting from everyone is really needed, so thank you. D-Boy, your family here, you're one of my original OG people who jumped in here from day one into the chat. My heart goes out to you, my man. It really does, and I hope you are hanging in there, and I hope you can continually come back here as a place that maybe we can give you a little bit of whatever small amount we can maybe provide it with here. I hope we can. It's got to be a tough thing in what you're going through right now, so keep your head up and keep pushing through day by day on it, man. Randall says, when and where was your beef with Gallant? Oh, Paul Gallant put a video where he said, his videos come up on my feed, so it annoys me just because I have to see his video on my feed, and I just got tired of it. It came up for, he had a title that triggered me, and it was, the Seahawks haven't been as bad at drafting, nearly as bad at drafting as you think. And you can kind of guess, Randall, where his thought process on it went from there, and then I probably flamed him a little bit, but you get me, you know how it is with me, Randall. You get me in the right mood. I want to tangle a little bit. I could be a little confrontational. Why do I? If Seattle does not sign KJ, I can envision them doing a lot more of robber and big nickel in places of traditional base 3. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that for sure. I absolutely could see that. You've got the room to get creative here with some of the secondary guys you have, being a guy, Marquise Blair, that's played some safety, had some training now at the slot role. You can move him around kind of as a piece. I think the same thing with a guy like Neal, who played relatively good for us, and they still found snaps for him even after Jamal Adams came back out on the field. But they're bigger. Both of those two guys are bigger safeties, so theoretically they could hold up if you ask them to do some will stuff. I don't know about Sam necessarily, but like you're saying, you're sticking more in nickels. You don't have to do Sam stuff at that point. I like your idea, though. I like your idea of going a little bit outside the traditional, because there's not necessarily some awesome Sam linebacker out there in free agency to grab. It's kind of there's a dearth of options out there as far as it's concerned with that if you don't go with KJ. So it'd be nice to see them get creative. Just would be nice to see them find a way to get Marquise Blair on the football field. Ugo was great for us out of the slot. It's not going to be there. Quandre Diggs is still there. Not going to be at the free safety. Where do you get Marquise Blair out on the field? Is it only going to be essentially as your dime cornerback, which is where he's probably slotted to go right now? I hope not. I hope they can find more of a way to utilize him beyond that. YDY says, Brandon, do you think drops can be an overrated stat and catch percentage is the bigger indicator of wide receiver success? Catch percentage is a bigger indicator of wide receiver success. I think both of the two numbers have a place as a metric. I'm a big guy, wide on saying, well, this stat doesn't work for me, and then I'm going to take that stat. Just take all the stats. Take as much information as you can to come to a quantifiable result, to come to something that gives you, true intelligence on the situation as to what is what. I think drops are always, I don't think that they're an overrated stat like I would say sacks would be an overrated stat. Why do I? I think drops are an indicator. When you tend to have a guy that has drops, it's pretty rare that you're going to go back to him and be like, well, but it's just that he didn't have a quarterback throwing him accurate footballs. So, that is what it is. I don't think that you can make that same realm of that necessarily. No. Catch percentage, no, because the catch percentage doesn't really factor in any of the drops. The drops are factored in a little bit to catch percentage, but you don't specifically get a view into the drop stat itself. Catch percentage starts to come into other factors being in at play. Again, it's a stat that has value. It's a stat that you want to use some weight to. So I do believe that, but there shouldn't be just one end-all be-all stat. You take a success of as much as you can get. The more information, the better. You should never be restricted by information or say, I don't want to include that because I'm going to just evaluate it fully. I feel like that's part of where you get started locked in on just one stat, for instance, to be just a PFF guy. Well, I'll just lean back on PFF to do all the work for me, and I won't do an eye test, or I won't take any of other quantifiable statistics that go beyond those analytics. Well, I think that's a fail there too. I think you take as much as you possibly can get your hands on. Adrian D., I don't know if you've been asked this before, but what was your reaction during and after Super Bowl 40? We could have had 2 of 3 Super Bowl wins. My initial reaction to the 2005 Super Bowl that the Seattle Seahawks had stolen from them by the NFL was that's as close as I've come in my fandom to stopping becoming a fan of the NFL. I had never been a guy to buy in on the NFL being fixed, or that Seattle somehow had things stacked up against them. But that game has been one of the only football games I've ever watched in my life that I've walked away from and said that game was fixed. There's been some questionable games I've watched. There's been some suspicious games I've watched. But to absolutely walk away from it and say I would bet my life on that game being fixed, yes. So that challenged my fandom. You had a team that had spent 30 years never getting to the mountaintop, finally had a team that was far and away the best team in the league that year, playing against a wild card team in the Super Bowl. The stage was set for us to have won that. It was Holmgren there by his 5th year. He had set everything in place. It was all ready to bloom. And then the NFL and the officiating crew came in there and took it from us, in my opinion. Some have different opinions on this. You'll never convince me otherwise. At some point, I will do a video of that Super Bowl, and I will break down all of the calls that I've talked about in the past being questionable and how the game was fixed, the way that they went about doing it. UGK says, easy with Adrian Peterson comparison. AP is made from some sort of space-age polymer. He's not fully human, unless DK is also some type of cyborg sent from the future. You have to admit, Huey, they both have the cyborgy-like body. I mean, if you were to peel the skin back on either of these guys and you got a Terminator exoskeleton shell beneath, are any of us surprised? I think it's a pretty apt comparison. Go Hawks 2021, are you a writer? Yes, I am a writer. I started out my history as a tried to be a screenwriter originally. So I've got some screenplays I've written and stuff, but yes. I've actually written a book that's published, but I'm not going to tell you guys where it is. So good luck finding it. Good luck finding it. I make money off it, and I am published on it, but I am not telling you guys that book, and you ain't finding it. So, haha. Randall says, remember how bad the drops were early on in Darrell Jackson and Cora Robinson? Seems like they were a major hindrance early on with Hasselbeck. Yeah, it was an absolutely horrific. It would be part of why I would say, Randall, why, frankly, the short passing attack, the conventional old school West Coast offense, we're gonna operate off of 4 or 5 yard routes and then let our guys work off of the yak. It's why I would lean away from that in an open air stadium where it's going to rain a lot during the year. I think that hurts that a little bit, especially with the wind and stuff. But yeah, and it was a problem for years. There was a couple of years there where we led, I think, multiple years back to back in the league in drops, and it brought our offense to a complete standstill at that time. I don't know if it completely hindered Matt's progress as a quarterback. It couldn't have helped. It certainly topped out a couple of those teams before that 2005 season in the respective. I think you could point to those drops being things that were key harbingers to keeping those teams from being Super Bowl type contenders, where they just, I mean, you'd have games where it's 5, 6, 7 drops, and not just those two guys, but down the line, nobody could hold on to the ball. I did wonder with some of it, Randall, with it being, you hear them talk about quarterbacks throwing catchable balls. Throws a real, like Joe Montana threw one of the all-time most catchable balls. It just came in like a pillow. Russell Wilson throws a very, very, very catchable ball. It's sort of a combination of not needing to throw with Roger Clemens' velocity, having some touch, yet also throwing the tight spiral that's not the duck that's kind of, flopping along there in the wind. And I always wonder with Matt, he always threw a tight spiral, but boy, on some of those short passes in that West Coast offense, he would put some mustard on those balls. I mean, there was some smoke coming off of him on those short passes, and I sometimes wondered if he made that a little bit hard on his receivers with some of those catches. Adrian D., did you see Mr. Irrelevant last year? He started, I think, 6 games last year and was one of the players that sacked Russ. He's on the Giants. He may be one of the greatest last picks of all time. Maybe very well so. It's a matter of time. It's going to happen at some point. Some guy's going to click in there, and with enough guys to drop in this draft process, I mean, look at in our draft, Marvin Wilson of Florida State, a grade 3 tech. You had the Robinson safety kid that's 5'7", who's going to play in this league for probably a long time. Tamarian Terry of Florida State. Cade Johnson, with guys like that dropping through the draft, David Moore of Grambling, those type of guys dropping like they did through this draft tells you there's be a year here, if it's not this kid from the Giants, somebody's going to come along and, somebody's going to come along and not be irrelevant, be actually a player from that last pick of the draft. Go Hawks 05. Tariq Cohen's brother, Tyrell, passed away today. Oh, man, sad. A lot of sad time. It's been a tough, brutal year. I'll tell you what, it's been a brutal, brutal year. Randall says, best case scenario last year, humbled Russ, and he comes in 2021 pissed the hell off. I hope so, Randall. I think he understands, and I don't think Russell's ever had as much criticism lobbed this year at any point in time in his career ever before. So if there's a year to get him locked in and get him less feeling himself and more about, I'm about to prove to all of you what I am, this would be that year, and I am hopeful for it. Minnie V, hi. Hey, Minnie, good to see you in here. It's been a bit. I hope this year will be better than next year. What do you think Seahawks can do to make this team a winning team? I don't think they have a whole lot of work left to do, Mindy. I don't. I think they've done most of the heavy lifting. The concrete's been poured. The cement's drying. Just got to kind of shade off the top, even and balance it all out, right? So that's about where they are in my estimation of things. I think they need to get a little bit better on the offensive line. If they can find another upper-level starter, if they can find a guy for the center position or something maybe just to upgrade somewhere along the realm of this offensive line, it sure would feel a lot better, especially from a depth standpoint. We're relatively okay at the tackle part. Guard, it's dodgy, and center, it's real dodgy. So that's the real position above all that stands out to me that you could improve here. I don't know how you do it, Mindy. That's the question. I'm not sure where that comes from, but I'd like to see that. Certainly, we need to still get a Sam. I think you could ask Darrell Taylor to do some of that, and it's going to be fine. You're not in base defense of 4-3 a lot with 3 linebackers on the field at any one given time. I don't think you're going to play like you did in 2019 where you were something like 70% of your snaps were in base. You're probably going to go back to more nickel heavy, 70% of the time being a nickel, so the Sam linebacker is less worrisome, but you do need to get yourself a coverage will as well. So some depth on the interior of the line, a little bit more linebacker help, but other than that, you're good to go. You've taken care of the receiver position. We're good there. Everything else looks good with the defensive end, defensive line. You feel good about the secondary, I think, at this point, drafting Trey Brown, Mindy. So you've filled everything else pretty good. Just a couple more spots if they could just do a little bit better, just a titch on a couple spots, just a titch. I know what you meant on that. UE2K says linebackers like running backs grow on trees. Agreed. Really great ones can be real game changers, but there are lots of solid ones that can get the job done. Yep. One reason I'm okay with them waiting to be this point where they actually deal with the linebacker situation. You don't have a starter at Sam right now. You don't have a guy that can cover on Will in passing situations like you had in KJ last year where Jordan Brooks would go off the field and you'd have KJ as your cover Will at that point, moving over from Sam. And they've waited to address it, and I think rightfully so, for the point that you present there, E2K. It's a devalued position. It's a devalued position within this defense. It's not the most important thing to address. Brandon Eichrick says, love the background. Awesome, dude. It's always in a little bit of an evolutionary state here, trying to make it a bit better bit by bit for you guys, Keep this going. Ethan's Tech World, this guy on another channel claimed we still have a weak defense. He said we only added substance without a signature guy. My reaction was to roll my eyes. Amazing balance is how the Seahawks rush thrives, hence 2013. You're on point with it, Ethan, and I'm not surprised my chat is always on point with it. And that's a great place to operate from. 2013, when you was as effective from a pass rush standpoint as you've been at any one time in this last 10-year period. Were you doing that with stars, or how did the other channel put it? Without a signature guy? Well, no, that defense didn't have a signature guy. Was it Michael Bennett? Was it Chris Clemens? Was it Cliff Averill? Was it who? Brandon McBain? No, there was no signature guy. What you did is you didn't have any weak links. You had a whole lot of depth, so you weren't going to wear down. You were going to stop the run. You put 2 1 techs out there on early downs, and then you stuck 2 3 techs out there on passing downs on the interior of the defensive line, and you thrived with it. I believe you created the most pressure in 2013 and 2014 in the entire NFL with that front four. So you don't need a signature guy. You don't need, everybody loves the glitzy names and the marquee dudes, but you're much more better, in my opinion, to rely on just upper level guys across the board and be a threat on all positions of that front four. Not at times over the last 5-6 years, what you've had. Go back, let's say, to 2018, where you've got Frank Clark and Jaron Reed as your guys, basically the only generators of any pass rush. You've always had 1 or 2 guys, but what about having 4 guys across the line? And not just having 4 guys across the line, but having that rotation of keeping them fresh. What about that possibility? And I'm with you, Ethan. I think that's going to bear out some great results. Kerry Hyder was 3rd in the league in the NFL last year in stopping the run from the edge. And he gives you a guy who can get you 8-9 sacks a year in that rotational role. We know we got Mayo, a decent rotational guy. Carlos Dunlap came here and changed things around. Absolutely changed things around with his presence. I mean, hell, if you want a signature guy, there's your signature guy. He was the most effective pass rusher in the NFL over the back 8 games of the schedule. So a guy who's played in Loserville for his whole life finally gets to go compete, and it's revitalized his career, in my opinion. So I'm on board with you on that. HB says, do you see us running more 12 personnel this year with Disley and Everett? And do you think we should? I do, because running the 12 personnel leads you, HB, to having Russell Wilson then under center, right? So you have Russell Wilson a little bit more under center at that play, running a little bit more of the play action off the traditional play action look, as opposed to the way that they've run play action consistently here, which has been to run it off of read option and the shotgun. Now you get a little more of under center, and I think Russell can be deadly with that stuff. You get teams now in that position where they're having to wait to the last minute to make sure it's not a run, and then they've got to also cover deep, but then they also got to worry about Russell Wilson with his legs moving to the edge. It's going to create some easy passes on the edge, because that's a lot of that Rams defense does, of course, is it's a master at creating those quick, easy throws on rollouts there that might only go for 5, 6, 7 yards, but they just give your quarterback easy completions. He doesn't have to think, gets out there in space, gets it into his man's hands, and lets him go. Especially if you can manufacture those kind of touches for a guy like Eskridge, who then could be fairly deadly after the catch with his yak. Why do I? From last Thursday's cast, you accused me of just bringing pure opinion and not stats. I don't think I said pure. Having an education engineering, you got to me, no worries. I'm over it now laughing out loud. I just had to mention it. I remember what we were talking about, and specifically where we were going was on his arm length and on the 5'9". And so, okay, now I know more of what you're referencing in the above empirical data on stuff. And so again, being an engineer, you can understand, when I bring up the 5'9" data, and again, it's a generalized stat, and you want to operate, as I was saying above there, why do I on as much information and stats as you can. If I've got one scouting report or I got 10 scouting reports, then I'm going to take all 10 scouting reports and read it, not just the one. So bringing in as much data as you can helps. I do think that the Stark number that I proposed and showed of saying, hey, guys that are this height selected in the first 2 rounds, it doesn't happen very often, which tells you the rest of the NFL doesn't think you should draft guys at this height at this point in the draft, right? And then their success isn't very good. The data was kind of staring you in the face on that. Why do I take? I mean, if we take off just we're Seahawks fans for a second hat and just look at that data, it's stark data. And to deny it and say, well, yeah, but this guy's going to be the outlier. That's where really our argument was. It was less about you operating off of pure opinion and more of us off of the difference, I think, in the way that we looked at the data. I look at that data and go, there's not a recent history of this being successful, so therefore to count on it being successful is a little bit of a leap of logic. You're kind of grabbing the outlier here and saying, no, he's going to be good because I think he's going to be good. And you can't point to really much empirical data outside of grabbing guys that are, let's say, 5'10 or 5'11 or 6 feet tall at that point to match it up against a guy who truly is 5'9. And the other place we argued where you were stuck on was I said sub 30-inch arms, which he came out to 30.5-inch arms. So I was 5 inches off that. But again, still fits to my data point of recent 10-year history of receivers that have 30.5-inch arms operating on the outside. Say nothing of the 5'9" stance, okay? Just go look at recent history of 30.5-inch arm receivers playing on the outside. You will find nearly zero. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if just about zero success of guys out there on that outside. So again, I don't want to see my team leaning into an outlier phase of things. We're going to count on this thing that happens once every 1 in 100 times of happening, as opposed to this, we're going to count on this thing that happens once every 30 times, right? Both of them aren't still likely to succeed necessarily, but you're playing the odds so much better going for the 1 in 30 versus the 1 in 100. And I think that when you look at Eskridge, you're in the 1 in 100, and when you're selecting this guy to think he can play on the outside and be successful in that range, as opposed to if you'd gotten for the 6 foot and up receiver, be it the De'Ami Brown or be it the Terrace Marshall out of LSU, you're going for more of the 1 in 30, if not even better odds than that, frankly. But I do appreciate your perspective on it. Why do I? And as I said last week, even if I disagree with you, I do value your football mind. So I know you've got a good football mind, and we just happen to kind of disagree on this one. The Food Gamer, what people fail to realize a very good defensive line is solid players and getting lots of them to add depth to your team. I'd rather have a lot of solid depth players than one Aaron Donald. Yes, agreed. Especially with our defense that's not, that is relying on the front four to generate pressure. And we just need one of the guys to win every time of the four, basically. And not just the same guy to win play in and play out, but them to all be a threat so you can't just slant your pass for your offensive line then to double up our tough guy. Because that's what happens when you have the one good guy. This was what happened with Jadeveon Clowney when we had the one good guy on that team. He just got double and triple teamed to death. You know, that's what happens from that. But I agree. You want the depth and talent. You don't need the superstar. Give me that talent. Give me that depth. I'll show you a damn good pass rush, and I'll show you a damn good defense behind it. You know, those things will go hand in hand. UE2K says the Eskridge and Brown criticisms are fair. That's why not crazy about them as value picks. That's why I'm not crazy about them as value picks. Neither needed to be selected where they were. Center at 56 and wide receiver at 129 would have been much better value. This is, I think this is the heart of where I stand on it, UE2K. And this is where I land on it too. Why do I with the guy himself? Again, just to reiterate, I don't hate, I'm less out on the Brown pick. That's a 4th round pick. I think the value was appropriate there. Certainly he's undersized, but I have less trepidation with that pick. With the first pick in the 2nd round, with the offensive linemen that were available, where the value was at with that 2nd round, you should have, in my opinion, gone for the offensive line help over the receiver. And again, it's about value with Eskridge, being that the recent histories of 5'9" receivers, being the recent histories of 30.5-inch receivers, being the history that when those receivers succeed, they tend to be receivers you could have gotten in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. You didn't have to pick those guys in the 2nd round when they have some sort of success. Operating off of that history, much better, in my opinion, to lean towards, let's try to get a lineman here. Let's get Creed Humphrey and call it a day. Or let's get a guard and call it a day. Just a better way of, it's value for me at the end of the day. Value is the word I come back to again and again with the draft, because when you look at the Seahawks' recent draft history, and if we can at least at a bare minimum agree that over the last 5 to 6 years, the Seahawks have not done great drafting. Yes, they've had some hits, but in the overall totality of things, they've been probably a little bit below league average in drafting, or right around maybe league average in best case scenario. Why haven't they been better? Because the draft's a crapshoot and it's completely randomized and it's impossible for a team to ever be good at it? I don't agree with that. Could it be because they misvalue things? They grab guys like L.J. Collier, who's 24 years old, in a 1st round that's seen 13 defensive linemen taken, and then grab the 14th defensive lineman, so that maybe that guy would have gone later into the 2nd round, or even in the 3rd round, or even beyond that. Same thing with Jordan Brooks or beyond. So it's about just valuing things appropriately so that you pick the right guys so that you get the maximum amount of good players in a given draft. Food Gamer, if Chris Carson has a very 2 good years, we resign him or let him walk. He will be 28 at the end of his contract. What do you think we should do when that time comes? Food Gamer, I'm never a guy that likes to pay running backs. I was okay with this deal because you got it down to a $2.5 million cap hit this year, and I am all on board the train of playing for it this year, going all in on this year, regardless of the future year cost at this point. I would estimate that Seattle wasn't really big on signing him to a new deal this time. It would take, once again, the market to tell Chris that we're not willing to pay you the money you think you might be worth, or what would be paid for a guy who might be now at that point, a guy with a couple more 1,000-yard years under his belt. If he's willing to come in at a discounted rate like he has here on this contract, then you're willing to sign him. But if he's not, and the team wants to pay him at that point, going to be hard to bring him back into the realm of things. It's a little tough to make a guess on that at this point because Carson's health, the fumble situation, those are things that have a wide variance on what they might be. But I would expect us to probably not re-sign him within a couple of years, but get a couple of good years out of him nonetheless. Why Do I says Robinson and Blair are my 1-and-1 for players taking a step forward. For my breakout players this year, my ceiling for Robinson is very high. I like Robinson too as far as where he's going. I think he's on that trajectory. I don't know when he's going to arrive there, but I think he eventually arrives at a trajectory of where he's a pretty good run stuffer and a guy that can push for 8 to 10 sacks a year in this league, be an upper-level defensive end essentially in this league at that point, be a little bit better than average starter. Blair, just find him a way to get him on the field. As long as he's healthy, find a way to get this guy out there with his physical presence, his hard hitting, especially a combo, like I said, with a couple of these other guys. You brought in a few thumpers in here recently. Bring him in with those other thumpers and watch them start to really bring a physical presence to the defense, because now you got the pass rush on the front end and a physical, violent back end. And that's the way, as somebody said, can we get to top 10 defense? Well, then you can get into a special realm of defensive play if you can kind of pair those two things together. Why Do I says, if Seattle does not keep 6 wide receivers, there's a slight chance Terry and Johnson beat Freddie Swain out. Not likely, but it could happen. I've got both of those guys as we stand right now beating him out. I've got separate reasons for why I think it happens. I think Freddie's got a good chance. He's got a skill set that he can match with those guys. But my bold prediction right now, as we stand right now, is that those two guys are going to be ahead of him on the depth chart when we come to day one. I'm not as certain on that prediction when it comes to Terry because I just don't know about his health and stuff. But as far as talent and what those guys bring, I think they bring something a little different than what Freddie brings. Randall says, I think we keep 6 wide receivers typically, ? DK, TL, Eskridge, Swain, and 2 practice squad guys. Something like that. I think usually you got 5 guys on the roster. I don't know, but we'll keep the extra receiver, like you said, on the practice squad. And it can rotate. I think sometimes they go lesser with wide receivers on game day. It can fluctuate a little bit, but I'd expect 6 in total to be right around where they're at when we include the practice squad. Adrian, but at least the head referee apologized to the Seahawks organization and said that he made the game-altering mistakes and he will take them to his grave. That is why it was mostly rigged. Yes, and the umpire did come back a couple years and did own the mistake of the 2005 Super Bowl later on. Some of that, Adrian, I think, was blowback because it was so beyond the pale from what you would see in games where there might be some mild fixings going on. You might have a play here or there where an official does something that's a little bit, that was a little odd, as opposed to almost every single quarter, almost every single drive, you've got something going on where there's an obvious the rig is in type situation going on. I don't take anything away from that apology outside they were forced to basically do it at that point by some of the call out that was happening out there and the way that people looked at that game historically speaking. And if you got him to say that he apologized, then it looked less like a fix and more of like, well, it was just the officials crap the bed on a given day. I don't buy it. There were too many calls that went in too many directions that went too against our Seattle Seahawks to believe that game wasn't rigged, in my opinion. Why do I nailed me? He wrote hentai porn. Oh, God. I've been outed on my hentai porn. Damn it, why do I? How did you find me out? Spencer Smith, laughing out loud, kidding aside, how likely do you see Jason Kelce becoming an option for us down the road? Sorry if you already addressed this. I'm quite late to this one. I believe, as Randall brought up earlier, I think that Jason Kelce restructured his deal, Spencer Smith, for the upcoming given year to lower down his cap hit from what it was going into the offseason with the Eagles. This would lead me to believe that there's probably not a huge likelihood that he's going to be released at that point. Now, the Eagles did draft Landon Dickerson out of Alabama, but the thing to remember with that, Spencer, is Landon's coming off the ACL injury, his second ACL injury, and he may not be, I think, exactly ready to go come week 1. I think he had that injury happen in a bowl game, so awfully late in the year to have it occur. These things make me a little bit hesitant to believe that Kelce would be a guy that is going to be available, but if he is made available, if they do release off of him, if the Eagles decide that Landon's good to go, well, then at that point, I hope Seattle jumps all over him because he would be exactly the guy that I'd want them to target and bring in, a guy that gives you, I think, an upgrade over what you have in Posick right now, even with Kelce's a little bit at advanced age at the position. 312 says, is it me or does Mahomes' throwing motion kind of look like a baseball throwing motion? Yeah, I see that. For sure. Absolutely. He's got the baseball background. Russell's got a little of that too. That's kind of what you get with that baseball background, I think, a little bit. YDY says, more data is good, but as my stats teacher told me, without the correct data interpretation of data, it's just a bunch of numbers that can do more harm than good sometimes. Well, it's a fine line because it's when you start to cast away numbers that you determine aren't good, it's a little bit like this. YDY, it's like somebody wants to take my general stat I give, which in and itself shouldn't be taken on its own, of the 5'9" receivers over the last 10 years. How many 5'9" receivers are taken in the first 2 rounds? Well, what does that data give you beyond? Let's not even look at the results. Let's just ask the question of what does that data provide me? If I look at the first 2 rounds of the last 10 years and I say how many receivers at 5'9" and under with 30.5-inch arms have been selected, that's to me data you don't throw away and go, that's too generalized data. I can't take that. No, what that data tells you initially off the gate, number one, is it tells you how many teams in the NFL are willing to select a guy at that height there, or who look at a guy at that height there and say, we can get him later on. Let's go for value in other places. And if you're going to ignore all that data of what other NFL teams are doing and you're just operating in such a brilliant, maniacally genius-like level of the way that you evaluate players, well, I guess, I don't think you think this way, YDY, but if our front office thinks that way, then it's like, okay, that's what they think, but that's silly. The fact that the 4 NFL teams for 10 years through the first 2 rounds have selected 4 players at 5'9" and under heading into this draft is a very important stat. And I think in a little bit of our disagreement last week was just a little bit of me just trying to pin your tail down to kind of owning and understanding what I'm saying in that stat. And that, there's other information to take into account here. But when we go from me trying to pin you down that stat to then you'll grab great outliers at the position like a Tyreek Hill who wasn't picked in the first 2 rounds, who is more of, again, to what my point being is that you get these guys later on if you're going to take your risks on them, but also to grab the great outlier, to grab the great exception to the rule of what we see at the position, being that those guys don't tend to work on the outside in the NFL by and large. It's again about playing the odds, playing the chances. The NFL is enough of a crapshoot as it is. There is no guarantee to success. There is no mentality. There is no philosophy. There is no defensive scheme. There is no genius level that exists at any general manager position that is going to hit everything out of the park every single time. What you do is you set the framework in place for you to have more successes, more hits than misses. That's all you can do. Create the fundamentals at play that provide you the success you're looking to achieve. Doesn't guarantee it. There's been teams over the last couple of years that have done a very good job in places like the draft and free agency and trades who've not gotten the results borne out. Specifically, the Indianapolis Colts come to mind, who've had some very good drafts over recent years. The results haven't borne out. They made some good moves, haven't borne out. Absolutely, there's no guarantees in this game. But that's what my stats are trying to point to on the stat I give you with the 10-year history on that wide do wide, and where our disagreement, where really I was trying to pin you down on and understanding why that is such an important thing to just on that alone. For one moment, let's look at that, then let's expand out of that. And I'll expand out to the success stories, but you got to find me success stories. And when you start to twist and turn, well, here's a 5th rounder that happened, and here's a 6th rounder here that's successful, and then, okay, let's give me a 2nd rounder because my initial problem with it is about value. What's the best way to utilize value in a draft? How should you pick? What should you gravitate towards with positions? Should there be a position that you gravitated towards above a position? Should there be a player type that you gravitate towards other player types at the same position? I mean, you're really getting into the weeds on it, you know? Why do I say, since when are Bobby and Adams not top-tier defensive names? Seattle had number 1 D for DVOA the last 8 games in 2020. 2020 won't be healthy and deeper. Agreed. So why do I says our disagreement last time came from misunderstanding each other's positions. We both agree on lack of size increases risk. We have different views on what traits he has to mitigate the risk. All good. Yeah, I don't think we were exactly arguing on the same thing. But again, it's to your bottom line on that. He has traits that can mitigate that risk. But that's not, he may have those traits, but you are playing the chances and odds. Recent 10-year history tells us that that's not the way that's going to work out. And so again, you're playing to the anomaly. You're playing to the exception. Not you yourself, but the team themselves are counting on the exception to the rule, which is where my issue comes in with the pick. Tommy Eden says, do you think Josh Johnson has a good chance to make the team? Said his idols were Lynch and Alexander. Would be a cool story if he did. Oh, I didn't hear that, Tommy. That is awesome. Of the 2 undrafted free agent running backs, him and Emmons, he's the one that's more likely to make the team. I thought his film was a lot better than Emmons was. And he's a 5'9" little fire hydrant guy. He's absolutely solid in pass protection. I saw him take on a defensive tackle in pass pro and hold up and put the guy on his back, essentially. He's a good catcher out of the backfield. You get him the ball out in space, he can break some tackles. Not much of a runner in between the tackles. He just doesn't have the size to do it. It's a little bit like what you saw in DJ Dallas last year, where a guy gets an arm on him, he's going to take him to the ground. But he's got some ability maybe as a 3rd down back, and we have the need for that role in this offense right now. UE2K says, I have the sneaking feeling that the Seahawks were planning on drafting Rondale Moore and reached for Eskridge as a consolation prize. Sound familiar? Certainly is possible. I wouldn't be surprised on that. And I mean, we saw the team behind us and the Rams do the same thing with Poo-Poo Atwell. They went and got Poo-Poo after they wanted Eskridge. So it's, a little bit of a domino situation. Easily could have been what happened there, for sure. Ethan's Tech World, I read your essays responding to that 710 ESPN guy. That was something, not going to lie. Well, I'm a passionate man, Ethan, I'm a passionate man. And I want our media to do better, frankly. I want Paul Gallant to do better. I want our local media to do better. I want more feet to the fire. I want more of a willingness to say, you guys have been broken in this realm of things, fix this. But the more media members you have glad-handing, the more media members you have worrying about their access, the more media members you have that are willing to go after fans but not willing to go after teams, the longer things remain a problem. The longer that stuff continues to happen in the same realm and the way that it's happened prior. That's just my opinion on it. I think that when you look at other media markets, There's other forms of journalism out there, other cities out there from the journalism angle that are more willing to be diehard journalists, to do their job, to, again, hold some accountability to a team. And let's not forget this team is in desperate need of accountability. You have no de facto owner at the top looking down, overseeing how things are going. You have a general manager and a head coach, for good or bad, who operate in a vacuum of leadership. They stand at the top, specifically your coach, who doesn't even answer to a general manager. So the only other place that can arrive to hold these guys' feet to the fire, the only place of criticism that can arrive to hold these guys' feet to the fire is the media. And they're not doing it. It's just like how they were blindsided by the Russell Wilson thing. Nobody was out ahead of that Russell Wilson stuff. Ethan, nobody was talking about, man, is Russell getting pissed? Is he going to get done with this team? It caught him all out of left field, awkward, off guard. Didn't catch me off guard. I was talking about it not in this last draft, but the year before in last year's draft. Why? Because I'm so smart and I'm so ahead of the game on stuff? No. I'm as big an idiot as anybody else. The reason is because it got so obvious that it was sitting out there. It was the 800-pound gorilla sitting there in the room staring at everybody, getting ready to wow out on us. And he finally did this offseason. It's the first time anybody. And so, yeah, I do have an issue with the local media, and I want to see him do better. And if I see stupid, silly videos come up on my feed about how all the fans are wrong and that the front office has really been amazing in drafting, I'm going to rip him on it. And he's going to have to sit there and own it to me and show me why. Because it's silly that he takes that position, in my opinion. I can't stand for it. Young One, AZ, yo, what's up, Hawks Nest? Young One, how you doing? Good to see you on in here. In terms of talent, Antonio Brown was not better than Jerry Rice. No. Nope. And the NFL doesn't agree with you on that either, 312. Go Hawks says, in terms of intelligence, a chicken more than 312, respectively. Guys, you put respectfully on that. Go Hawks 05. 312 Steelers versus Seahawks Super Bowl definitely wasn't rigged. It was absolutely rigged, and I will never get over it. It will always be one of the great angers of my life. I was so disappointed watching that game. Ethan Tech World, it turns out Juju Smith-Schuster's TikToks were behind the rigging of the Seahawks versus Steelers Super Bowl. It was. He was a young man, and I know people will say TikTok wasn't around at the time, but it was in an earlier state. And yes, I blame Juju for that Super Bowl fixing. Yeah, 312. It's easy to win a Super Bowl when you got the officials on. As Mike Holmgren said, he knew they had to go there and play the Steelers. He didn't know they had to go play the guys in the stripes as well. So you got 4 more guys on the field at any one given time than we did. If you hadn't won with that would have been amazing. That would have been a telling. Goax says, I was an infant and I could have called a more fair game than that. I would have trusted babies out there over those officials. No doubt. Goax says, I'm hoping for Connor Weddington to make the team. I started following him on TikTok. The man is 12, tried and true, and it'd be awesome to see him live out his dream. Well, he's got a chance. I mean, if there's any guy that can make the roster for his special teams ability, and that's what this guy does have, Go Hawks, he's got it. They've kept guys like Nico Thorpe on the roster in recent years for their special teams acumen. Ricardo Lockett, who developed a little bit as a receiver as he went along a little bit more, but they've definitely gravitated towards that in the past. And so Weddington does have that ability in him. He's a special teams maven. I would expect him to do really well in that respect. He's got a lot of competition. You got your Nick Bellors and your Cody Bartons and your Ben Burke-Kirvins, and even supposedly Marion Terry is supposed to be an outstanding gunner in the punt game. So he's got a little bit of an uphill battle there with it. A little bit of an uphill battle there with it. Tommy says left tackle or Derek Thomas. Oh, LT or Derek Thomas, says Tommy Eden. I go with Lawrence Taylor. Derek Thomas was a fantastic rusher, an all-time great, no doubt about it. Maybe as quick a first step off the line of scrimmage as any player that's ever played, DT. LT was just different. He changed the position. He changed the game. If you do that as a defensive player at that point, you've got to get your props, in my opinion. You've earned your props. You've earned it. Yui says, is it just a coincidence that the two teams with trouble with their Super Bowl winning franchise quarterbacks both don't have an owner to weigh in personally on the front office decisions? Wow, what a great question. That's a fantastic question, my guy. Could be, Yui. Somebody in the know, I forget who was talking about this earlier this offseason, said that if Paul Allen was still alive, that Russell Wilson would have already been traded. I don't know if I think that's true or not, but I think that there is definitely, with both the Seahawks and the Packers, both of these two teams in their own ways. I think Seattle to a lesser degree than the Packers, because I think the Packers have done this now for two quarterbacks going back 30 years, where Seattle's got their first franchise quarterback in their history and they're just learning how to deal with it. But I think both franchises have not necessarily done the most to fully wrap their arms around the franchise quarterback, in the respect of, we're paying him all this money. It's not what we would love to do if we were drawing this up on a whiteboard and how we're setting a roster up. But hey, we've got a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's playing MVP level production. Let's build around him. And both with Seattle and Green Bay, as we've talked about, they both decided that they were going to go in certain ways weaker at positional groups that were going to make the quarterback's job tougher, and that he was then going to have to overcome for a lack of talent in certain spots on the offensive side of the ball, as opposed to loading that up like we saw with Tampa Bay, right? So I think both of those two organizations went real soft and half-measured approaches with this type of stuff, rather than really understanding that they're in a special time frame to really take advantage of something and really drive forward with it. And the Packers really, I think, did it at a much worse level with that draft last year, continued to do it with this offseason, not making any kind of moves to really aggressively. I mean, the best thing that they've done is what they added Elijah Moore, I think. Isn't that who the one receiver they've added here? I think that they've sold them short a little bit with both quarterbacks, and it could be because of the franchise, the lack of the lack of the owner. The thing with the Green Bay is that they always do things a little different, Yui. So that's why I'm not super completely on board with putting it to that point, because they're never in free agency outside of like Reggie White. They always just are going to trust their little process. They're never going to go for receivers early. They're never going to, they kind of stay stuck in their ways a bit with it. Whereas with Seattle, it's more apt with that, where they're just not an owner over the top holding the front office accountable. And I think that's part of the reason why things have continued to repeat themselves as far as mistakes go. Go Hawks says, can we give our special teams more respect? Rock solid, and you're adding a dynamic returner to fantastic gunners. Yeah, I mean, we've got probably the best special teams unit in the NFL next year as we go into it. You had a kicker last year who was perfect, kicked a ton of 50-yarders last year. He's great. You've got the best punter. He can both drop stuff inside the 20 and he can boom them. And on your coverage unit, you've got a collection of guys, especially Nick Valor made the Pro Bowl just by being what he did on special teams unit alone. It's going to be a big part of why, when I say I think our team gets to 13 wins next year, some of that's because I think the offense takes a step forward. Some of that is because I think the defense does take a step forward. But some of that also is because I think our special teams unit is going to be dominating. And Wenning is going to get a chance at that. He will go Hawks, but man, he is going to have to fight up against some real dogs out there. It's not like in the Nico Thorpe years where Nico's just allotted to be that guy and no one else is kind of competing with him as that main gunner. No, you're going to have a few guys out there really, really pressing it, which is good to see. It just makes the special teams unit that much better. Ethan's Tech World, good on you for that. While not as ongoing, I had some opinion-based pushback on one of my teachers and how he approached certain things. Not everyone has the courage to do something like that. Yeah, and part of me is not courage, Ethan. I get a little bit emotional at times when I see something and then I want to go after it. I do it in here, I know in the chat at times where I go hard on stuff. I'm a passionate man. So, I get in. And it's, again, just, I want to see the best for my team. I don't want us to look back in this period of Russell Wilson's career or this run of Coach Carroll's run and say, man, we left a lot of meat on the bone. We should have gotten way more out of those teams with the amount of talent that came through that city at that time. We should have had more, and we should have been capable of doing more. And if only we had changed our approach here, or only if we had changed our approach there, could we may have attained that ultimate goal? I tend to think so, but it's going to be reliant on people being willing to push back. It's going to be reliant on people not just waving pom-poms at every turn, but actually willing to stand up and say, the way you guys are doing stuff's been broken, this has been wrong, and you guys need to fix it, and you're in a position to fix it. And I think they've started to do this offseason. We've started to see some actual differences in ways they're going about their philosophy and executing that philosophy, which is encouraging to see. Has it been a wholesale change? No. Has it been part and parcel a little bit? Has it been piecemeal a little bit? A little bit. A little bit. But they're going for the short term, the avoidable years, doing what they can to kind of work around the stuff that's up against them a bit. I like it overall. That's who it was. It was Amari Rodgers. It's not even Elijah Moore, Go Hawks. That's right. They're Amari Rodgers. So they didn't even, talk about just, what are they doing? Like, what are you doing, man? Like, if you want to be out on Rodgers, then be out on Rodgers last time when Greg McCarthy moved on and you were on with a new coach and you could have gotten some value for him at that time, then be out on him. If that's where you stand, then be out on him. Or embrace him and buy into him and do everything you can to help him. The fact that you have Devontae Adams and nothing over there at the wide receiver position is a joke. The fact that you haven't done anything at the tight end position past Jimmy Graham over the last 5 years is a joke. That was an older Jimmy Graham, a shell of himself type Jimmy Graham. I don't know why you do it that way. If you don't believe in having to pay a quarterback and you don't want to pay a quarterback $40 million, I've said this about the Russell Wilson situation. It's a S or get off the pot, right? You either embrace Russell and you're all in on, hey, we're paying our quarterback double what anybody else on the next guy on the roster is making. He's our leader. He's our quarterback. He's in the middle of a Hall of Fame of his prime career. He can give us MVP-like level of play if we just put the stuff around him to allow him to be successful. Why not do that? Why not just buy all in on that? But these teams try to try to go halfway with it. And man, Amari Rodgers, he's fine. But that's your answer to Aaron? Yeah. Oh yeah, our first round quarterback that we also gave up a third rounder to go get last year to try to take your place instead of a receiver in a hugely rich receiver draft. Yeah, we're not going to do that. Running back in the second round, yeah, we're not going to do that. And then this year, we'll go for a cornerback in the first round again in a very wide receiver rich draft. I'd be pissed. I don't even like Aaron Rodgers, and I'd be pissed too. UE2K agreed the Packers have operated more like a corporation, but if they had an owner, there's no way that their two first round picks after making it to the NFC Championship would have been a backup quarterback and a running back. Probably not. And I think the only thing that makes me hesitant, of believing that is what is holding them back necessarily, being a lack of ownership, is that there's bad owners too. If we're talking about it, there being a good, strong ownership, somebody over the top that's not trying to put their fingers in every pie of the business like a Schneider or a Jones type, but is actually just a strong owner type like Paul Allen was, who is a part of the process, but they're in the appropriate place he should be to running the team. I agree with you. And if I'm an owner and I'm hearing that we're taking a quarterback with Rodgers, I think I agree with you as well. Hard to see any owner standing there going, we just went to the conference championship. You're doing what? You're what? Huh? Aaron bought into this new coach you brought on board. You told him before the new coach came in, you said, Aaron, don't be part of the problem. He not only hasn't been part of the problem, he's back to playing at an MVP level. And you're doing, what'd you say? You're going to take a quarterback of the future? I don't get it. Random again says, have you ever been somewhere and get recognized from the chat? No, I have not. I haven't been in Seattle a lot, though. I've been most of the time since I've done this channel either in Montana or I've been in Hawaii. And then there's a lot, Randall, you got the mask thing. So I'm always wearing a mask everywhere, But no, never have, man. Never have. Go Hawks says, hey, Brandon, who are your top 5 sack leaders on the team with numbers? My bold prediction is 2 double-digit guys. Ooh, I love it, Go Hawks. I love your bold prediction there. Do I go double-digit for 2 double-digit guys? I'm gonna piggyback on top of you here, Go Hawks. So I'm piggybacking. So I'll agree with you that we get 2 double-digit sack guys. I'm going to shock the world here and say those 2 double-digit sack guys are going to be Jamal Adams and Carlos Dunlap. I'm going to put Alton Robinson at 6 sacks. I'll put Kerry Hyder also at 6 sacks. I'll put Ben Sameo at 4 sacks. If Alden Smith's going to be in there, I'd put him at 7 sacks. You're going to have a lot of guys at 5+ sacks, I think. Darrell Taylor, 5 to 6, 7 sacks, rotational guy. You just stack a lot of these type of guys up like that. Just a lot of guys, But they'll be what I think will happen is you're going to end up at that 50 sack area as a team for totals, and then you'll be really good as far as your efficiency in your pass rush game. You'll really, really be good in that realm of things because guys are going to be so fresh. They're going 100 miles per hour when they are out on the field. I think that's going to help draw out the success. UE2K says, excuse me, the first 3 picks. That's right. Packers' first 3 picks last year were the quarterback and the running back because they had to trade the 3rd rounder to move up in the 1st rounder for the quarterback. Just all that much more egregious because of that. And why? Jordan Love wasn't that great for you to do it on that, It wasn't an Aaron Rodgers type fall where Aaron Rodgers, when he fell in his draft, there were some who thought maybe he could have been the 1st overall pick. It would have been an upset for him to be there, but it wouldn't have been shocker to see him out in the top 10. Everybody coming into that draft with Love slotted for him to be picked into that 20 realm of the 1st round. You're probably right on that. You're probably right on if there was an owner there, Yui, that they would have stopped that. They would have put their hand down and said, no, who's the best receiver on your board? You take him. You take him and have yourself a piece of cheese. Okay. maybe that's what they would have done with it. Seahawks Gaming, it would be hard to run against the Cowboys if they do run that 3-4 you talked about. It is. They're like 1 deep at the 1 tech. Understanding like they've got some guys there like, Gallimore that they drafted last year who's a pure 3 tech for a 4-3 defense. There's not really a spot for him in a 3-4. They'll probably try to kick him to a 3-4 end or something. They've got to make a transition defensively if they're going to do that. It's always easier said than done to transition off a 3-4 to 4-3, as well as Dan, Quinn's not run any sort of 4-3-4 lately. He's been all 4-3. So how well is he going to do at running that? Kind of odd to see them do it in that direction of things. I don't love what the Cowboys are doing with the linebacker core. The linebacker core is a little bit weird. UE2K, I was listening the other day to a Cowboys fan talking. It sounds like they're going to run 3-4 stuff. I know if it doesn't make any sense, but I was listening to sound. They were pretty much on board with saying this is going to be 3-4 they're running, which I just blew my mind why they would do that. I mean, I know you're linebacker heavy, so theoretically, if you're linebacker heavy, you're going to go 3-4, but it's 3-4 is more than just about the linebackers. You've got to build the inside of that, the 3-4 part of it. The inside, you've got to get with specific guys that fit to that don't necessarily fit to 4-3. They're not usually interchangeable guys. Food Gamer says, you think we were moving in the right direction to make Russ happy? We got a guard we got a guard in last year's draft, trade for a very solid one and got a solid tackle and got a wide receiver to help Russ. What are your thoughts? Those moves could work out to eventually get you in a state to make Russ happy, Food Gamer, but there's less of a guaranteed associated with those type of picks than I would have liked. I do love Stone Forsythe's game. He's a 6th round pick. Gabe Jackson's a good player, but he's a player that's 33, 32 years old, getting up there in age, probably seen his best days played behind him. And he's coming in here now at the cost of moving Damian Lewis from right guard to left guard, which I don't think he's going to do as well in. I have real worries about the depth of this offensive line. I now have worries about both the left and the right guard position. I don't necessarily know if that's going to be something that doesn't hold us back in the long term of things, Food Gamer. And I think if Russ gets his face smashed in again, because you have no depth at the offensive line, if Russ gets his face smashed in again because Damian Lewis's pass protection woes really show up over there at the left side, well, then I think that sets him on a track to piss him off and have him leave. And if frankly, that's sort of the theme on this particular live stream show, is we want to keep Russ here long term. We want to get ourselves out of that box. Have we done that with these offseason moves by doing one thing? And one thing that comes at the cost of moving one of your one good things on the line to a different place. So the one good thing you might have gone out there and done to bring in a Gabe Jackson might have neutralized the one of 2 good things you had actually on that offensive line, being Damian Lewis and Dwayne Brown, basically. So it's a little madness to me. It's a little head scratching to me. It's a little frustrating to me. If it works out, if they stay healthy, the frontline guys stay healthy, Foodgamer, if Posick can take a step forward in his second year starting at the center position, then yes, you will have made Russ happy. And certainly those other moves, I can't argue with them making Russ happy, being the Gerald Everett at tight end or getting some receiver help in here for him. Those things are going to make him feel happier. But Russ didn't say, sure would be nice to be able to have better guys to throw to. Aaron Rodgers has talked about, would be nice to have a receiver draft to get another receiver in here. But Russ didn't talk about receiving help or tight end help. He talked about getting hit too much. That's what he pointed to. And has that been addressed enough? I don't know. And I lean towards I don't entirely think so enough. UE2 cases, imagine the Packers with Claypool. Seriously. I mean, it's much better than any other number 2 they got on the roster. Big play threat with Rodgers' deep ball. Perfect pairing between the two. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I just teams overthink stuff, man. They get I seriously think they end up overthinking stuff and just don't go to more of a simple level of things, which would met out more success for them, I think, more consistently. Gohawk says, man, if Alden can play this year, it would make me so happy. I want him to fully realize his potential. Yeah, former top 10 guy who's not played a ton in this league, so he's still relatively young, still relatively fresh. I think he got wore out as the year went along with the Cowboys, had to play too many snaps with them, got it in that 90% range of snaps. It's just too much, but he's going to be more in a rotational role here. If he does play here, he'll be set up to succeed. A guy that, again, you can't teach that type of freakish talent. You can't teach 6'4" with 35-inch long arms and good power and good movement ability. I was really happy by the Alden signing. I love the value of it. I loved what it was doing for our defensive line, where previous Seahawks team would have said Kerry Hyder, Ben Samayoa, Carlos Dunlap, re-sign Poona Ford. We're good. Al Woods, good. We're fine. That's enough. That's just enough. That's just barely enough. That's what the old Seahawks front office would have done. This year's Seahawks front office said, no, it's not enough. Give me Alden in here too. I love it. Just what I like to see. Ethan says, what were the last few Seahawks games you went to? The last couple I went to were the Packers game in 2018, I think, in Seattle, and 2019 Viking game. Now Lumen Field is just an incredible experience. I agree with you. It's an awesome experience to go to a Seahawks football game. I love it. I haven't been able as much recently to go. I believe the Bears game a couple of years ago was the last one I went to. And so that was kind of a recent one. I went to the Packers Fail Mary game. I'm forgetting a couple others in here I went to. They were such vibrant games. I've forgotten them here. There's one other one I'm forgetting. But it's a great experience. I hope when the stadium's open back up that we can reinvigorate a little bit of our 12th man and being loud there, because it was getting a little bit, especially that Bears game I went to in 2018, I think it was. Man, it was not super loud in there as much as I'd remembered it. And maybe it was just playing the Bears and people weren't as hyped up as much on the game. It was a cold day. But I certainly would like to see them tap back into that. But I'm going to try to get back to one soon here. As soon as it opens back up again, I'm going to try to get back over there and see one. I want to get some good tickets too. Jay says, I will be here in like 30 minutes competing this at 9, so you can do the math. Sounds good, Jace. Randall says, Dunlap gets 11.5 sacks. I think Adams is 4 to 5 this year, but gets 6 picks. Ooh, Randall, 6 picks for Jamal Adams. I love it, man. I love it. You get me stoked over here. I'll be okay with that trade-off. Robinson, Taylor, Benson, and Hyder are all 5 to 7. I say Poona's 7 sacks. Alden and or Green go for 4. 55 sacks as a team. It's the cobble-it-together approach we talked a lot about last year, but you're really putting it into play this year, right, Randall? Cobble it together. Brick by brick, you stack up to create your wall of pass rush, which is what Seattle's done. Nobody has to be amazing unto themselves. We just have to have everybody perform to a good state. They'll be fresh. They'll have the ability to do it. They'll be set up to be successful. They won't be repped out there too much and blown out too much. So I could see it, man. Yui says also owner would have a personal relationship with Russ or Rodgers and they could plead their case directly to them like Brady did about Garoppolo. Yep. It does provide that kind of conduit normally as well, where owners do have like some kind of relationship with the quarterback. So very true. Very true. Go Hawks says, I'm guessing in your film study of Stone that he's a hell of a reach blocker. Just a hunch, being a tall left tackle myself. I struggle with run blocking, but I can sure seal the edge. It's the key to the tape when I break down his film for him, Go Hawks, with Stone. Stone's never going to be amazing as far as in run blocking one-on-one, as you can probably attest, Go Hawks, because he's going to lose the leverage game more often than not. And he who loses the leverage game in run blocking is always going to struggle a little bit. But to your point, the two things that he can still be very much almost a difference maker like in the run blocking game are going to be getting to the second level and then the reach blocks, or sealing the edge a little bit, as you mentioned there as well. These are the things that are a little bit more based around being a finesse guy on movement, body placement, and getting yourself in the right position. And it's a little bit of a mixed bag at times. The second level stuff with the linebackers, most of the time he lands with it. Sometimes he can whiff with his size. You get a safety dips up under him, as I saw in the Oklahoma tape of him recently with it. But most of the time he lands out on the second level, and on the reach blocks, he tends to be pretty good with that stuff because of his short area quickness. He has elite short area quickness for a tackle. Legit elite short area. Throw out the 6'8" aspect. He could be 6'4" with this short area quickness. It would still be elite. That's what's going to help him hit those reach blocks with that Ram scheme that we're implementing, and should help him as well in the pull game, because he can do some pull stuff, wham blocks back across the formation. That stuff definitely shows up on the tape, and it looks really, really good. So I still think he'll never struggle in the mono-y-mono. I'm just going to whoop you off the line, but that's okay. The modern NFL is a lot less about the mono-y-mono. It's more of the zone-based stuff, the movement-based stuff, the pulling in zone stuff. So that stuff's become a little bit more minimized. YDY says Cowboys D is god-awful. Weak line, horrible secondary too. Cowboys are already over the cap 2022 and 2023, so they might be bad for a while. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, I'm not a Cowboys fan, so I can say fortunately, because it helps us out. The weaker the NFC teams, the better for the Seattle Seahawks. And right now, the Cowboys are in a bad state. I think that the draft heavy to the linebacker approach is not the way to fix a defense. Micah Parsons could be a good player, but if you're talking about only using Micah Parsons as an outside linebacker now, I guess, and a pass rusher, I don't know. I don't get the linebacker thing that they did. They had one of the more confusing drafts that I saw of this last draft. I think that the first round, especially with the Micah Parsons pick, just fell to them weird that way. They had their hearts set on J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain, who weren't there, and so they just got stuck at that point. But I agree. I think that they're in a position where they're going to struggle. I'll throw on top of that, UE2K, I think their offensive line is going to be much worse than it's been, historically speaking, recently. And that's going to start to hold back an offense that's been pretty lethal over the last couple of years. Emmett Brown says, so I noticed that our last two drafts, our first defensive players have come from programs that run a 3-3-5 defense. Could we get more out of Adams in a 3-3-5 scheme? Be nice to play Diggs, Blair, and Adams. I would love to see it. We've not seen anything recently where Seattle's gone to much three-man fronts with their scheme. I mean, that's something to where Carroll is a pretty traditional 4-3 guy. He likes to say we run 4-3 with 3-4 principles, is how Carroll's tended to say it in the past. Which would lead me to believe that he'd be hesitant to do that in the same realm. The problem with running the 3-3-5, of course, is that you end up with three of your defensive linemen getting double teamed. So it starts to be very tough at that point to generate any type of pass rush. Now, if you're moving to blitz heavy approaches and you're doing a lot of exotic scheme things where they never know who's coming and who isn't, and you're sometimes throwing 5, 6, 7-man fronts and then dropping 3 into coverage, that type of thing, that certainly has given Russell Wilson problem recently, and that can give teams around the league problems. I'd love to see them do it, Emmett. I'd love to see them implement some more schematic differences versus the 4-3 under stuff that we see kind of play in and play out, just to give those offenses different looks, different things to have to prepare for. But until I see him actually do it, I'm going to remain skeptical. Still, I love where your mind's at in trying to find a way to get Diggs, Blair, Adams all on the field at once. Get your most talented secondary players all on the field at once. Don't worry about what position you call them. Just get them out on the field. And especially if we're talking about in a situation where linebacker is not as strong, safety is strong, and you have those sub guys and Marquise Blair and Jamal Adams who can kind of play sort of your de facto linebacker roles. This would be the year to gravitate in that direction. This would be the year to expand that out, because you're not going to find those linebackers that are quintessentially fit to what you normally look for at the position. Food Gamer says, why can't you be our general manager or head coach? You make me have hope in our team, and you make things too simple. You make things simple, yet so effective. Wish Pete and John had your knowledge and ideas. Well, they're probably a lot smarter than me in pretty much every realm. So I appreciate your sentiment. I would love to do it. I'm sure there would be a ton of general managers in here. Food Gamer would be tearing me to pieces if they're in here telling you why there's no way I'd ever do something like that. But that's why I did this channel, Food Gamer, you can call it hubris, you can call it ego, you can call it pride, but there was a bit of me over the years in watching this stuff saying, I'd like to get stuff on tape where I say it's going to go this way, and it's going to go that way, and it's going to go this way, and then it's going to go that way, and I'm going to be proven right on a lot of stuff. And you give me a 5, 6, 7 year span of tape to go off of and saying, hey, this is going to be what happened. Or if we go this direction, you'll get success. Or if you go this bad direction, you're going to get failure, and watch it play out thusly, be it for the success film or be it for the failure realm. And we'll see if it plays out that way. I fall back on what I've said over the first 2.5 years of my channel and the predictions I've made I have a pretty good hit rate, I think. Pretty solid hit rate at the end of the day. But if they ever offer me the position, if they offer me a scout role in the basement where I do nothing but grind tape for 12 hours a day with one little single light bulb above me, and it's like doing the old detective story thing with the light bulb swinging back and forth, and I'm given 1 bottle of water to drink a day, and they're told me to go to work, I'd do it. And I'd love it because I'd be helping my team out. So if they come a-calling, I'll come a-answering. Daniel W., you see how Tom Brady is using COVID as an excuse to get out of minicamp, but when to the 50,000 fans, no mask UFC event in Florida, hilarious. Just like, say you're a vet and don't want to do workouts. Well, those vets, they get so creative. See how they get so creative, Daniel, of getting out of the workouts. They always are creative. Those guys always got the, vet day or whatever. So, hey, man, the one man won a Super Bowl, If anybody can say, why should I have to work? He's the one guy who could say, hey, I got it. I got it down. I got it figured out. I'm good. I'm good. I didn't see that, though. I saw some blurb on it. I hadn't read up on it, though. Seahawks Gaming, I remember a lot of mocks had Claypool falling to us, and I wanted Jonathan Taylor instead, but we didn't get any of them. Yes, Claypool was definitely going to be, a lot of people thought maybe he'd fall in, he'd be perfectly right along there. Man, that would have been a deadly receiving core with Claypool and DK and Tyler. Whoo-wee. Good luck. Good luck there. Yep, and Jonathan Taylor was a really guy a lot of people had mocked because he was such a pure scheme fit with what Seattle did. He did all that inside zone stuff at Wisconsin, which is exactly what he's going to do in Seattle. So a lot of people went, we can see how this fits. Daniel W. says, are you excited for the rookie minicamp? Who do you want to see most? Personally, I want to see how explosive Terry is. Boy, that's a good one. That's a real good one, Daniel. You might have taken my guy. But I can't be lazy about it, so I got to think of somebody else. But you might have taken my guy, quite frankly, because I'm interested to know where he's at with the injury questions that we're following to Marion coming out of college for the big reasons why he essentially dropped. Is he able to get out there or is he still hobbled? Is there something still kind of, he's carrying along? He certainly is that guy for me in a lot of respects. I'm going to say Eskridge overall, though, because I think I'm going to want to see Daniel, what he does and how he looks on the outside. Give me an outside coverage against NFL-level cornerbacks, not Toledo cornerbacks, against NFL-level cornerbacks, and let me see how he looks on the outside getting off the line of scrimmage. Because even though they're not in pads, he can still get up there and get pressed not in pads. And we can see if he's able to get off of that or if he's as smooth in his release as he was in college. So I'll go with Eskridge. But Tamarian, man, that's a good one, buddy. That's a real good one. Go Hawks 05 says, my prediction for Jamal Adams' Defensive Player of the Year season are 132 tackles. Oh, my God. He's tackling everybody. 7.5 sacks, 4 picks, and a whopping 22 tackles for a loss and 3 forced fumbles. Oh, my guy. I love it. I love it. Sign me up, Go Hawks. And that would win a Defensive Player of the Year if he pulls that off. That is a Defensive Player of the Year stat line. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But I'd love it. I'd love it, man. That'd be beautiful. Mark, if you ever come to Great Falls, Montana, let me know. I'll buy you a drink. I will do for sure, Mark. I sometimes get over there into the Whitefish area, so you never know if I get on into that realm of things. But I will, buddy. I will for sure, man. Still work on a name for my Seahawks channel, but nothing singing, as they say. It's tough, right? Because it's very important to choose just the right channel name, and you want it phonetically to be good, Always lean, Mark, into the more and more now. Just go off that comic book model, right? Where a comic book, every name's got the phonetic, Pepper Potts or, It's got the 2 same letters on the first thing. Maybe something like that, Something that's got a little bit of a rhymey kind of poeticness to it, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I named mine Hawks Nest. I wasn't exactly scraping the most innovative of names. Ethan says I need Jamal Adams to get a minimum of 6 sacks and 3 interceptions because I have a bet with a friend of mine. That's a solid bet. I like it. You didn't go too hard with it. 3 interceptions within reach. Hell, he dropped 2 of them alone. I think he had 3 basically. The one the Falcons game where I think Diggs stole it at the end, and he had 2 pop right in and out of his hands. Ethan, that's money in the bank. That's money in the bank, Ethan. Money in the bank. You can already start buying your crypto coins, man. Already start buying crypto coins because that's a one bet. UE2K says, I think the Lambs and the Whiners run heavy schemes, could give a 3-3-5 defense trouble, but could work versus pass-heavy teams. Yeah, so Emmett, UE touches on a really good point of that too, is that is an issue there. You go 3-3-5 and you're really opening yourself up to the run game. And part of the reason that you see these college teams embrace the 3-3-5 mode is that there's college offenses that have completely bailed on running. They just bail on it. They're not consistent with it. They don't even try it. When they try it, they can be successful at it, and they still go back to the pass-happy approach of things. I don't know why, but they've just determined that they want to throw the football around the football field. So 3-3-5 sort of acknowledges that you aren't going to try to run on it. But there's teams in this league, as he points out to, with the Lambs and the Whiners, who very well would just attack your 3-man front. And then the 3 linebackers back there, especially if one of them is, instead of being a true linebacker, more of a strong safety type, you're going to be a little light in the pants to deal with that offensive approach if they go heavy on you. Randy Olo says, we talk about Russ and the wide receiver, tight end, etc. I think the fact that we got away from the run last year is forgotten. Outlook on 2021 running backs in our new offense. I think running back is where we could add. Running back is where we can add late. Not sold on our group. I'm not completely sold on our group either, Randall. I think you've got question marks. I've got some hope with Rashad Penny working out really well in this scheme and being a beautiful fit with them, but there's no certainty with it. And certainly the guy has gotten, injuries. He's been a little bit pudgy at times. Is he going to come in shape? I think there's some valid questions to ask with this group. I'd look for them to upgrade as well. Don't forget last year, right at the start of the season, you had a guy in Fournette who suddenly became available that nobody thought would be available. Wouldn't be shocked to see something like that happen again this year. No, there's nobody that jumps to mind that's going into sort of a 5th-year option year at the running back position that you would say, oh, this guy. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them address it. Specifically, Randall, I think they're looking for a 3rd-down running back type. That's where I think they're gravitating towards. Why? I think this offensive line is better than last year, and the new system should help get the ball out. Still wish they would do more. You look at KC and just get pissed. Yep. You encapsulated what I think on that exactly. Why? I think the O-line is marginally better than last year, yes. But it's the depth, it's the injuries that could come up that's more of my worry with the line, not as much the talent or the front line talent. It's, oh my gosh, we lose 2 guys. Does our offense completely now go in the toilet because it just can't function? Go Hawks 05. I have Washington as the 3 seed in the NFC. That defense is young, monstrous, and hungry, and they'll get a couple of Fitzmagic games to help them out. Hey, they look good. Washington looks good, man. Their defense has become even more of a strength this offseason, in my opinion. And then you look at the wide receiver position, they've really addressed that. They got the kid out of Carolina as their slot guy, De'Ame Brown to go with Scary Terry. I love what they've done there. I love what they've done there. Smart building of the roster. Their defense is going to be legit tough to deal with. And I would probably put them in that 3 seed as well. Because let's face it, that division is not going to be that tough, right? Go Hawks. Like that division, they're going to be able to beat up, I think, on the Cowboys and the Eagles. So even the Giants, who I don't think are still ready yet to take a step forward. Randall says, Rams were known for running multiple plays from a small number of formations. The runs and passes look similar. I wonder how much of that Waldron installs. How do teams practice in-game calling? Yes, Waldron's going to install a ton of that, Randall. There's no doubt about that. That's what you brought him aboard to do, was bring in an offense that's not only modern, but harder to deal with pre-snap, as I think there's a lot of times teams were able to read what we were going to do pre-snap and where we were going with the football. This makes us a lot more, I don't know if the word's exotic, but just unpredictable. How do teams practice in-game playing calling? I don't know. Do you mean like in game, like where they're running the same formation and then it's a call at the line of scrimmage, what the play is going to be pre-snap versus post-snap. Is that what you're kind of saying with it on that? Which I'm not sure, to be honest with you, which way they would do to do that, if that's what you mean it by. How do teams practice in-game play calling? Yeah, because you're going to run the same formation, but it's not going to be called the line of scrimmage. It's just going to be that you've gotten the call in your helmet. Oh, we're going to stay in the 12 formation, but instead of this being a play action off the run, it's going to be a pitch wide, or it's going to be a bubble screen. It's that they have so many different plays they can, as you said, run off. Every kind of play in the playbook can be run off of just a small amount of formations. It also makes you get good at just those small amount of formations, Randall. That's the other thing, is that you can have a playbook sometimes too stacked with too wide variants of things where you can run those plays, but you don't necessarily run them well. Within the small allotment of formations, you run them better because you run them so often. Seahawks Gaming, can't forget about Keanu O'Neal. He's like a sub linebacker, so that's like 5 pounds. That's like 5 linebackers. I did 5 pounds. That's right. Maybe they're going to go with the 2-5 front. Seahawks Gaming. Maybe the Cowboys are going to throw out the most exotic front we've ever seen. A 2-5, two down linemen, five linebackers. I love the thought process of them too, paying $20 million a year to DeMarcus Lawrence, and they're going to have that guy standing up now, something that he is not good at, wasn't good at last year when they tried to get him to do it. Still going to continue to ask him to do it after you gave him all that money. Smart job. Smart job, Dallas. Way to go. Derek Gilbert, over or under on 13 touchdowns for Metcalf. I'm over, Derek. I'm over on that. I got 85 catches. I got 1,400 yards. I got 14 touchdowns. 14 for 14. It's got a very nice rounded circumference. It brings it all together perfectly there. So 14 touchdowns. Randall says, how about a 4-2-5 with Diggs, Blair, and Adams? I could see that more. Because you're now keeping the front four still beefy up there and keeping your linebackers clean. So that makes a lot more sense, Randall, with something more like that. Definitely. Emmett Brown says, I'm very intrigued with Scary Terry, but still pissed about passing on Creed. You should be both in equal measure, man. You should. And Terry is a guy that I'm as shocked as any players that ended on this draft. There's a couple of undrafted guys that this year, as much as any year, I'm like, really? That guy fell? That guy lasted through the end? More so than any player last year in those drafts. I mean, both with Cade Johnson and Terry, frankly. I mean, I thought Cade would be a 7th guy, but I thought somebody would take him in the 7th round. I didn't expect him to fall all the way through, being that he could be at the very least a slot specialist at the NFL level. But Terry's a talented guy, man. He's not far off of DK Metcalf as far as his skill set goes. Very close in the type of players and the way they're utilized in college. And the question marks people even have with him are very similar, Emmett. But Creed, man, that one might end up hounding us for years to come. You know, if he goes and becomes an all-pro guy there with Kansas City and you could add that to your offense, going to be tough. Especially if you end up getting players in Terry and in Cade Johnson, Emmett, that are good players that you were able to get as undrafted free agents, and Eskridge isn't able to amount to as much. That would also make that hurt a little bit more, wouldn't it? Hopefully it doesn't go that direction. Hopefully Creed ends up being a bust and Eskridge is the next Tyreek Hill, as some people are telling me. I'm up for any change, says Emmett. Me too, man. Go Hawks says, I want to see if Lestange is good at minicamp. He'll be an interesting guy to watch, yeah. How are you against guys that are about the same size as you? Huey says, last year our first 3 picks could have easily been Jonathan Cooper, Claypool, and Lewis. That would have been a deadly draft. Just a deadly draft, man. And considering all the defensive ends and defensive linemen out in free agency this year, you wouldn't have had to have gone with to draft a guy like Darrell Taylor as much, who gave you nothing last year anyway. You know? Randall says, if the last rush is what we think, if the pass rush is what we think it is, can folks think who will benefit the most are the defensive backs? I'm surprised that Ugo hasn't gotten a pick yet. He could pop a bit too. Also think he can play safety. Yeah, I think he can play safety as well. And I think he's going to get a pick sooner than later this year. Ugo's going to get a couple picks this year. He played really good for us last year. There's times I think him being so good in coverage was part of why you didn't see him challenged as much or quarterbacks even throw at him, where he was just there and sticky in coverage and there were more other cornerbacks not staying as sticky in coverage. But I like Ugo. I'm high on Ugo this year. Upper-level slot guy in this league. I think he was an upper-level slot guy in the league last year. And to your point, if something got weird at the free safety position, if we got down Blair and Diggs, I think he can go back there and play all right for you. Jeff Rhines, how's my man in Montana doing? Good to see you, Jeff. So just dropping in to say what's up, Brandon. Just got done watching the last regular season versus the Rams this evening. The football bug has reemerged for me. Oh, that's good to hear, man. You getting that scratch, getting that itch. I love it. Let's see how our Hawks roll into the season. Let's see, Jeff. And we're getting through now. We're getting deep into spring. Minicamp's just around the corner here. Got the rookie minicamps and the minicamp, then the offseason, then we get training camp. It's a couple months away. You know, you're 2 months away from July. That's training camp, folks. That's when the Bolts start getting live again. So we're rounding the bend, man. We're rounding the bend through the dead period of the offseason. Randall, are they having rookie minicamps? I'm not sure as of yet. There's been a lot of back and forth with the union. You know, they're playing games right now, telling all the players to opt out of the mini camps and voluntary camps. I don't know yet. This is my honest answer on that. I've not heard any information. Matthias, top 3 keys to success for our season this year. Mine would be health, offensive line play, and Russ's play. I like that you put health first, Matthias. I really do, because I think that is going to be a big key this year above any other because of depth at key positions like offensive line that you point to. I'll go with that. Because I think that we've got some certainty on defense now. We've got things that we know will go good, but this stuff we don't know for sure on, but we're hopeful for. So I'll go with those 3 items. Go Hawks 05. Hey, folks, if you guys like superhero shows, I recommend Jupiter's Legacy on Netflix. 8 episodes, good drama, easy to binge. I give 4 stars, really interesting twists. I'll give it a try. I'm looking for good stuff to watch myself right now, so it's been kind of lean, man. There ain't nothing to watch. Randall says, we didn't score a touchdown on D last year. I say we flipped that. Top 5 sacks, turnovers, and most defensive touchdowns. This D's going to be nasty. I agree, and that's when you get those defensive touchdowns. You get the pick 6 for returns when the quarterback's under pressure, doesn't get a chance to see a guy open, tries to just throw it blindly. Guy jumps a route, gets the pick, gets in for the end zone, touchdown. So I think we get another one this year, specifically on the back, Randall, as you pointed out, of us able to generate really good pass rush to get there for it. Randall says, if Adams can get 3+ picks and force a few fumbles combined with 5+ sacks, you can talk about a very unique defensive weapon. And it would articulate at the best point why with Adams you can't put him in the box. So many people are looking to label players, and there's certain players that you got to reach beyond labels. He's a football player. He makes your team better when he's out there. Concentrate on that with this type of guy. And with Jamal Adams, what you have out there is a guy that makes your team better when he's on your defensive football team. Is he a 3-4 guy? Should he be 3-4 attacking? Should he be coming downhill? Should he be a box? Get outside of that realm of thing. Is he a football player who makes your team better? Yes. Yes. And I always have room for players like that, even if they aren't in a schematic perfect fit. Randall says, any chance the Cowboys dump Zeke? No, not as of yet. I don't believe so, Randall. They have to wait 1 more year. The contract's so new, you're only getting into about year 3 on the deal. If you dump out, the bonus money you have to hit doesn't make it advantageous for you to cut him. This is a little bit of the problem of holding up a Julio Jones type trade. To trade off of him, you want to save some money. You don't want to be taking dead money and trading off talent out. So if Zeke were to not cost the dead money, they'd move off from him, I bet. But the fact that he costs the dead money keeps them married to him for at least 1 more year. Matthias says, odds Alden plays this year and odds Alton or Taylor takes a huge leap forward. Odds Alden plays this year with his history, knowing how tough the NFL is on repeat offenders, as we've seen with Josh Gordon. He's 50-50 right now. I think Alton taking a step forward is about 80 to 90%. He came on the scene, gave you 4 sacks, and those weren't cheap 4 sacks where it was high volume, where he had a ton of pass rush attempts to get those sacks. He did it on the back of being really limited by the Seattle Seahawks coaching staff. He did it on a very few amount of snaps. He takes a leap forward. Does it take a huge leap forward? No, he takes a marginal leap forward. Taylor just arrives on the scene. It's not even a matter of leap forward. He just arrives on the scene and he provides some kind of impact. Not going to be a star, but a guy who should give you 5 to 6 sacks, even on a rotational basis with his first step get off and his bend. He pairs those 2 skills together, and those 2 skills in the past with pass rushers have been two indicators of things that a pass rusher can get. Who, if he brings that right out the gate to his game, if he has that as the first day when he walks on the football field, he can usually then ride some production out of it. Goak says, if they've got to ride with Zeke, I don't want him. If they're going to get rid of Zeke, I don't want him. Yeah, I'm good with Zeke. I think he's exactly the reason why you don't pay running backs. They don't give you better level of play after you pay him usually. Yui says, Seahawks moving Lewis says they acknowledge left guard is a problem. so not devoting more to offensive line is baffling. With so much talent at undrafted free agents at wide receiver and cornerback, Seattle should have used 3 picks on the offensive line. I wouldn't have hated them if they had done that, Joey. I wouldn't have hated that. I could have gotten on board with that. I mean, you come out of this draft and you've got, I'm trying to think of who it would have been, though, we're talking here, but you come out of this draft with Creed Humphrey, I'm trying to think of a guard that we would have had as a guard around the 4th round, but a solid, another guard, and then Stone Forsythe in the 6th. That line I feel so much better about that line and that depth at that point. Randall says, Waldron's a first-year play caller. How does he practice play calling to simulate scenarios, end of game? Plays a lot of Madden, Randall. Plays a lot of Madden, I would guess. I don't know if there's a way you can really do much with that. I don't know if they've got any kind of simulator that they can operate off of or utilize for coaches like that. Some of it's a lot of just kind of doing gut instinct stuff, I think, to a degree. But a lot of, I think, also the play calling stuff is the preparation you're doing during the week and your opponent's weaknesses and that type of stuff. So it's more going to be built off of that than it is getting into a good rhythm as a play caller. I think it's less to do with that. Probably more than ever, Randall, where it's more of stuff being prescribed in the way you're going to attack a defense, as opposed to the coach like Holmgren sitting on the sideline just going, I feel like it should be this. I feel like it should be that. Seahawks Gaming says, remember that one year when we had Brandon Marshall, Tyler Lockett, and Doug Baldwin? And we had an old Brandon Marshall. He was an old one at that point, Seahawks Gaming. He himself admitted he was done. He couldn't run no more. But I do remember that. Go Hawks 05's got DK going over 90 receptions. Woo! I love it. I love it, man. Love it. Randall says teams practice 2 to 4 minute drills. Is Waldron using the helmet mic to call in plays in those scenarios, or do they call plays on the field? He's calling the plays in the helmet, because you still get the allotted time up until the play clock hits a certain point as a play caller to call it. So he's definitely calling it. He's got to call them faster at that point, but he is calling them. Go Hawks says, man, I love Ugo and Blair. Hope they break out. Would make 2019 draft look a whole lot better. It would. Simply Blair hitting alone could turn that draft into a little bit more of something closer to the realm of calling it a success, which I don't think it is right now, just off the back of basically DK and Ugo as your slot cornerback. But yes, those two guys being ballers in this secondary make that team better. They add to what you have already, especially Blair. Blair can find a role around what we have. Just to find a unique role for him. Maybe it's not in the slot. Maybe it's not safety. Maybe it's kind of a linebackery, whatever it is. Get him on the field. Let him hit. Let him roll. As long as he's healthy. Randall McDaniel says, maybe a guy like Melvin Gordon becomes available. Not sure Denver loves him at $6 million. Yeah, he might not be a guy. Though they did sign him this offseason, didn't they, Randall? Because he was a free agent. So unless San Diego traded him, I don't know on that one. He's got short arms. He's not ever been a guy that's got me too excited, Melvin. Oh, you're talking, Jesus. You're talking about the running back, I think. Right? That's who you're talking about. I got him confused with Melvin Ingram. That's who I was getting him confused with. 2 former Chargers. Yeah, Melvin Gordon's probably not going to stay there. They drafted a running back in Javonte Williams. It'll be their starter there. They already had a couple guys at running back already. I could easily see him getting cut out of there. I'd love to see Seattle jump on him. I think he's a good guy. Though I don't think he's much of a pass catcher, is he, Randall? I think he's got some issues with his hands, or at least coming out of college. That was the 4-1-1 on him. Seahawks Gaming, June 1st, next Seahawks wave of free agency. Do you see then we extend Jamal and Russ? I do see Jamal being extended at some point here, Seahawks Gaming. It could take some time, but I see him extended. With Russ, I think they're going to wait a year on Russ to figure things out. Random McDaniel says Tevin Coleman's a vet who can play third down back. Niners deep at running back. Yep, I like Tevin Coleman. I liked him a lot more at the Falcons than I've liked him with the Niners, but I like him. LS, hey Brandon, how's it going? LS, I'm doing phenomenal, my man. I hope you're doing good. He says, if health and depth are both concerns for us, do you think that problem is compounded because of the extended schedule? 100%. 100% LS. 2019, you were the most injured team in the NFL. Your starters lost more games due to injury than anybody else. Last year, you were 5th. Now you add an extra game to the schedule. Recent history holds true, and it's not like you've gotten remarkably younger as a team, which would be an indicator of potential a healthier team. You're not super young, not super old, but you've got some older guys in certain key positions. So Yeah, I think it's the main concern as we stand right now with this football team. Certainly at certain given positions, be it linebacker, be it offensive line. And I'm worried that it could upend our season, LS, because I think in a lot of realms, especially as it's in reference to our offensive line, the injuries have come up and have held back recent years because of that. So it's just history repeating itself. That tends to be things that get stuck in my craw on this channel that I just go, God, I wish we could not have this happen again if we just do something different than what we've done this year, that year, that year, that year, and this year. It's like how more obvious does it need that you need to actually address this past just trying to just get by at that given problem or position. Randall says the best ability is availability. And that's right, Randall. Well put. Emmett says, if things actually do head in the right direction, we could start slow on offense. It usually takes one whole year for a quarterback to master a new system. Rodgers, Ryan both took a year to win an MVP with the new offensive coordinators. Fantastic point, Emmett. Absolutely fantastic point. I agree 100%. Usually you do not see offensive coordinators come in and light the world on fire with a quarterback in that first year. It does take them a little bit of time. The one exception, of course, that rule recently here with the Seahawks, Emmett, has been the Schottenheimer run. Schottenheimer's most effective year as an offensive coordinator and most efficient year as an offensive coordinator was his first year out the gate. It's gotten progressively worse as he's gone along, even with the numbers that Russell Wilson put up last year at the quarterback position. But I would agree with you that in general, 80 to 90% of the time, you've got to wait into that second year to get the results of that new offensive coordinator fully. The one thing that could allow for this to be a little more successful this year than the normal situation with that, Emmett, is normally you're going from one modernized offense to another modernized offense. They're going to run different concepts. They're going to want to attack different defenses differently, but they're going to be NFL offenses, right? They're going to do those things that make them an NFL offense and not, let's say, 1987's offense. Right? And I firmly believe that Schottenheimer was running a lot of elements of 1987-ish offense to the Seahawks game. And so just making that leap to a modernized offense off of the old school offense approach alone could allow for it to be more of a bigger leap this year in success and productivity than it otherwise normally would be going from one modernized offense to another if you're making that kind of transition between offensive coordinators. Ethan says, I'd actually go with number 1, Health, number 2, Shane Waldron, number 3, Russell. When Pete has good pass rush, he's pretty good at building everything else. So that's my top 3. I could see that too. I think you move fairly close in agreement in that, Ethan, and I think we can all recognize that things are well set up for Coach Carroll to get his defense in the right position and place it needs to be, and that our concerns don't go as much over to that side of things. But Health, man, Health is huge, and huge just for this given team. And also, let's face it, because we have Ivan the Terrible who breaks people in training. I break people often in training. It is kind of my thing. You are not a good football player unless I break you. Still going? Still going. We're getting close here to wrap-up time, though. Randall says, Hawks, best D in the NFC West. I think this team is loaded once again. Take a step back, look at every position group, and we're stacked. Besides offensive line, which, to your point, we need to address. Yeah, and I do stand there on that. I've maintained pretty thoroughly on, Randall, as though I have some trepidations about this team. It's the trepidations that exist with a Super Bowl run, not with returning again as a division champ. I think this team is in a state to take back the division because you've taken steps this offseason forward, and because also when I look at the rest of the division this offseason, none of them have killed it this offseason. None of them have just knocked, signing after signing out the park or just destroyed the draft. Indeed, actually, there's some questions with all the teams in this division in the draft and the way they went about it. So I feel good from that standpoint. I feel really confident about where we stand in the NFC West. It's just about where do we stand in the NFC, and that's where as you said, I'd like to see us address that a little bit more to push us up in that realm. Big Mac says our line is looking like a C-. No, I think it's Big Mac. I think on the front line side of things, the starters that you're trotting out there, if you got Dwayne Brown, he should be a B+ guy for your left tackle. Damian Lewis probably sits about a C for you at left guard. Gabe Jackson should be about a B for you at right guard. Posick should be about a C for you, I guess, at C to C+, I guess, for you at center. And then Brandon Shell's probably about a B- for you over at right tackle. So I don't know, maybe we're splitting here as B-Mac, but we're probably more in the B- range as an overall unit, offensive line-wise. B-ish. Randall says, have you looked at which teams are most likely to make big cuts after June 1st? I've heard Philly and a few others. They have to be down to the number by 6-1, question mark. I was looking up this earlier today, Randall, and there's some weird things with where there's, as I understand it, these guys are supposed to be under the salary cap right now. So I don't understand how they're all operating outside of that, or if the June 1st is where they can actually still stay over the top until. I looked through a few before going live today. I tried to dive into some of the rosters and look at guys that I thought we could target, who might be items. Nobody jumped out to me. I didn't have a lot of people that were popping out. I'll do some more work on it this week for the next show and see if there's somebody I can find, Randall, but nothing was standing out to me as guys that we would target necessarily. I don't know why, but I thought I was going to see more. Part of it, though, is trying to understand how the new rules work here with when do teams actually have to get under the cap fully, because there are a couple teams still over the cap as we stand right now, including that Eagles team. Young One AZ says, Hawks Nest hates NFL players with short arms. I do. I'm not a big fan. I actually don't totally hate guys with short arms, but it's just about guys, if they operate on the out, if it's a receiver that's operating on the outside, I'm going to have a problem with your short arms. If you're a cornerback playing on the outside, I'm going to have problems with your short arms. If you're an offensive tackle with got 32-inch arms, there's only literally, I think, one tackle in the NFL last year that was able to start with sub 33-inch arm, with 32-inch arms, essentially. So the NFL just agrees with me on this, unfortunately. But if you're a slot guy, you can have to sub. You can tie T-Rex arms at that point, young one. You can have some baby hands and T-Rex arms if you're a slot. I'll let it pass at that point. Go Hawk says, plus Melvin Gordon has a good relationship with Russ, being teammates at Wisconsin. They do have that Wisconsin connection. That is true. Randall says, about the 2 to 4 minutes was regarding during practice. Does Waldron call in plays to Russ through the helmet during practice? Yes, Randall. Yeah, he would. At that point, he'd be still calling in plays because they would want to replicate that for the game. Yui says, showed us to watch Last Kingdom, Lupin, Kim's Convenience, Jack Ryan. I hated Jack Ryan. I hated that show. God, did I hate that show. I did not buy that dude as Jack Ryan. He's been the worst Jack Ryan of any of them, and that includes Ben Affleck. Alder Coburn, Outer Banks, Indian Detective. I'm sorry, Black Sail. There's some interesting ones in there. I'm going to check out. Thoughts on signing DeAndre Campbell for the left linebacker spot? I haven't looked at him, Logan. Sorry, I haven't had a chance to check him out, but I will take a look at him for the next show, I promise. I'll take a little bit of a peek at him, see what we're looking at there. Randall, I'm getting excited about this team. We're going to be in the mix, probably the most important year for Russ, most to prove in my opinion, regardless of the cause, and he struggles and list him in the playoffs. This is Russ's most important year of his career. It's going to determine a lot of where his future goes and what future success he can. So hopefully he's taking that bull by the horns this offseason and really driving forward with it. Because it will, going to a new team, I don't think brings him about his best success. I think his best success is staying on this team, being a Seahawk for as long as he possibly can keep it. UE2K says, didn't the Packers get to the NFC Championship in the first year in a new scheme? I'd consider that a successful season for the Hawks, but obviously you want to hit it all. You want to hit it all with the big money. Yes, they were able to get there with the new scheme, and now it's a good point. That in itself drew out a success. I didn't think the Packers even the previous year made the playoffs, right? So it's quite a jump to get back to the championship off where you were previously. And essentially the big additions you made there were new offensive coordinator or new head coach and new offensive coordinator, essentially. And then you added a couple of pass rushers in the Preston brothers or the Smith brothers that they brought in there that really helped out their pass rush there. But yeah, that was the single thing that really brought that team back up. So maybe that's a solid point to what we could expect from Waldron and being able to have a similar effect. You got the 1987 offense where every time you're calling a play, teams know what's coming. Teams have so much history to look at you and know pre-snap, well, they're going to do this, they're going to do that. We'll know what the play is going to go this way. To now, no team has any idea pre-snap what you're going to do. That in itself should, to me, bring about great change, great production from you. At least an increase in production, at the very least. B-Mac, what rating do I give our offensive line? So I go B-, B-Mac. So I'm B+ with Dwayne Brown. I'm a C if you're talking about moving Damian Lewis to left guard, because I think he's really going to struggle in pass protection. I'm probably a C+ when it comes to Posick. And then I'm going to be like a B with Gabe Jackson. I'll be a B with Gabe Jackson. I'll be a B- with Brandon Shell. So that puts me about a B- overall with our offensive line, which is okay. I mean, that's, the thing they say with how you build your offensive line, Big Mac, is the offensive line, rather than building it to where I need 5 Pro Bowlers, which would be nice to have, which we know is basically impossible to achieve. You want your weakest link to be legitimate. Your weakest link is at least able to hold up relatively well. And if that's the case, you can have a pretty good offensive line because teams will attack your weakness. They will expose it. Randall says our offensive line is nice. The first 5, C+, B-, Jamarco Jones, Stone, decent tackle depth. We always have a couple of guards. To me, it's really center. Be nice if Haynes is healthy. Well, be nice if Haynes is healthy and he can step forward as a left guard. Go Hawks 05, over under on the 600 yards for Everett as a tight end. I'm going to go under, but not because he's not being utilized enough or right, just because you have so many targets to throw to in this offense, and Russ tends to be a guy that peppers the ball all over the football field when he has a lot of targets to throw to. So he doesn't tend to be a guy that's just going to work him in there, as well as Everett Go Hawks is going to be the move tight end, the joker tight end. The joker tight end's not always going to be out on the football field, and one of the reasons why when somebody knocks Gerald Everett and says, well, he was never really a certain starter for his team, selected as a second-round pick. He wasn't picked to be that. He's picked to be a joker tight end. He's not an inline guy. You can't expect him to be that. But playing within the joker role of things, he'll be very good in that realm. And probably a little bit of slot at times, too, as a big slot guy. James Black, I think scheme was the biggest limiting factor for our offense last year. We have some of the most talented playmakers in the league. I think Waldron can make things happen with this group. Well, welcome on in, James, and I agree with you. I do agree with you in that I think the scheme held us back big time last year, and I think it's held us back for a few years now. Being so run-centric, not really caring about the passing attack in the way that you need to care about it, not creating the easy completions for Russell Wilson, not making the game easier on Russell with what you're doing from a schematic standpoint. Yeah, it's going to have a big effect going to something new. As we were kind of speaking about a moment ago, James, there does tend to be a year sort of to kind of ramp things up and get you to where you really got the gas pedal to the floor. But with that said, Mike Glennon says, I am not that Mike Glennon. Okay, Mike. Okay. You can see where I was going with it, Mike, though. You took over that Mike Glennon took over for Russell Wilson at South Carolina. And then, you had some big donos and, you maybe had a quarterback salary you're operating off of to throw those big donos out. And I was doing some detective work with you, my guy. But nonetheless, Randall McDaniel says Carson's an average to above average running back. Penny's an unknown. The Miami kids aren't starting level running backs. I definitely want another guy. And James says Carson's an A+ back when healthy to me. I don't put him quite A+ level, James. He's not going to be in the realm to me of a Christian McCaffrey, a Kimura, a Henry. Those guys are kind of special cats in themselves. But as the very next rung below, which is still very talented and is still a very good player, yeah. I think he's there. So I definitely put him as an above average back. I definitely put him into that mold of things. But just not quite in those special realm of backs, Go Hawks says, do you think Phil Haynes can compete at the center? I really like his upside. I'm not sure at center. We didn't see any of him at center yet. Go Hawks. His college tape was all left guard. I sure do like him at left guard. I sure do like his potential there. I think last year it was not about him not being good enough to play. It was about injury. When he got in there and played for us late in the year in 2019, he did good in pass protection. Didn't open up a lot of holes in the running game, but good in pass protection. So we'll see what he can do. He's a talented guy. They drafted him in the 4th round. That's one of the higher selected offensive linemen that they've taken here in the Coach Carroll era. There's not been a lot of those guys selected up there. So I'm not selling on Phil yet, but he's got to get healthy. Randall says A+, question mark. Ethan says, that's also so cool that you've written some screenplays. I have lots of interest in filmmaking. I have a screenplay written for a Star Wars short film. Entire project needs to be completed by January 2022. Awesome, brother. Go for it, man. Go for it. It's fun stuff. Yeah, I'm going to eventually, part of getting into some of the stuff that I've done with the video editing tools and stuff, I'm going to eventually do an animation off my screenplays. And so that's my long-term goal. It's going to be a lot of work, and I need to work on some of the animation stuff with it. But as that stuff's coming along further and further with the modeling and being able to just operate off that modeling base where you don't have to create it from the start to finish, I'm going to eventually push some of that stuff. But yeah, I love being creative, man. Whenever I'm creative, I'm at my most happiest. All right. So we are going to finish up here. We're getting into 4 hours in. That's about my time where I start to turn into a pumpkin a little bit and the voice starts to leave me and the belly starts to rumbling. But let's get in our last bit of talk here on the live stream show. Raj Ho says, Russell Wilson needs to drop 10 pounds. Raj, I think it would help him a little bit to lose a little bit. And that's what players do tend to do when they get into that early 30s, heading into the mid 30s. It's not unusual for guys that will carry a certain amount of weight in their 20s into the early 30s, then to drop a little bit of that weight to get back a little bit of that quickness. So a guy like that was a Michael Strahan back in the day. Was a very much a bigger defensive end through much of his career, kind of bigger cat, used a lot of power. And then as he got a little older, he dropped a little bit of his weight. He got a little bit leaner with it. And he was able to kind of squeeze out last few years of his career of effectiveness there with the Giants, losing that weight. I think Russell could get a little bit of back of his quickness in the pocket. Boy, there were times he just was not able to pirouette his way out of trouble like we were able to see him do in the past at times. And I certainly wouldn't mind to see it. But, that grandmama's macaroni, man, it's tough to turn down. That is tough to turn down. Gohawk says, I just want Waldron to have all the ingredients for Russ to cook. All he has to do is put the cake in the oven. Me too, man. Me too. Load Russ up over on that side. Let's see what happens. Let this year be the year that you fully build in behind Russ, because it might be your last year with Russ if things don't go in the correct way. So all the more reason to be all in on this season, all the more reason to do everything you can to load that sucker up for our Russ. Keep him in the fold for the now and in the long-term future. Emma Brown says, doom and gloom scenario here. Say we lose Russ to an Achilles week 2. Given his age, impending contract, and injury, what could be looking at as the new barometer for a trade value? 2 firsts? Good question. I would probably think that you're probably still able to squeeze out 3 first-round picks, but that might be all you're able to squeeze out from Russell Wilson, even if he had a major injury this year. A quarterback suffering an Achilles or an ACL is not the same as another positional player suffering it. He's not into his late 30s yet, early 40s, so you can still look at it as we're trading for a guy with potentially upwards of near 10 years still left to play in this game, at which point that makes it worthwhile for still a team. 2 would probably be the very minimum floor if that case happened, but I would still think that you would get more, and even if not 3, you're talking about 2 and 2 2s and a third or something at that point. And I agree with Go Hawks. I think Carson's a B+. That's where I would put him as a running back. Kid just not quite in the top guys, but he's right in there in that second rung. Right in there in that second run of guys. I mean, again, if I go top run, I'm going Henry, Chubb, Christian McCaffrey, Kimura. Those are my top guys. But then the second run guys, which are still pretty good, he's right in there with them. The kid out of Oakland, he'd be in there with it. Who else? Jones with the Packers would be in that second realm. And yeah, I think it's there's a couple things that hold him back for me with it. Injuries are there. Lack of top end speed that Randall points to there. I'm not completely certain he's fixed the fumble problem. I think maybe he's fixed it, but I also think he didn't have the same type of load of carries that he's had recently last year, partly due because of the injury situation. So I think we still have to kind of see on that just a little bit. UE2K says if Russ gets injured, there's no trading him. His value plummets. We're stuck with him if he gets hurt, and that's fine with me. Yeah, I don't think his value plummets necessarily if he gets injured. He's not been an injury-prone guy in his career. If somebody sees him injured this year, especially if it's with another offensive line where Seattle doesn't protect him, I think another team looks at the scenario and says, you didn't protect Russ at any time throughout his career. You got him beat to hell. We're not going to do that same sort of thing. We're going to give him an offensive line that's going to keep him upright. We're going to do it differently. Therefore, this one injury he's had here in his career, this one major injury he's had, we're not going to look at it as a given rule of thumb for Russell going forward. He can still get through that. I think teams would do that more often than not. Does it mean that you're going to get, the world for him like you would have this offseason? No, but you're still going to get quite a bit of value for him at that point. Not that I'm looking for them to go that way, though. Ethan Deckworld says, I think Carson's actually very fast. I forget often. Probably contending on this one. So, Chris Carson's pro day. Let's see what Chris Carson ran at his pro day. I think he had a fairly slow 40 overall. Yeah, so Chris Carson's a 4.58 guy in this 40. He's not fast for a running back. At 4.58, that's not fast. He's got a little bit of quickness to him. I'll give him that, but yeah, no. Raj Ho says Alex Magoo as a backup quarterback. No, I think Alex is probably going to be released. You're looking at going back again with the Geno Smith train on that one, Raj. He's not a big Chris Carson backer. He says he's C+. He's above average, but not spectacular or special. Well, C+ would not be an above average rating, 2K. That would be a below average rating. Randall, Carson's very fast. How many 20-plus yard runs he's had? I guarantee it's 5 or less. Yeah, no, he's not fast. And his pro day doesn't back this up. Consider for his pro day, again, he runs that pro day that I just mentioned, and that's him trying to build up as fast as he can for the pro day. That's him doing track training and all that stuff. So it's, he's a 4.6 guy. He's a 4.6 guy at the rim, but that's okay. Marshawn Lynch was kind of close to a 4.6 guy. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Kohawk says Carson has top 5 vision and near Derrick Henry in power. It's his lack of home run ability that holds him back. It is that, and then the fact that he's had a fumble problem in his past, and the fact that he has injury concerns as well. Those things hold him back as well, I would say. But yeah, the home run ability from being a true star at the position is absolute. Jeremy says DK didn't embarrass himself at the trials with that 10-3-6. Nope. He was in it through the first half of the race, Jeremy. He was neck and neck with those guys, wasn't he? I mean, I contend what I think it is, Jeremy. He's carrying all that extra muscle, and it's just like the fighters who can't be bodybuilders and be fighters, because when you're throwing your punches, you're eventually going to need to get too much oxygen in those arms, and too much blood's going to go into the muscle, and you just can't get it to go all the way out if you're a little bit of a skinnier guy there. D Nugget with the $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. No, you're always so kind with the dono game, buddy. I appreciate you, bud. He says, Brandino will work for the team in 5 to 8 years. Well, I'm going to keep doing this hard work, D-Nugget, to try to make it happen. So I'm going to try to make it happen over on my end, and you guys keep supporting me like you are, my brother, and we'll see if we can make that happen. D-Nugget, where are you living in Washington now? I am in Spokane right now, D-Nugget. So living it up over here on the east side. East side's not the bad side. It's a pretty good side over here on the east side, but I'm going to stay in Washington for the foreseeable future now. This is my home. It's my place. Maybe I'll be back on Seattle side too. You never know. Ethan says, I think he's very fast for a running back that operates like a battering ram. Yeah, relatively so, Ethan. 4.6 it's pretty, for running backs, that's kind of slow. You'd love to have a guy 4.4. You'd love to have if not 4.4, 4.5 is probably okay. That's enough. But then you get to the 4.6 range and you're like, okay, that's our bare minimum here now. James Black says he has 20 runs of 20-plus yards. Yeah, he's got some big runs. UE2K says Carson's fast for a fullback. Why? The number one thing I want to see from this O-line this year is a top 10 in third down conversion. That would be great. And I agree, that's a great metric, and that means that you're moving the ball, you're being less reliant, on having to have everything be a big play down the field. It means you're certainly embracing the new concepts that Waldron's bringing to play. Great stat. Why? Great stat. And yeah, that would be an indicator of that, of a lot more of a successful offense, I think, at that point. Seahawks Gaming says Robert Griffin III for backup. I'm okay with it as long as he just takes the veteran minimum deal. But I think he's pretty cemented there with Baltimore. I think they're pretty happy with him. Seahawks Gaming says, can't wait to see Colby Parkinson's 6'7" line up against Trey Brown. I want to see a fade ball by Russell Wilson in training camp with Parkinson on Trey Brown back in the end zone, and I want to moss in him. I want to run it 5 times in a row so we can see if Parkinson can both moss and both to see if Trey Brown can do anything about a guy that size. Just give me a cut up of that. I'll take it. Randall says, without looking, Penny has more 20-plus yards plays in his career than Carson. I don't know on that one, Randall. I think Carson's got him. I think Carson's got him by probably about 10 to 15 more runs than Penny's got in that realm. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, we are on still for Wednesday. So I will hit you up Facebook. I'll hit you up on the realm as soon as we've got the schedule out. And then if you're okay with it, let's just do a Zoom. Let's zoom it if you're all right with it, because I already got that installed. Then I don't have to do the yard thing installation. But if you're okay with that, let's roll it that way. But yeah, I'll be good to go. Go Hawks, you could see DK was too big for the track in the interview. He was noticeably out of breath, and the little guy next to him wasn't even phased. Yeah, you got all that muscle. You got to get the blood into the muscle, and the blood leaves the other places, and it's tough. It's tough. Jeremy Bohm, what do you think of the undrafted free agent crop this year? It's okay. Look, K. Johnson and Tamarian Terrier are outstanding, Jeremy. I love what I see in those two guys. They're real players. They're the guard we got out of Mississippi State. Leland's got a little bit of something to him. He could be something there as a left guard. Curran out of California. He's a guy with no athleticism and no speed, but a lot of great technique, and he just gets the job done. I like that about him. You never know what that guy, he might end up surprising some folks from that realm of things. We got a special teamer as one of the other guys. He might be just a special team specialist guy. But in finding, did we find a diamond in the rough? Did we find outside of those two receivers? I don't really see it on the other undrafted free agent guys. I don't. I think they're going to be guys that will probably be just cuts. But the two receivers are legitimately something to get excited over, Jeremy. Cade Johnson and Tamarian Terry, I think, are both going to make this roster. And those are guys who have got some long-term future to them in this NFL. I do. So I like those two. I like those a lot. They're enough in themselves to make me overjoyed for the undrafted free agent class. Just them alone. You could get nothing out of the rest of the undrafted free agent class, and I'd still be like fist pump. Big Mac says Chris Carson's a badass. Remember when he landed that front flip? Yeah, against Carolina, man. Against Carolina. He's definitely a badass. And I love the power he runs with. I love the fact he can wear a defense down. I like that if you compare him with Rashad Penny, you have two different running backs that can do two different things. And if you use them appropriately, you can challenge a defense both horizontally and vertically, both inside in the A gap as you get with Carson on those hard runs up the middle and then out to the outside with a guy like Penny. But I love Carson's game. Don't get me wrong. I put him in a mode of being above average back, but I love the fact we got him back for $2.5 million on this first year hit. That's an amazing deal for us. I feel great about that. Ethan Tech World, speaking of third downs, if I continue to see a play on something like 3rd and 3 and it's like a deep pass 45 yards down the field, I'm going to be sad. Yeah, they love Ethan the 4th and 1 deep shots, don't they? They love those too. That's been something they've hit on a couple of those too, but it can be infuriating. I understand, man. It is infuriating. Sometimes just move the chains. Just sometimes take the easy play. Huey says Carson and Penny are both very fast on crutches. Randall McDaniel says James White's available? ? Ultimate third down back. If he is, I hope they're looking at him. When Seattle went after Giovanni Bernard from the Cincinnati Bengals, I think it was an indication they were looking for a third down specialist. So tagging a guy like that, looking at a guy like that would be great. Just great. Okay, guys, well, we are going to finish up here. We're now 4 hours plus in. I'm getting hungry. Jeremy, I haven't looked at the Jeremy Donker guy yet. I've been trying to get a bit of tape on him from Germany. I couldn't find anything on YouTube before the start of the show today, but I will try to find something for you on him. I know there's some people that are very intrigued by what he offers. And the interesting thing with him, Jeremy, is I guess you get an international practice squad allocation that you can put a guy onto that doesn't count against the rest of the practice squad guys. Kind of interesting. So he does intrigue me as well. Go Hawks says we need to establish the run in the playoff game. The behind-the-scenes drama with Russ and made Pete and Shoddy fold. Could have been with that. I think you got to have some balance on this team. I agree with that, Go Hawks. I've never been one of those guys with a let Russ cook crowd that said he needs to throw 55, 60% of the time. I've maintained they should throw a little bit more than they run because that's where the modern NFL is going, and you have a Hall of Fame quarterback you're spending $38 million a year on. Maybe utilize him, but not to the place where it's out of control. Not to the place where you're doing what you did last year where you're too pass happy. It's got to be a little bit of a balance at all times. Goak says Baby Beast mode is badass. Speaking about Carson, you're right, man. You're absolutely right. He is badass. I ain't denying that with Chris Carson. I wouldn't mess with that guy in a dark alley. I wouldn't tangle with that guy in a dark alley, not even with some backup help. He's a bad dude. He is a bad man. James Black, thanks, brother. Always a pleasure chatting with you guys. Go Hawks, James. And always good to see you in the chat. Seahawks Gaming, I wonder what Stephon Gilmore is going to do for Father's Day. Did I miss something on that, Seahawks Gaming? Father's Day? U2 cases think the Stanford wide receiver will move to third down back. Which third down wide receiver? Which Stanford wide receiver are you talking about? Which one is your Stanford wide receiver? Am I blanking on that, Iwi? Maybe I'm blanking on who you mean. Randall says Penny has 10 plays of 20 or more on 178 touches once every 18 plays. Yeah, Penny's a big play waiting to happen. So he's only 10 off of Chris Carson, who's had a lot more touches on the 20 yards or more. And that's where use him on the outside because he's going to get those kind of plays. He's going to get the chunk plays if you work him to the outside. But that's where it's based off, Randall. That's what you've got to get it done at with Penny. But great stat. That's crazy. 10 plays of 20 or more yards on only 178 touches. Telling you guys, Penny's got some potential. I know he's got some haters in Seahawks land who just hate the guy. Don't like his pudgy body, don't like his running style. He's the antithesis of a Marshawn Lynch mold type guy, but I get it. I still think he's got some potential. Big Mac finishing off the stream strong with a dono. Big Mac, you are awesome, brother. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. He says, keep it up. You know I'm going to. You guys show up. You guys listen. You guys watch. I'll keep doing it. I'll keep doing what I'm doing. I love this. Go Hawks says Gilmore better get DK a world's best dad. Oh, I missed your freaking there. There you go. Go Hawks. God damn. Yeah, I'm late on my stream here, so the jokes start to go over my head a little bit late in the stream. He says Gilmore better get DK a world's best dad mug for Father's Day. Facts, dude. Facts. DK made him his little baby boy. He said, get up here on my. Get up here, Stephon on my lap. Get up on Daddy's lap and let him tell the tale of the day he beat your ass down. Seahawks Gaming, thank you for going live, and I hope we can bring Thomas Rawls in for a visit. Hey, bring back the Rawls train. I'm on board with you, Seahawks Game. Let's do it. Randall says Carson's 25 on 816 touches, or about every 33 times he gets the ball, he has a 20-yard or more run. So, yep. So we got Randall by those numbers. That means that Penny basically doubles Carson's big play ability. He is a big play guy, double the time that Carson is. Carson's your grinder, your 3 yards in a cloud of dust. Penny should be your big play guy. That is how you should use the rotation of these backs. That is the methodology that you should apply. It's not been the methodology they have applied when these two backs have been healthy. They were starting to get a little bit in 2019, but they didn't do it last year when Penny came back on the little bit of times that he was in on there. Hopefully they start to learn more and more about how to use these guys and the best way to use these guys. Because Carson's not a big play guy, but that's okay. He doesn't have to be. He's got to wear defenses down. He's got to be good for 4 yards of carry every time like we hope he can, and then let Penny be the big play dude. Raj Ho says, what was Penny's time? I think James has got it right. Let me take a look. Here. But I think he's right. What do they got him in here? So 4.46. Yep, James is right. 4.46. So that's outstanding. 4.4 is considered like really fast for a running back if you're 4.4. 4.3 is freakish. 4.4 is like, that's a very fast running back, especially at his size when he's carrying around legitimately 220 pounds. So 4.5 is like your average, and then 4.6 is where you're starting to get into a little bit of the slow territory of things. James Black says, I want Penny to get more touches. Don't know why people hate on him. He's proven to be a special guy. James, that's been one of the more conundrums for me too on that. He gets a lot of hate. I think, as I said, it's a little bit for the pudgy body. It's a little bit for the running style, a little bit because he doesn't fit into the same mold of what we've seen at the running back position recently. You've had your Marshawn Lynch's, your Thomas Rawls, your Eddie Lacy's, your Chris Carsons. They've got a type that they've gravitated towards, and he's just not that same kind of type. But that doesn't mean that he isn't good. Running backs come in all shapes and sizes, all ways and forms. And sometimes you just have to embrace what's special about them. And what's special about him is his speed, his ability to work in space. Get him in space, get him using his speed. He's going to be an effective running back for you. Doesn't mean he's going to ever be a star. Doesn't mean he's going to reach into that upper tier level I was talking about with the McCaffreys and the Kimuras and the Henrys. but he can still be up into that same tier where Carson is if he can get the opportunity. Go Hawks, as I like Alex Collins, great in short yardage, and he runs hard, can keep Carson and Penny fresh. I like Collins better than DJ Dallas and Travis Homer. Go Hawks. I like him better than those two guys. Seahawks Gaming, if Tebow can play tight end, can Vic play running back or Lamar Jackson? Well, Lamar Jackson basically is a running back playing quarterback position. No, Vic is done. He's retired. I know he ran a 4.72 recently, but he is absolutely done. But we'll see if Tim Tebow actually does catch on with Jacksonville. I think that's Urban Meyer, his former coach, doing him a solid there. UE2K says, we hate on Penny because he's not Nick Chubb. Not his fault. Very true. Very, very, very true. Very true. I think a lot of it is because he's not Nick Chubb, who was available to be selected there when Penny was selected. And again, because he doesn't run in that same mold. You know, he's a guy that a lot of people go, he's soft. He doesn't run hard enough. He's a big play waiting to happen. It's a lot like Sean Alexander. It's more in that mold. There's going to be some ugly runs in there. But when it's pretty, ooh, it looks pretty. Micah Clark, I forget I said stream. That's a mistake. Laughing my ass off. What did you say, Micah? Did I miss your comment on there? I miss your comment? All right. Okay, so I think we're good here to go. Great stream. Thank you for the last donations there at the end there. Big Mac, D Nugget, Randall McDaniel started off strong today. Appreciate all you guys on that. Always you show your support and love for the channel, so thank you so much for that. Again, we're going to be doing this twice a week. Until you guys say no more, or we've heard enough from you, just wait till the season. I'm going to keep bopping along doing this on my Thursdays and Sundays, 5 p.m. Pacific time approximately or so. I love it. It's my favorite time of the week to do this. I love talking Seahawks shop with you guys. I'm going to try to dive a little bit more into some guys that could be some cut candidates and see if I can really find some real true blue guys that'll be potential targets for our Seahawks, including that offensive line. I'm getting done with the Stone Forsyth tape over on my Seahawks scouting channel, so I should have that out tomorrow. And then I'll be working on the undrafted free agent guys after that on the channel over there. So please tune in and sub over there if you haven't already to catch that stuff. It's going to be a lot of game breakdowns going on over there. Kind of keep the channel separate in that respect. Randall says we should have signed Wayne Gallman. I know, man. The Niners got him. He's going to tear us up this year. I'm telling you, he's going to tear us up. Go Hawks says, I hate Travis Homer so much, and why did we always run pitches to him on 3rd and long? So dumb. I don't know why we ran him to the outside as much as we did Go Hawks. He doesn't have the speed to get to the outside. It's kind of the issue with both DJ Dallas and Homer on both. They neither really have a skill set you can lean on like Carson. You know, okay, he's slow, but he's a hammer inside. They are neither a hammer inside nor are they lightning quick to the outside. Just kind of removes their real upper end of what they can do, really. 3rd down back specialist is really our greatest hope with both of those two guys. Micah says, I said something and it's gone, all good. See you next time. Oh, did you, Micah? I don't want to pass over you, man. If I missed you, sorry if I missed your comment on there. We'll get you on the next one with it, Micah. I was looking for it, but I didn't see anything in there. But post it again, man. Seahawks Gaming says, what's your second channel called? And I will post it in the comment section, Seahawks Gaming, but it's Seahawks Scouting. Search by that term, and I will pop right up. You'll see a picture of Russell Wilson's face up on it, and that is me. So, boom, boom, boom. UE2K should have signed Jamal Williams. Yeah, he's a good player. He's a good player. Go Hawks 05. Bye. Happy Mother's Day. Don't forget to tell your mom you love her. I will indeed. I'm trying to call her. She's on Hawaii time, so I'm just trying to get a hold of her when she's up and awake, but I will for sure. Randall McDaniel, I like Penny. Bold take. Penny is our starting running back week 1, 1,300 yards from scrimmage, 12 touchdowns. That is a bold take. That is a big bold take. I love it, Randall. Coming in hot at the end, man. Coming in hot. He says, wait, crap, I totally forgot about Collins. I think you're looking to reverse it now, Randall. Well, all right, you guys have a good one. Happy Mother's Day. Thank you guys for watching. If you happen to like what you're seeing here, of course, do please slam in that like button. Subscribe if you're not watching. Hit the notification bell. Go over there, subscribe to my Seahawks Scouting channel. And please don't you ever forget, never forget, even in the quiet time of the offseason when we don't have a lot to talk about. We got plenty to talk about. And don't you forget, never forget, ever. I'm watching you guys, and I see a few of you waffling out there. I see you wafflers. Put your waffle down, stop it, and always remember, never forget,